Its grounds are hallowed, forged by history and tradition, a century in the making. Its pavement the path to glory, its walls the punisher of miscalculation. Its faces forever recognizable, characters of courage, and its stories unforgettable.
Danny Sullivan gets him! Danny Sullivan gets him! No, he's screwing! No, he's spinning! Danny Sullivan spins!
Can he make a move at the finish? He's making a move! No! No! No!
Jenkins, who's gonna win? The checkered flag is out! Goodyear makes a move! Little Al wins fight!
You just don't know what indie means.
This December, those hallowed grounds go virtual, pieced together by millions of pixels that capture every corner, every seat, and every crack along its surface. True to her real-life counterpart in every sense, the cars, perfectly drawn to scale, their sounds immaculate. Drivers from across the globe come together in competition and in friendship for one goal, one dream, to win and become part of history, to write their own chapter, to see through that they shall never be forgotten, to ensure their story is unforgettable.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
The alignment looks good and the green flag is out. They're off. The
Green
fake 500 is on.
But look at Kevin Click
on
the
Kevin
outside.
Click.
Wow.
Kevin Click out on bump day, makes it in as an alternate, and now he is leading the fake 500.
Click tries to squeeze, contact. Checker flag waits over the stand. At the stripe, another close finish, and this time it's set to Merchant.
Checkered flag is out. Brian Blackford puts it on the pole. Oh no!
Crash in turn one.
He got off a 4 extremely good. What? He had a fuel!
It's elegant. It's erratic. The one who can dance gently amongst the chaos and master their craft shall etch their name in eternity and shall never be forgotten.
And now, it's getting to that time where for many drivers, the pressure is on to see will they make it to the big show? Can they get the speed they have to be able to make it to this mark? And can they complete the ever so precious 4-lap qualifying average? They'll punch their ticket into the Wicked Brands Fake 500 presented by Wheeler Motorsports Consulting. Hello everyone, my name's Justin Prince, alongside me is Billy Rowley, along with Baden Store. Race Control features Zane Scott today, and our producer today is Hank Silver. It's Carbon Safety Technologies Bump Day, as we see which drivers can bump their way into the show for this running of the Fake 500. I turn to you first, Billy, because yesterday was a very pressure-packed qualifying day when it came to Apex Autosport Pole Day. And now, for many drivers, this is potentially for some their last shot to make it into the field for the third running of the Fake 500.
Yeah, you've got 3 shots today. That is pretty much it. We know there was a few guys that didn't get a chance to qualify yesterday that are coming in today. A couple guys only took 1 attempt yesterday, so you only got your 3 attempts today to try to lock yourself into the field. Top 18 is set. Pretty dramatic day yesterday. Had some hurt feelings afterwards, but that's Indy. So it's going to be another interesting day, pressure-packed day. Going to try to have some fun with it and see who can put themselves into the show and who's going to be those first ones that are going to miss out and feel that heartbreak.
Let's first touch upon the council on deck, because for some of the drivers, they've already put in their withdrawals of their times from yesterday. How about 36 of them? And that includes some who didn't get the chance to put in a first time as well. Gary Corley will be the first of those drivers today. Carlos Ramos is slotted for second, with Steven Rogers, Timothy Trowbridge, Casey Miller, the first 5 expected from the chute. You also have as well Andrew Winings inside that grouping to start things off. Now, Baden for today, It's going to be interesting which teams were able to adjust things and which ones feel they may have the better conditions when it comes to the weather, because when it comes to this qualifying session today, 100% is the rubber because there was no rain in the forecast. And in turn, the track temp is actually much lower than what it got for some with the clouds fully out in the late afternoon.
Well, we did find out yesterday with some of the changing conditions. There's some odd stuff that this car likes since it's been updated. So this is another learning experience for some of these guys. But at the end of the day, a lot of people have been up late last night trying to figure out what they can find, trying to get every last little bit they can, because today's what matters. This is make or break day. You got 3 attempts. That's it. Lay it all on the line. It's bump day.
Right now, just less than 40 seconds until Gary Corley will get the green light. Make that 30 seconds. The 30-second warning being given by race control today, Zane Scott, as we get ready to see how these drivers perform. And keep in mind, real quickly, Billy, a lot of the teams in that regard too, some have started to work together to make sure they can find that speed for today.
Yeah, we got word yesterday after Justin Carey stuck it in the show. He got picked up or gobbled up by the Wheeler Motorsports control group. So he's been working with those other 3 drivers. He's been working with those 3 drivers today to try to get them some speed and put them up into the qualifying field. We know that there's going to be some guys that are scrambling around. We saw Blackford was offering some setups yesterday to try to get some guys a little bit more speed. It's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out, though. I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be working together today to try to get themselves in. I know Parker Price Miller and those guys, they worked really hard last night, this morning, to try to get quicker. It's going to be a pressure-packed day, but interesting to see some of the technical alliances growing throughout the field.
So now on track to begin the warm-up lap this time around, it's Gary Corley. And for Corley, he was among one of the final drivers knocked out in yesterday's Apex Autosport pole day. Overall, he cycled to about 24th once all the times were dropped for some of the competitors. He needs to find what would be essentially to make it to the show about a 192.8 qualifying speed mile per hour average. Those tuning in for the first time, keep in mind, it is a 4-lap qualifying average by the mile per hour mark. That's going to be very high pressure field to make sure you get that speed, which Corey Carpenter set that benchmark of about 193.5 of yesterday. So now we'll see how Gary Corley does for Dark Horse Racing with the Dark Horse Special. Expecting the green flag, this time by Billy.
He yesterday got bumped out extremely late and then got back into the field and was bumped back out. He sat on the bubble for quite a while. 46.5. So, with the track conditions today being a lot colder, the rubber content's higher, it's going to be these first few qualifiers. I think you're going to want to be in that early group to get out there. It seems like, to Baden's point, that this car really likes either cold conditions or hot conditions. It doesn't really like that 98 to 102 degree temp. So they're going to have to pay attention to that, especially in the open qualifying session later on today. But right now, it looks like yesterday, Parker Price Miller, Mason Hannigan, Wayne Fields, Garrett Mashburn, and Jeffrey Stewart all stood on their time. So as of right now, the slowest car in the field at a 192.455 miles an hour average, Gary Cooley goes top of the board. So 46.632, 193.0 flat. So a very good start for his bump day efforts.
Remember, the top 18 are locked at this point when it comes to making the field. Corey Carpenter, Seth DeMerchant, Keith Jeffrey, Brian Blackford, Dave Bodio, Kyle O'Danick, Shea Powell, Christian Peterson, Brandon Wright, Henry Bennett, Liam Brotherton, Eric Smith, Dylan Alt, Justin Carey, Jeremy Weigel, along with Thomas Brandon, Adam Walker, and Michael Cozy Jr. were able to do so yesterday. Second time around, this time for Corley, meanwhile. His second lap time also in the 46.6s. Really good pace so far. Right now, though, keep in mind, if he performed this yesterday on this average he's currently tracking, it would only be good enough for around 16th place, but it's still an improvement, Baden. Great answer, Baden. Billy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't know if when we were talking, about whether you pull your time and stick like Parker and Mason and Wade and the rest of those guys did. Is this the benchmark to what we're going to see today? Is this as fast as these cars will go? Gary, it's an improvement over where he was at yesterday, so it's going to be interesting to see. Slows down to a 7 there. That's a 192.616 average. Right now, that's good enough to slot him in 22nd, or 21st, excuse me, as far as qualifying order goes. So not a huge improvement over what he was normally, but that's going to be enough to put him in the field provisionally, obviously right now. And there's still quite a few cars today that showed speed yesterday, just had a little bad luck with weather and just maybe some ill timing towards the end of the open qualifying session. So today's going to get pretty hectic later on in the afternoon, but Gary Corley coming to the checkered flag for his first qualifying attempt of the day. He will have 2 more left if he needs to use them. 46.634, so picks it up almost back to lap 1 speed. 192.860 puts him 21st on the grid. So Gary Corley, got to be pretty happy with that attempt, first run of the day.
A pretty solid run to start things off. Still would have gotten him top 18 if done yesterday, but it's still a decent start. Steven Rogers is now at the racetrack because Carlos Ramos did not make it in time to go into the chute, and in turn, Council on deck. So that now brings Rogers onto the racetrack. Rogers currently on 28th position after all the times had cycled on through. He had okayer speed yesterday, keep in mind, when it comes to that number 12 machine.
Yeah, he wasn't abundantly quick, but he was fast enough to... He was definitely fast enough to... He was definitely fast enough to be in contention to get locked into the show. 46.501 for his outlap. So showing the car has speed. It's just a matter of if you can keep it up over the 4 laps. That's the great equalizer. Anybody can be fast for 1 lap. It's just here. It's a matter you got to be fast for all 4.
Keep in mind, they're from Mystic, Connecticut. This driver, let's say, since East-West Promotions in terms of sponsorship when it comes to this driver. And it's going to be interesting how this plays out in regards to Rogers and his speed, if there is that massive improvement. It was a very quick warm-up lap. And here's the main thing, too. You talked about some of the drivers working together for when it came to Wheeler Group. You have ours like Rogers, who may be banging on doors and saying, can I get your help, too? Especially since he just ran a 46.6 to start off here.
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys that are the privateers are going to start going to some of these bigger teams, just like you see in real life, asking for a little bit of help. And one thing we really haven't touched on a lot, wind. Yesterday it was, in that 4 to 6 mile an hour range. I've been watching the wind right now blowing out of the east-northeast at anywhere from 6 miles an hour to 12 miles an hour. So the wind is definitely kind of swirling around here. And with these cars, they're very wind dependent, whether you get tight or loose off the corner. So you pick up a pretty good gust off of turn 2, you might be in a little bit of trouble. So Steven Rogers, though, second lap, another 6. So he's on pace to improve on yesterday's time that he had. But he's showing decent speed, 192.901 for his 2-lap average. That would put him 19th on the board right now. So he would be the fastest qualifier on the second day.
A decent run going on so far for Steven Rogers. And in the chute is Trowbridge, Miller, Lining, Zaccardo, and Menzies, all drivers who did put in at least one attempt yesterday. And those drivers had some of the lower tier times when it came to some recording 47-second lap times, when the tempo was set by those in the 46.5s and 6s on the recorded portions of the session. Another 46.6 Rogers is putting himself in a very good spot here if he can keep this car rolling for one more lap.
Yeah, 192.946, almost 193 miles an hour. So he cranks out another low 6 like that, and he's never want to say anything too early, as we're only 9 minutes into a 5-hour session, but he's putting himself in very good place for the rest of the afternoon.
It put him into a spot where he'd have the quickest time so far, obviously, with the second of the two cars, should say, of the day. But would also, in terms of average, if he did this yesterday, would have put him inside the top 16. Rogers, another 46.6, closes it out with a 192.887 mile per hour average, the quickest of the day so far. That puts him into the 19th position.
Yeah, so very good run there for very, very good run for Steven. Good to see that he's found a little bit more speed than what he did yesterday. And again, maybe the track conditions are a little bit better to his setup as Timothy Trowbridge, the first of the Wheeler Motorsports cars to roll out on the racetrack for the day.
Now, will that assistance from Justin Carrier help him now when it comes to speed? Seen a little bit of a Facebook post after that respective run where apparently after his lap initially, he started working around 3:30-ish to get ready for a second qualifying attempt, and apparently found it a bit hilarious about the need to find a lot. He said he definitely felt like he had a lot, to say the very least. Kerry did.
Yeah, Kerry, he sent me a message afterwards. He's done some theatrics the last couple years. He's made the race both times and sold his spot both times due to something that popped up last minute. But he is definitely found the speed and is looking forward to helping out Trowbridge and Ryan Hergott and the rest of those guys. Said he's looking forward to the race on Thursday and can't wait to get going. So it looks to be third time's the charm for him to make his first actual start and get that rookie stripe off the back. Oh boy, Timothy Trowbridge definitely has found it. 46.584, 193.199 for his opening lap. So phenomenal. They've definitely found the speed that they needed to for Trowbridge.
Yes, indeed. He was 34th entering today once everything cycled about. Try and bump himself up from the Patriot 100 grouping. Tyson Landis is on that cutoff, keep in mind, currently, after all the times have cycled on through in terms of those droppages. We'll see how Trowbridge does here the second time around. First time was a 193, 199 in the mile per hour range. Trowbridge the second time around. In terms of the lap time, about half a tenth or so slower, but it's still in the 193 mile per hour bracket. Trowbridge looking very comfortable so far in this run.
Yeah, the car actually looks a lot more stable than it did yesterday. Line looks good. Not really, jerking the car around. We saw a lot of the speed wobbles yesterday. So it looks to be these cars are a lot more stable today than they were yesterday. So good job on Justin Carey to get these guys up to speed a little bit quicker. He looked really good through 3 there. Little wide off of 4, but got down to the apex pretty good and still didn't float up to the wall near as much. So this should be another pretty good lap for Trowbridge.
White flag this time for this run. Another 6 put up by Trowbridge. He's looking very strong from many of these drivers today to start off this bump day. Again, presented by Carbon Safety Technologies. The drivers in the chute, keep in mind, are Miller, Winings, Zaccardo, Menzies, and then Braden McMahon, who is also a part of this grouping, so keep an eye on how McMahon's speed tries to fare out, or if the improvements come into play, should say, for someone such as McMahon later on. Trowbridge now coming around for the final time around, this time in the number 14. Very loose this time. How will that affect his average by the end of this lap? He was at a 193 flat average before this. Still puts up a 46.6, 192.993. That puts him up above Rogers' time.
Yeah, 192.993 miles an hour. So, now I think now if you're Garrett Mashburn, Wade Fields, Jeffrey Stewart, I think you're getting into some practice sessions now, and trying to find a little bit more speed, or going out in the open qualifying session and seeing what you got first, and trying to. I still think if you were sitting, 19th, 20th, 21st yesterday, it's really hard to withdraw your time. You're still technically in the field at that point, but you've really got to find, do you want to risk it? That's the beauty of this race. There's a lot of choice, a lot of driver choice. Casey Miller first warm-up lap, 48.4. So not the speed he was looking for.
Something doesn't look right with the car. He's barely hitting 185 miles per hour down the straights. Miller did something wrong and something very bad with this.
Yeah, this is definitely not where he wants to be. The car just does not have the speed down the straightaway. He's about 10 miles an hour off. So really went the wrong direction with what he was working with. But Casey's going to have to use up his second 2 attempts today in order to put himself into the field. That is definitely for sure.
It's the second lap now. 48.4. Those are some of the slowest times of the whole entire event so far. Unfortunately for Miller, this is not looking pretty. And at all.
Yeah, something's awry on that car. It's just not getting up to speed at all. So we'll just have to see what happened. Maybe even a technical issue. I've had it a couple times where your pedals don't register all the way to 100, but that's the only thing I can really think. Or there's just put the wrong setup on the car, whatever it may be, but definitely has to find more pace, and has to find about a second and a half, and really more than a second and a half, because right now, prediction wise, I think you're going to have to run 46 low sixes to make the field, is kind of what it's looking at here on an average. So it's going to be he's got a long way to go to find a couple seconds here.
Keep in mind, his team he's representing, Long Line Racing, is known more so for its dirt racing when it comes to midgets, sprint cars, anything on the dirt. The organization usually runs in some various different leagues.
Yeah, and Casey's a heck of a driver. That's the crazy thing about Indy is Casey is a heck of a driver. You put him in a sprint car, he can do a lot of magical things on this sim. So, as this one of his first forays onto pavement, you got to give him credit for giving it a try, but definitely going to have to go find some speed.
Doing the 48.3s, and was just about to say, keep in mind on social media, what he had essentially emphasized throughout the practices in the week 2 was he didn't know what he was doing. No, seriously, he tweeted, "I don't know what I'm doing," on November 29th to start off. He then reached the goal of not being last on November 30th, and then here we are. His goal for this whole event, it seemed, at least for the pole day, was don't finish last. He didn't finish last on the pole day, so there's the bright side. Bump day, though, may be a different story. Coming off the final corner, Casey Miller, and a blisteringly rough 193 miles per hour at the stripe, puts up a 188 average, it appears.
Yeah, so he's going to have to find at least 4.5 miles an hour.
187 even.
5.5 miles an hour make that in order to make the field. So rough start to the day for Casey Miller, but I'm sure him and his guys will go back and put the super tune on that thing to try to find a lot more speed, because they're going to have to find an absolute bunch. When Weining's on his outlap there, getting a little bit squirrely off it too. So I'm not sure how the wind's playing a factor with him here.
So Weining's currently in the midst of his warm-up lap. Weining's looking to try and put in a solid time after what was an okay-ish day yesterday in regards to this machine when it comes to this 56. Memory serves right.
Green flag.
Yeah, 40th position was yesterday. Green flag is out, 46.7 on the warm-up.
Not a bad warm up. If he and he made, you could tell he made a few mistakes. And that car just looking tight off the corner, like it's trying to get to the wall, and he's having to fight to keep it down, which is definitely scrubbing off straightaway speed. But speed's climbing up down the backstretch, so Winings has a pretty good shot at getting himself a pretty good time, at least to get started for the day. Probably won't be enough to get him into the field after all the qualifying is said and done, but it's a good start to the day to try to get himself up into the field.
190 now up to 195. Drivers in the council. Shoe, Zaccardo, Menzies, McMahon, Gibbo, Mann. 46.8. These slip and slides are not helping Andrew's time. He is losing a lot of time in the middle of the corners, Baden.
Yeah, gotta be up on your tools here. That's the most important thing. You've got to be up on your tools. You feel that car get a little bit twitchy, you gotta go make some bar adjustments here. It's only 4 laps, but the car is on edge enough that you'll have that balance shift, and you're pushing so incredibly hard that you've got to use those tools that you got in the cockpit there to keep the balance in it.
And our slip and slide, another bit of time lost now for Andrew Winings coming off the corner. Second time lap, this time started off with the 46.8, stays in the 46.8s, that time by the stripe. Owing the 192 mile per hour range, which currently, in regards to that, with this average would put him above Casey Moore, but not above anyone who stood on their time, nearly spinning it out several times this time through turn 2.
Yeah, he crashed that thing 3 times and it just hasn't happened yet. So that thing is really walking down the straightaway. It's almost like there's a bunch of toe. They took a bunch of toe out of it, and it's making it try to get it down the straightaway faster, and it's getting extremely twitchy. Loose on entry, and then it gets tighter as it goes through the corner, and then it's super free coming off. So car's kind of a handful right now for Winings, but white flag for Winings. Yeah, you could tell there, 46.991. He's not going to be happy with this run. It's one of those where you've already taken your attempt. You might as well. Oh, boy. Big moment off of 1.
Oh, and
there it goes.
Winings has slammed into the wall with the rear wing. That will end his qualifying run, and that will likely mean another attempt when it comes to him. Unfortunate for him. Brady McMahon is now up on the racetrack, coming from on deck, the council on deck, as a result of a couple drivers in the chute not able to make their scheduled time slots. So McMahon looking to improve after having some quick pace with the toe in practice, reaching the 197 mile per hour mark. Qualifying was a completely different story.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing everybody's got to remember too, and we talked about it a lot yesterday, of having that kind of false sense of security from yesterday or from earlier in practice. That you basically really you had a false sense of security. It's like, yeah, you're on the top of the board, in the top of the board for qualifying or in the practice sheets, but with a toe. Some of those guys, I know there was a few that were really happy with being, 15th, 16th on the board because they know they did those laps without a toe, that they focus solely on qualifying, and it reflects in what we're seeing now. But that car looks a lot better today than it did yesterday for Braden. So it looks to be they've found a lot more stability with those cars, and he's hitting his marks pretty much spot on perfect.
Flag us out. The warm-up was decent, a 46.691 to start things off, to lead things off for the green flag. Remember, man, one of those drivers who really wants to try and make this field when it comes to his previous experience. He has experience with starts in this event in the past. Tower Bachman Enterprises. Can the Nashville, Tennessee-based driver keep the pace up to make the show again this year?
Yeah, and he had at the first running, he had an extremely good showing. Led some laps. Actually was leading the race when he had a spin down in 3 and 4 that took him out of contention. but he absolutely knows how to race and has good race pace. 46,684 for his first time around, 192.785 miles an hour. That's good enough to put him into the field right around the mid-20s. So we may see him later on this afternoon, but to bank 4 laps that are put you in the field, and again, the open qualifying session's a little bit different today, mentally wise. It's the same procedure, same exact procedure. Anybody can pull their times it needs to from 19th on back. But if you're in the field and you're not towards, that 28th through 33rd range, you might rest on your, you might almost have to be forced to rest because you don't know what the track's going to do. You don't know what those times are going to be. So it becomes a little bit more of a chess game later on. 46,733 trending the wrong way, 192.584 miles per hour, or 58. So Braden's going to have some work to do this afternoon, and I know Hank and the rest of that team, Jackson Steel, they're going to have to really have to dig deep and find something a little special here to get all 4 of those cars in the show.
And you mentioned the name Hank Silver. Keep in mind he's producing currently, but in regards to his situation, when his time comes up to hit the racetrack, he is supposed to essentially sprint from the back of where he's doing the production today to a sim rig at the front of the production space to be able to try and run his qualifying lap. So he essentially will have about, realistically, maybe 20 seconds to go from the back to the front of where he is.
Yeah.
Flag on the lap, by the way.
Yeah, Hank's had a busy few days. They've done a phenomenal job with the overlays and production. Hope everybody's enjoying it. We had a few issues yesterday, growing pains, but got it all dialed in today. That team does a fantastic, just a huge amount of work and goes into this every single year, and really, really appreciative. So they did a fantastic job with it. And then also with him having to race and do some producing today. Yeah, that's a stressful day for Mr. Silver.
Man, meanwhile, coming to the checkered flag for his respective run, where will McMahon's time lie about? It's in 192.5526. That put McMahon, it puts him 27th. So that knocks Clint Stone out for the time being. Jackson Steel is now on the bubble for the whole entire field to make it. All by Hank Silver, Aiden Beerline, Thomas Gold, who are up in front of Steel. But one more driver has missed their slot in the chute, which means the driver in the council on deck and on track is Jacob Mann, and he's looking to bounce back after a spin in qualifying yesterday. He nearly spun it again.
Yeah, he had a big lift and a big loose moment there going through turn 1. So definitely not the start that he was wanting to, but luckily it's on his warm-up lap, so he can kind of maybe gets a little bit of tire pressure and tire heat in that thing, so he can rip off 4 good ones and put himself at least provisionally into the field. But he's still going to just definitely have a lot of work to do. If you're lifted on your out lap, you're going to be in trouble come lap 3 and 4.
It's the bottom this time, coming out of turn 4 for the warm-up. Only 185 coming out of the corner exit as Jacob Mann is now on the clock, trying to improve very much so from yesterday. 48 seconds to warm up, only the max speed of 198 should say. He's scrubbing a lot of it off the corners. This car looks almost as evil as the first run he had yesterday, Baden.
Yeah, I figured he'd be making all sorts of adjustments, trying to get that thing a lot happier, but it's not. It is still not there. It seems like it's got a little more speed than it did yesterday, but that car is not happy.
That continues to look very rough for Mann. Down to 183 on the corner exit. Nearly got loose again coming off of turn 4. Well, Mann's time start off for this Indiana Club driver. 47.6. Not much of a difference from yesterday.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do with that. The car just doesn't look happy. Looks like it's a handful trying to swap ends on him every corner, every lap. So he's going to have a lot of work to do to get that thing locked down to still find speed. But he's definitely got it as trimmed out as he can. just doesn't have the speed and the handling right now. So a lot of work to be done for Jacob. But you've got 2 more attempts today. You still got quite a bit of time, so you still got some time to go do some testing and make something work.
Coming around for the second time for Jacob Mann. We'll see how this time fares out at 197 at the stripe. An improvement of about a tenth, and now he slams the wall. That's not going to help the third lap either now for Mann, as it's down to 182 in the short chute.
Yeah, he's having a very, very rough go about it. But again, you got to finish this run out. But I mean, it's basically all for naught at this point.
And looking at a very rough position, keep in mind, drivers in the chute. Grease, Silver, Hunt, Miller, and then it gets to some of the drivers who are looking for their first runs, including Hunt. You also have Rylan Gray, who is in that camp. Here's the tough part for Gray. Of course, the Gateway Dirt Nationals had a lot of intense action last night. Did he make it in time for the Q run will be the big question.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what their travel plans were. I know, from where their place is in Indiana comparatively to where the Dome is, if they left this morning, they should be on their way back or pretty close to being on their way back. So I could easily see him jumping out of the tow rig and hurrying up and getting back onto sim rig real quick and trying to stick this thing on the show.
Jacob Mann right now not looking to the best of situations to do that himself currently. 186 coming out of the corner, checkered flag. Now for his run on the racetrack, Jacob Mann crosses the stripe. For him, it's a 188.877. That puts him ahead of Casey Miller and Andrew Winings currently. Jackson Steele is still on the bubble. So the next driver on track already is rolling, and that is Peyton Grease, who looks to improve a decent amount from yesterday. 38th currently is where he cycled about on the pylon. So we'll have to see if Peyton Grease has been able to find a bit of improvement. Remember that grouping. Looking for a decent amount of speed for that 92 car.
Yeah, and I think Peyton's got the ability to do it. It's just a matter of understanding your adjustments and knowing what you need to do. His line looks a lot better today. He was yesterday up around the middle of the racetrack, really going through the corners. So being able to cut the car down to the apron and not hitting the rumble strips, that picks you up a lot of speed. Later entry into the corner, hit your apex properly. The run looks a lot better, and the speed's showing at 46.646 on his warm-up lap. So if he can consistently run, again, we've talked about it, low to mid sixes, and not really dip into the sevens too much, he should be in pretty good shape.
See if that shape continues out. Keep in mind that right after this is the Producer Sprint Challenge, where he tries to sprint across the house. And wherever he is, I'm not sure if it's a house or a studio. No offense. Peyton Grease, meanwhile, about to put up the time. Across the yard of bricks, 46.7 for the first time around. Lost a 10th off the warm-up.
Yeah, that's definitely not the direction you want to go. I mean, if he can stick and stay in the sevens, and maybe even squeeze a 6 out of it, it's a pretty respectable time. But I don't think it's going to be enough to lock him into the show today, at least on this first attempt. But again, just reminding, you've got 3 full attempts today that you are able to use. Now, you might not be able to use all 3. In years past, we have seen some people use all 3 attempts, but in a lot of cases, once the open qualifying setup gets underway, which in reality won't be too awful long before we do, we should have more time today for open qualifying than we did yesterday, just due to the amount of cars that don't have to qualify today. 46.784, so going the wrong direction. 192.737 or 373, excuse me. 192.464 average. That'll put him in the show right now, but that's going to put him right around the 28th spot. So definitely in one of those danger zone areas where you might possibly get bumped from the field.
Especially with how things look to be sorting about when it comes to Grease, we'll see Right now, that mile per hour average is mentioned 192.4, which would put him above those who have been sub 190, Mann, Miller, and Winings, but not above drivers like McMahon, Stewart, Mashburn, and company. Many of the drivers still looking comfortable, sticking on their time. Grease, now with a white flag lap. He has pushed the average up a little bit, but needs 0.2 of a mile per hour. He needs to find a lot of speed bits and some magic.
Yeah, and he's got to find it in about the next 20 seconds before
And now
he
something
crosses
just
the
happened
line.
down the straight. He just had a blip down the straight. Is Grease out of gas?
That is exactly what it sounds like. That is exactly what it sounds like. I believe Peyton Grease has run that thing out of fuel.
Hayden Grease to the apron, and now already 2 drivers have not been able to complete the run so far today. Grease, massive silence from the engine, absolute heartbreak yet again. You're in qualifying for this event. Hank Silver's now on the racetrack for his warm-up. It appears he has made it into the car to start these laps.
Yeah, so Hank is doing a little bit of a bonsai run today to put himself into the show. He's going to have a hectic afternoon when it comes down to it if he can't lay down some laps here to solidly lock himself into the show.
My question, though, is if Hank's there, who's at the production side right now?
You know, that's a good question. That's a good question. Hank may have hired a button clicker that says, I need you to do nothing but touch a few buttons for a little bit. Hank is definitely going to give this thing all he's got. That is for certain. If there's one thing that Hank does, it's stand on the absolute hammer. So he is 46.799, but he got a little high off in turn number 1 on his warm-up lap, so that might not be too indicative of how this run's going to go. We saw Braden do right around the same thing. As long as he can speed it up, and again, low 6s is what you're looking for, 46 6s on the lap counter, on the lap times. But you're going to need to be, I think, right in that 192.7, 192.8 range in order to stay in the field and get locked in.
Hearing potentially maybe Jackson Steele, who's at the console. Hello to him, first of all. Second, Hank Silver has missed the bottom in a couple of the corners already. That will impact the time to the point where it's still in the 7s for Hank Silver. He looks very tight. He is even higher up the racetrack, this time nearly to the safer barrier in the short chute.
Yeah, Hank's not having the best run, and if you're doing it on a different rig than what you're used to, it is definitely different. It's not the if your wheel's not in the same spot, your FOV's not in the same place. It throws off your timing for this place, especially because your turn in and apex is so important to be able to get off the corner right. This corner looks a little bit better, still up a little bit, but a lot better that time around than he was the laps before.
This time by an 8th, though. So even though it passed the eye test, it didn't pass the stopwatch test. For Silver, right now, Hank Silver on the route for a 192.2, which would put him as the first of the 190-plus drivers. It would knock Aiden Beerline out currently. Keep in mind, Hank Silver, coming into this run, is actually the first driver out of the top 33.
Yeah, yesterday ended up 34th overall. Not in the field, no reason to keep that time because it's not going to help you. Not going to help you at all. Not going to help you at all. So really no choice for Hank but to pull that time. Goes a little bit quicker, 46.801. That'll bring him up to a 192.253 miles an hour average. But not definitely not what he was looking to do. Not what he was looking to do there, but again, 2 more attempts today, so he's going to have to rely on his teammates to find some speed out of that thing and get him ready to go for maybe some late day bump day heroics.
So after a very, very wide entry and exit through turn 2. Where will this average end up? Mentioned a 46.801 last time about. Right now on track for about the 28th position. Hank Silver, this time across the stripe, a 47.3. That cost him half a mile per hour in the average, but still gets him that 28th position.
Yeah, Hank's not going to be overly happy with that one.
Next driver on the racetrack in turn is Mitchell Hunt, and he is among the drivers who did not qualify for his scheduled slot yesterday. So this will be his first attempt in general. What can tell when it comes to the groupings, he seems to be working with Clint Stone, and we've seen how rough Clint Stone's day was for parts of qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, and Clint's one of those that's shown speed in this race before, so he's got to still feel pretty confident going into today. But yeah, with Mitchell Hunt making his first qualifying attempt, did not go out yesterday. It puts you behind the 8 ball because you're getting those jitters off now. You're getting those jitters off now rather than getting them off yesterday. So it's going to be a very 46.5 though, boy. That's exactly what you want to see. That's right where you need to be. So Mitchell Hunt showing that he can get it done with maybe just one attempt on bump day.
And it shouldn't be surprised to see some good speed from Hunt, at least on the warm-up, because he has been with some big groups when it comes to stock car racing and technical alliances. However, he is currently amongst the privateers for this event currently, after a lot, let's just say, happened in that situation for him over the past 6+ months. Mitchell Hunt with a lot to prove potentially here as he goes too low on the curbing, but still carries 189 throughout the corner exit. First time around, it stays in the 5s. Mitchell Hunt is on the pace.
Yeah, he's definitely on pace. If he would have been able to do this yesterday, he would have been solidly inside of the top 18. But coming and doing it on bump day, this is definitely going to be a run that looks like it's going to take the top of the board for the fastest qualifier on Carbon Technologies bump day. So, as it looks like I saw Ryan Hergott got disconnected from the server. He's come back in because he is in the chute up there in a couple because, like we talked about, Rylan Gray not being in the server yet. But we'll see what Mitchell Hunt can do here. That was your production crew there. So Hank, while we got you, would we? Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
Yeah.
Well.
I think he was essentially in our ears. He basically said he had a bad run.
Yeah, Hank had a bad run. So Hank, he'll be back. He'll be back at it for later on this afternoon, I'm sure.
So Mitchell Hunt continuing his run. Meanwhile, now coming up towards the 3rd timed lap. Last time was a 46.628. That put him in the 193 mile per hour range so far, which is that goal for much of these drivers throughout this event we've seen.
White flag.
Taking the white flag this time by. It is another 6 of 46.686 to be precise. Right now he's on the pace to be as high as 19th or 20th position if he can keep this up.
Yeah, really impressed with Mitchell right now. This is it's exactly what you need to do. That 5 is really going to help him later on. Anytime you're in the 193 mile an hour range, that's really where you need to be. He gets a little bit free down there. Got a little too low too early, but I don't think that's going to cost him too much. Even if this dips into the 7s, it's still going to be a pretty good lap.
Checker flag now waves this time for Mitchell Hunt. And it ends up being within a couple 1,000ths of the time beforehand. It's a 192.925 average. Put him up to 20th position, right behind Timothy Trowbridge. Right ahead of Steven Rogers. That bumps beer line below the top 33 cutoff for the time being. The next driver also did not get much time. In fact, any time on the racetrack yesterday. Curtis Miller. And he brings some sponsorship from Kendall, along with Smokey's, the best garage in town, and looks to showcase that he also now knows how to build with that car.
Yeah, we'll have to see, since this is really our first look at Curtis, to see what he can do. Speed at the end of the straightaway doesn't look like it's there, so it's down a little bit on speed, but it just all depends. His cornering speeds look great, 188 coming off the corner. It's just a matter of getting that thing down the straightaway now, so he's going to have some work cut out for him, but this will be a solid lap to get himself started. 47.0, 200 miles an hour, so maybe he was just being a little conservative on that warm-up lap, but yeah, his cornering speeds look absolutely great. Just a dip down to 187, but already back above 190, so not a bad start for Curtis Miller.
Here's the thing when it comes to Curtis Miller. He's from Mooresville, North Carolina, which is, of course, the racing hotbed and main spot many of the stock car teams are based out of. He does have experience in USAR Hooters Pro Cup Series competition in the 1990s. So he has raced in real-life action when it comes to short track events. We'll see if that translates to a Lotus 79 for this event. 46.7 to start.
Not a bad time. Not a bad time at all. And I must say, the Hooters Pro Cup Series I know is near and dear to my heart. It's one of my favorite series that's ever ran. So pretty cool that Curtis has ran in that series before.
Between that and Kindle Motor Oil on the side of the car, I think we should try to talk Zane into a provisional here.
Yeah, he's my favorite guy so far.
Smokey's on the hood, or on the nose of this thing. At first, Curtis Miller sounded like a name that should have a riding mechanic, but with the Smokey tie-in, that's like definitely mid-60s, something wild showing up, and Curtis Miller's going to see what he can do with it.
Taking a bit of a wider arc, 188 miles per hour throughout the corner. Keep in mind, the clouds are starting to shuffle the track temperature as well. It stayed around 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It's down to 88 for his run. A 46.8 the second time around. If reference, when it comes to Hooters Cup action, that is what's today is the car's Solid Rock Carriers Tour, for reference. Also currently based out of Mooresville, North Carolina. See if Miller keeps this tempo up here for this respective qualifying run. Side note, when it comes to Peyton Grease, remember ran out of fuel a little while ago, he has fired his fuel man. Unfortunately in iRacing, the fuel man is an exact duplicate of each other, so you get the same fuel man back.
Yeah, it's a well, and the very ironic thing is Peyton in a lot of cases is the fuel man and tire guy on the sprint cars that he works on, so he's really got to put in a better effort this time around. 47.0. He had a big moment going down into turn number 3, where the car went in way too early. So I'm not sure what happened there for Curtis Miller. So this isn't going to be a run that he's going to be overly happy with. It's going to provisionally put him into the field, but he's definitely not going to be happy about about this run. So we'll definitely be seeing Curtis Miller later on this afternoon.
Especially with how things are getting. Keep in mind, depending on where this run fares out, this will knock Andrew Winings out of the top 33 at the conclusion. Checker flag now waves for Curtis Miller. And he fully get that knockout blow for now for Winings. Yes, 191.9 is the average. That actually puts him up to 29th position ahead of Hank Silver. Miller now pulls his car down to the pit lane. The next driver on the racetrack as a result of several drivers missing their times in the chute. The council on deck now sees Thomas Gould. Now behind the wheel. He's with the number 7 machine today. Showed solid speed yesterday. He is currently 35th. First driver without a respective time. He was pretty close to making it to the show yesterday on his original time. So expecting a lot here for the Wheeler Motorsports machine.
Yeah, and again, I think they found something speed-wise as Timothy Trowbridge, fastest on the day so far. So this will be pretty telling to see if Thomas can pull it off here to get himself back into contention here.
47 flat on the warm-up lap. We'll see if Thomas picks it up on his first timed lap. Quickest overall time so far set by Steven Rogers of 46.501.
You know, and he was one of the few that I've seen that's been a solid 201, not just a blip 201 going into turn one. So definitely has the straightaway speed. It's just a matter of if he can get it through the corners there. 199 down the back. So it's definitely, I think the wind's playing a little bit of trickery here as it's blowing a little east or west to east. So, but good speed through the corner. Never dips down into the 180s until right at the end. But Thomas Gould, this should be a pretty good lap. It passes the eye test, but as you said earlier, will it pass the stopwatch test?
The answer is yes, a 46.595. An absolute flyer to start things off. Decent speed through the short chute through 1 and 2 this time. It's looking decent for Thomas Gould in his time as it bobbles about this time, though. It loses a bit more time in 1 and 2. The wind is starting to shuffle a little bit. After facing fully the front stretch grandstands much of this session so far, it's now blowing more so towards the start and finish line. And now, just as I say that, it moves back towards the full grandstands, 90 degrees, or 45 degrees facing it. Or 90 degrees, whatever degree. It's all the degrees. The track temperature is still 87 degrees. Second time, put up as a 6.
Yeah, and that's still not a bad time. 192.868 last time by. You know, upper 92s is what really what you're kind of shooting for here, and especially with a little bit of a mistake. Especially still with a little bit of a mistake, that's a solid run. Solid run so far for Thomas. Hopefully, this next lap here, and he'll be able to keep it rolling because that thing is actually looking better and better each lap. I think. Going through 3 and 4, yeah, that's about the perfect apex you want. Doesn't want to be all the way up on the wall, not scrubbing off a ton of speed.
White flag.
Good lap for Thomas Gould here.
White flag now for Thomas, an hour 46.6 that time. This action continues on here for day qualifying. An update, by the way, in the Hank Silver story is can confirm it is an office, but he had Jackson actually drive to the office to basically control the switching for 2 drivers, him and the driver after him. Basically, apparently Jackson Steele had walked into the back door just as Hank Silver was running to the rig at the front of the studio's office. So it's been a busy time for our producer when it comes to trying to make the show. See if he's going to be able to find a way to sprint back and forth to get a withdraw in. For Thomas, meanwhile, another 46.6. We'll see where the average now lies for him. It looks decent. Yes, it is. It's up to 20th. A 192.7. 192.7690. Oh my goodness, it's a dead tie with Mitchell Hunt to every decibel.
Wow.
When does that happen? No, seriously, they are both 192.769.0199.
It doesn't
I've never seen that before.
No, that is a that's actually really impressive for on the 4th lap of a 4-lap run to knock the exact same time in the overall time, a 6.4 average compared to a 6.5 average. So minuscule amounts, but the crazy thing is that could be enough to where if Thomas Gould is on the bump spot in 33rd and Mitchell Hunt's the first man looking out, how important was that lap to time it perfectly?
On the racetrack, meanwhile, with Ergot, has a very nice looking car, as we talked about yesterday. It's also looking to try and find some very nice looking speed. As well, very nice hidden speed. You don't want to show all the speed bits, let's put it that way. There's a saying when it comes to the stock car side, Billy. I'm curious on your opinion when it comes to the dirt and the Lotus 79 side. There's so many ways to build a stock car, but some of them show your hand in what you're doing to get the speed. Others, you find the way to mask the speed.
Yeah, we
Second lap. Your second lap is coming to start your second.
we actually run 46.624 for the first lap. Oh no!
God hit the curbing and crashed into the wall.
Oh
Ryan
no!
Hurlbut, picking up a lot of speed from yesterday, has been the car.
Oh boy, Ryan is going to be devastated after that.
Michael Birthday is not here. That'll be Tyson Landis.
Oh my, that is a. He's got 2 more attempts on the day. But man, that's rough because that was all he had to do was just stay consistent running those laps, and he was going to be perfectly fine to make it into the provisional field. But right now, that puts him on the outside looking in. So he'll have to go to work and figure out how to keep that thing from doing that again.
So Tyson Landis is now the council on deck driver. Here's that Michael Birthday has not made his scheduled slot either. What happened? So now in the chute, Ryan Broderick was looking for his first time. He came in very late through the open qualifying stage of Apex Autosport Pole Day yesterday. Brandon Hughes, Aaron Smith, Adam Plunkett, followed by Daryl Weininger. Now, the interesting thing to keep in mind when it comes to Aaron Smith was he had the time to register for the session, but never loaded into it. We'll see if he's able to find the time today. Tyson Landis looking to find a lot of time on the clock as well, though, because came into today before all the time started being recorded. As the 33rd place driver, he is now 41st, with everyone putting in some times ahead of him.
Yeah, Tyson's got some work to do but again, he's got experience with this car a lot with running the Lionheart series before, and then he's also got a lot of experience in Fake 500. So, and actually have set this in the top couple of rows before. So, 46.676, not a bad start here. So as long as he can keep that up, he should be in good shape. But going back to your point about setup wise on the sim, I know on the dirt side, a lot of times guys don't play their hands. I know there's a lot of practice races through the week, a lot of leagues that guys run, that Pro Series competitors run. And it's kind of one of those things. It's not better to go off and dominate that one. You're better off kind of knowing what you have. If you know it's fast and you know it's good, you definitely don't play your cards until it's time to play them. And but right now with this, again, I think this is if you've got the cards, throw them out on the table, because you've only got 2 or 3 attempts today to make it happen. 46.672 for a 192.835 miles an hour. Decent start there for Landis, but he's definitely going to be looking to find more speed.
Now, right now, that decent start, if he can keep up that said start, may be enough to bump Casey Miller below the top 33. Peyton Grace is currently the first driver, Patriot 100 field, if things were to close out now. Force on iRacing not expecting a rainstorm, so expecting this to go all throughout today for this qualifying.
But man, can you imagine when we do get rain that is coming? Because they've talked. Could you absolutely imagine if we could? Not saying that we would, because that would just be a waste of a lot of people's time. But how cool would it be to actually have an intermittent rain shower come in through the day, clean the racetrack off? That would be that added level of realism that we would love to see.
I mean, I've pitched it before.
I think it would be absolutely great. I actually look forward to it. You do a lot of.
No, seriously, I pitched it and they laughed.
Really? Why?
I'm not going to get into the details.
Oh my gosh!
I have asked about rain for ovals, so let's put it that way.
Well, like
Tyson
on the
Landis, meanwhile, keeps going.
So Landis 46.785. He's not going to be thrilled with this run. That's a 192.601 average right now, but better than he was yesterday. But I just think from a perspective of, you do a lot of broadcasting through a lot of different leagues, a lot of different series, a lot of iRacing sanctioned series. Could you imagine a pro series like a Porsche Cup, for instance, or an anything IMSA or whatever that has, like for when we run the Daytona 24 hours, having that overnight rain shower for 3.5 hours and changing the track completely? Oh, I would absolutely love it. But I am also a fan of chaos, so I welcome that thoroughly. So Baden I think had a conniption fit when he said somebody didn't like that idea. So
Yeah, I mean, a rain delay is like a cornerstone of motorsports. You know what it is? Somebody out there is being a coward, and they don't want us to prove that we can run stock cars in the rain on an oval.
Oh my god.
That's what it is.
I think it would be so much fun. But checkered flag.
Yep, yes indeed. Let's get on topic, please. As the run has been concluded, and when it comes to Tyson Landis, it got him 30th.
Yeah, he's not going to be overly pleased with that, but he's going to have, 2 more attempts through the rest of the day. He should be in pretty good shape, I think, once the track conditions maybe come to him a little bit. But a guy that was entered into the sim yesterday and didn't get a chance to run due to the time, Ryan Broderick, former starter of the field. So see what he can do in that Mark Donahue retro scheme.
Yes, indeed. Backing with Sunoco. In regards to the car specifically, he's taken the green.
Adam Pointer in the chute, and none of them are in the servers, so Darrell Leinert
As these drivers now continue to chug along, we're still okay. There's no major rain yet. Ryan Broderick represents, in regards to his camp, Bent Parts Sim Lab, Wayne, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and Ryan's brother, part of the Brent Mark Sim team over on the dirt side of things. Ryan does a lot of NASCAR. Does a lot of oval stuff, road course stuff. Doesn't really dabble in the sprint cars too much like his brother does, but Ryan's always shown a lot of speed. And I think the first year was at Baden that they literally were saying whoever qualified better got to actually use the rig, and the other person had to race on a laptop.
Yes, that is correct.
So
Broderick, I believe, is what we dubbed it.
Yeah, the Battle of the Broderick. So it's but a decent opening lap there for Ryan. Hopefully he can pick up some speed and get himself into the show. 46.714, 192.662 miles per hour.
See how this second lap goes about for Ryan Broderick. Keep in mind, some of that is a pretty familiar name when it comes to a lot of the special events on iRacing. I think I've raced him a few times himself. His iRating, keep in mind, is below the 2,000 threshold currently when it comes to coming into this event. And there are 7, by the way, for reference. He has decent speed. I've seen him do well against some okay drivers.
Yeah, he's always been he's one of them guys that's never really pushed himself on that iRating grind, is what a lot of people, myself included, have done. Just kind of chasing that mythical number. You spoke about it yesterday that 7,000 is the new 5,000. As longer the iRacing series goes, and the more that it grows in general, iRating just is going to keep going up and up and up. So staying ahead of the curve. And Ryan, like you said, runs a lot of special events, does a lot of league racing, things like that. So he's definitely got the speed to be up there, but 46.840, so trending the wrong way. Not as good of a time as I know would have liked or is capable of doing.
In the chute, by the way, are Hughes, Smith, Plunkett, Weininger, and Cohan. Any of those drivers may potentially miss. Bad news, by the way, for our producer Hank Silver. His car has blown up down the pit lane, so if you see smoke, that is why.
I saw smoke rolling across the front stretch, and I wasn't real sure why. But that, I'm sure, just absolutely made his day that the virtual engine blew up on the pit lane.
It's called he forgot to turn off the motor. Ryan Broderick coming across the stripe, had an 8 last time by. This time by, it's another 8. So an okay-ish run for Ryan Broderick. His average, a 192.3. Still would have to make the top 33, but barely. To 31st position. And that knocks out Jacob Mann.
Yeah, and I think now now is about the time when we start seeing the major bumping come into play. Everybody in the field right now provisionally is up to the 190s. So now is really when we're going to start seeing the bumping go. And I know this guy was pretty excited about today. Aaron Rouse out on Racetrack Now. He said he thinks he's really got something today. got something today, and Hank Silver says he had to run from the car, threw the helmet aside, and got to the production trailer. Engine builder and car owner are not happy, and backup motor 1 is out of the trailer and getting installed now.
You know, leaving the mag switch on is one thing. Leaving the whole motor running is an entirely other issue.
But Aaron Ralph's getting his first laps in, 46.5 for his warm-up lap, so he's definitely got the speed. He's showing that he can, but he's just got to put together 4 good laps in order to put himself into the field.
And I remember he mentioned he put in a lot of work to try and find speed. Connected with some people, found some speed. Connected with some more people seen, found some more. He feels like, essentially he mentioned on Twitch before today, he did not go the route of the Brian Blackford offer, but he did feel he found something today. So we'll have to see how this fares out. By the way, we did skip 5 people in a row just now because of drivers missing their run in the chute. First time of 46.614. So a decent start.
Yeah, very decent start. I think as long as he doesn't have that big fall off like we've seen out of some cars, he's going to be pretty happy with this run, and makes for a pretty stressful day of having to kind of sit around and watch and really pay attention to where you're at and how many people are in the chute as far when we go to open qualifying. There was a few guys that did not make an attempt that did get skipped because they weren't in the server or waive their attempt right now. So realistically, we're coming up on not too many more cars before we start getting into that open qualifying session here just after the 3 o'clock hour. So that's going to make things a lot easier when we're starting to try to figure out who's going to go when we're going to see track activity, all that sort of stuff. So we're just going to have to listen to race control and see who's going to go when, and going to make for exciting last few hours.
The drivers in the council chute are currently Erdman, who is currently in the paddock, Scott King, who's in the paddock, Ethan Corder for his first lap in the paddock, followed by Wilcox, who is currently somewhere not in the paddock, followed by Beerline, who is in the paddock. Ralph's this time an hour 46.6. This is about a 10th or 2 quicker than his laps yesterday. So right now, at this pace, he would get inside the 31st position. If he loses a half a mile per hour, he can drop to 32nd position. Either way, Hank Silver is the next driver who's going to get bumped here, if this keeps up. Coming off the corner here. Ralph's now looking to try and punch his ticket in for now. Inside the top 33. Coming out of the corner now.
Checkered flag.
Through the clouds he comes to 200 miles per hour of 46.639. And that will move him up on the board. How about a big improvement average-wise? That final lap pushes average even higher to the 192.9s. To 20th.
Absolutely fantastic run for Rouse. Fantastic run. That's easily his best qualifying effort to date. So congrats so far to Aaron Rouse, and absolutely what a drive. Great to see, and he's a good dude, and glad to see him.
Next driver up on the racetrack, meanwhile, is Matthew Erdman. I'm curious if he's been able to improve his speed as well. When it comes to Erdman, he had an okay-ish qualifying run yesterday. Erdman amongst those who have been shuffled about as a result of many of the times to 50th position currently.
Yeah, we'll see what Erdman can do. The fields just keep getting faster and faster. Now you've got to basically run a 192 to get yourself into the field. And just for comparison's sake, this is an extremely close field. 192.9 right now. Fastest qualifier today. Slowest qualifier that's still in the field, 191.9. So 1 mile an hour difference, which is not a lot of time. That's about a half a tenth per lap difference. So guys are really going to have to be on the ball today to put themselves into the field.
Will the ball keep on rolling forward, or will it find its way somewhere lost in the tunnel? We'll see for Erdman's time. Unfortunately, it looks like it's rolling out to the tunnel because he's losing a lot of time this lap. He had a lot of speed lossage out through turn 4. 5 miles per hour was the miles per hour lost, but it's still a 47.5. He's got straight line speed, but not corner speed.
Yeah, he's got that thing rolling down the straightaway really, really good, but just through the corners, either missing his marks or, like we talked about yesterday, it's a very precise 4 corners, and they're all shaped the same, but they all drive totally different. So having that understanding of that and where you need to be on the racetrack and where you put the car on the racetrack to find speed and to gain speed, that's a major, major piece. As he's running that Robbie Gordon line where it's a little bit wider, trying to keep the momentum up, but it's just not reflecting on the lap time.
47.6. Again, this would not get him inside the top 33 if this sticks.
Yeah, 189.171. So he's going to have to find quite a bit of time in order to make it into the starting field. So, but 189.171 overall right now.
Yeah, so next 5 in the chute, Ethan Porter will line up right behind Scott King. See how much the improvement's coming to play for King after showing decent speed yesterday. Wilcox still yet to make it to the racetrack. Beerline, and then it's Jackson Steele. My question, though, when it comes to Jackson Steele and his situation is, if he had to drive to help out Hank Silver, did he have to drive back to put in the time?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. I know those boys are going to have a long day ahead of them. I know Hank was not wanting to have to worry a lot about bump day, but
he just made it home. Jackson Steele just made it home. We just got confirmation.
Good deal.
Has to get up on the wheel. It's the pep talk from that camp. Checker flag coming out for Matthew Erdman in this run, coming out of turn 4. As he, right now, in terms of tracking, will put himself 35th. The first of the 189 drivers, mile per hour wide. Sub 190. An air 47.6, 189.0559, 35th position, the qualifying run. Now, for myself, I have to jet on off, along with Erdman's car, to the paddock in towards Gasoline Alley. But these drivers will keep qualifying going. When it comes to Carbon Safety Technologies Bump Day, Billy Baden will take you through the rest of today's action. Over to you, Billy.
Thank you very much, Justin, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I know you've got a few things going on, so big thanks to Justin for you'll be hearing him again on the night before the 500 with Chase Rodman on Wednesday night for the dirt portion of the fake 500, and then again he'll be the host of the race on Thursday. So now you just got me and Baden.
Amateur hour.
46.620 for Scott King, though, first lap. Good thing the Formula One race is over, so that way Baden can start paying attention again.
Yeah, well, I know. So it got real hectic right when Braden McMahon was making his run, so I guarantee he had like one eye on that. Like Hamilton was running into Verstappen's gearbox and all that good stuff right when he rolled out. That race was insane.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go actually watch it, because I was doing my job.
I did both things. I was here. I showed up.
I can't multitask like that. But see what Scott King gets here on his first lap, his warm-up lap, 46.620. Not too shabby. And again, Scott King showed good speed yesterday, 46.653. That's going to be good enough to get him into the show provisionally if he can keep that up. 192.913 miles an hour, 914, excuse me. But Scott's one of those guys that just kind of shocked me yesterday. Getting so much better on the dirt. This is my first experience seeing him on the pavement, and did a really fine job. Pretty shallow entry going into 3, though. Doesn't really hurt him on exit, though. That thing actually rotates extremely well.
Yeah, all these guys coming from the dirt and running this deal, that's always one of the fun parts of this, because it kind of carries that, that original Indy spirit. It's guys that run sprint cars all the time can come run Indianapolis. I think we say that every single year. It's true. And that's what we like. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see, we want to see Roger Penske or Chip Ganassi put Kyle Larson in an Indy car for the month of May.
Yeah, very much so.
I'm totally fine with that. 46.694 for Scott King on lap number 2. That's a 192.744 mile per hour average. He's trending to be up in the mid 20s right now, but if he can pick up the pace here just a little bit, then he should be in pretty decent shape, but going the wrong direction. 46.703, that's a 192.707. Still going to put him in the field, but slipping down a little bit throughout. So he's going to have a very, very tough go about it.
Yeah, really. Right now, it seems like you got to be above a 7. You got to be better than a 7. I have a feeling you'll be able to sneak in with a 7 or 2, but you got to be real low 7s. That seems to be kind of the float line right now.
Well, and we see this. We've seen this the last couple of years. We see it at actual Indianapolis. We see it at the Little 500 where they do this kind of qualifying as well. If you're Timothy Trowbridge, Aaron Rouse, Gould, Mitchell Hunt, I would even honestly say down to Rogers or Parker Price Miller, you're in pretty decent shape as Scott King finishes run 46.72 for a 192.637 miles an hour, which averages out his 4-lap average 192.750 miles per hour. I would almost, this may sound wild, may sound a little bold. I would almost rather be not in the field right now rather than having to sit and wait.
I think I kind of agree with that. Just the nerves building on you is you have to sit there and you're 30th. There's always 3 cars in the chute and you're 30th, and you don't know what's going to be at the end of that line.
You're basically sitting there waiting to get bumped. You're sitting there waiting to get bumped, and if you get bumped out right at the end, what happens? You might not have time to get back in. As Ethan Corder goes out onto the racetrack for the first time, I believe this is the first time we've seen him all weekend. So his first attempt is coming 47.855 on his warm-up lap, gets a little low and then high. Car not real happy right now. Great looking car.
Oh, absolutely.
That's a gorgeous car.
Race car.
Gorgeous car, but definitely not the speed that he's looking for. 47.483. Not going to be enough to put him into the show. You got to be, we've talked about it a bunch. You got to be 6s in order to get into the field. Jeffrey Stewart, who's currently sitting 30th right now, just posted in the Twitch chat. Sitting here watching my name fall down on the list is definitely suboptimal. So Jeff will be ready to go in case he does get bumped. But yeah, as Quarter clicks off his second lap, 47.568, so definitely going the wrong way. But again, first attempt of the day, first time running the car, has a moment off of 1. Is that Sega on the side of that car too?
Well, yeah.
Oh, love it.
It's fitting. Absolutely
love it. I miss the old Sega days. Good times.
That was before my time.
Yeah, your little yeah, that's a, don't make me feel old.
Most of the stuff I'm I'm up to date with. I can keep up with like all the vintage stuff, but the vintage video games is for some reason one thing I'm not familiar with. I spend too much time thinking about race cars.
But Ethan Corder, second or third lap, 47.549. That's a 189.278 average. Not going to be enough to put him into the show, but definitely finish out the run. Again, Ryan Broderick currently on the provisional bubble at a 192.371 miles an hour. So you're going to need to be, you're going to have to be above that in order to get yourself into the show. Otherwise, you're looking at the Patreon on Tuesday. And his car kind of doing that crab walking deal, that setup. So comparatively to what some of these other guys were, 47.550 doesn't have it in him, 189.324 miles per hour. That will put him in 36th position overall. As Aiden Beerline of the World of Outlaws Series professional on the iRacing.com service is out onto the racing surface. He was inside of the top 33 before withdrawing his time this morning. So Aiden running that high line, trying to get some tire pressure built in and keep some momentum up. He was pretty quick yesterday, though.
Yeah, he showed pretty good speed. It's just what do you got for the track conditions today, and how are you feeling? Because that's every little bit counts. We've talked about that all month here, and if you're just a little bit shaky when you roll out, that's going to hurt you. There's no doubt about that.
Green flag is out, 46.765 for the young man. He's had a really good World of Outlaw Pro Series. He's been getting faster and faster on the dirt side of things. This is the first time I've ever seen him on the pavement. But a young kid, a lot of talent, very quick, very, very quick driver. Just seeing if it transfers over. Does a lot of his own work on that, and believe he has a racing career as well. He's got a racing career himself, running go-karts and things like that. So he's definitely got some real life ability. I'm just looking at the entry deal. I've seen Parker Price Miller jump in here and jump out no fewer than 10 times today so far.
That's a nervous man there.
Nervous man. And that's a guy that's won, World of Outlaw races, all-star races. He's raced with USAC. He's done everything possible in the racing world. Even ran a NAS truck. Out in Knoxville. So
carry beer for charity on the side.
Absolutely. We haven't talked about beer for charity at all this year either. But
no, we're definitely going to have to get someone in here to plug that later.
Yeah,
we're trying to kill time.
Well, and that's the thing. Today is I think more pressure packed than yesterday, but it's also more chill from a broadcast side because there's not going to be as many cars I think on track today.
Half the cars basically.
Yeah, 46.838. So he's definitely going the wrong direction. 46.76 the first lap. Average speed right now, 192.311. Not enough to get him into the field. Close, but not enough. But we'll just have to see how these next two laps go. But either way, good foundation for later on this afternoon to try to get himself qualified in. That thing just looks tight.
Yeah, he's right there though. Truthfully, with speed, he's right there. They just got to find a little bit more. And again, 2 more runs. You got a lot of day left here. You got 2 runs. You've got a chance to make something work here.
Oh, absolutely. You've got. We're not even to 3:30 p.m. yet, so you still got quite a bit of time in order to make a good solid attempt for the rest of the day. Track temp is at 90 right now. Or right around 90. So we're not seeing as hot of temperatures as we saw yesterday, which, again, that's the variance of Indy. We really haven't seen the top few guys that have qualified today, the top 5, their speeds would have all locked them into the show if they were able to run them yesterday. So Michael Cozy Jr. sitting at a 192.879 miles an hour. That was the slowest car locked into the field yesterday in 18th. Your fastest couple cars are already faster than he was. So that's kind of the beauty of Indianapolis, is Aiden Beerline finished up his run. That will currently put him 34th overall, 192.210. So that's rough. It's very rough.
Yeah, but at this point, you've got a baseline to say, all right, this is where we can find a little bit more, and we're just outside. We're not a mile out. We know where we can find something. That, if nothing else, should be comforting.
Yeah, basically you're searching for a half a tenth each lap. So
trying to find the next car here because I have a cat in here wreaking havoc on everything. Hitting the keyboard, unplugging my mic, he's doing everything.
Giles Chatelaine, Clint Stone, Kyle May in the chute.
So Jackson Steele, the part-time producer, full-time driver. He is out on the track. This is his warm-up lap. He's coming to the green flag this time by 46.727. So he's got a little bit of work to do. Maybe being a little bit conservative on that warm-up lap.
Yeah, but that's still decent pace for your warm-up lap, and I'm not sure if we've really pinpointed what these cars are doing with the conditions. Traditional wisdom says it gets cooler, you go faster, but we had a couple runs debunk that yesterday. But for this run, he's got cloud cover, so we're going to see what that does for him.
But Jackson Steele, 46.705, 192.699 miles an hour. Not going to be enough to really... It's going to be enough to put him into the field right now, if he can keep on that pace, but definitely not comfortably. So that will put him towards the back half of the qualifying field.
Yeah, he's just trying to make the race here, and his coworkers dragging him into extra work and all sorts of other stuff here.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of scrambling today, and not all of it on the racetrack. 761 last time by 192.468 miles an hour, 192.583 average. So that actually, right now, really puts him in the 30th spot. Jeffrey, not sure that, not really entirely too sure if that's going to be making Jeffrey Stewart very happy as he sees his name coming down the pike as well. But I think we got some few interviews coming up, just to kind of fill some time and talk with us, get some guys. Keith Jeffrey, I know, wanted to talk with us. Braden McMahon, another one we always like to talk to. We'll get some interviews lined up and start talking here a little bit. But Jackson Steele, 46.777, is slipping down, 192.523 overall. That provisionally saves Jeffrey Stewart and Braden a little bit, but that puts Ryan Broderick in a very tough spot. But Jackson Steele, checkered flag is out for him. 46.777. 192.509. That is enough to bump him into the field, and Ryan Broderick is out of the fake 500 currently. But Jackson Steele, with his qualifying effort now on the bubble.
Yeah, I'm thinking, looking at just who we've got in the chute here, I'm thinking we're going to have a little bit of, I guess, dead air for a little bit, kind of how we traditionally had before. Just run out of cars. Guys kind of wait until the end of the day, just see if they can figure something out, not waste a run early. Looking like some guys are waiting here a little bit. Not a lot of guys jumping in line here.
That Giles I don't
Chatelaine?
Chatelaine, I think so. That's what we're going to go with. So if we butcher that, we are completely sorry. But he is on the clock for his green flag, or takes the green. 46.977 on his opening lap. Not too bad. Better than he was yesterday. So as you heard there from race control, last two cars going out and qualifying in order. So there will be an open qualifying setup, or an open set of qualifying laps here coming up pretty soon. Parker Price Miller leaves the server once again. So they Parker's got to be ready to he's got to be ready to go at any minute in time. But sitting in 24th position, Giles 49.926, so not a good start for him. 199 or 191.791, or 46. I'm sorry, 46.9. Not what he's looking for. Not going to be enough to get him into the field. That's going to put him up towards the front of the Patriot 100 field at this point in time, if he doesn't find any more speed bits.
Yeah, that thing does not have enough. Might as well finish the run, take your time. He's trying to get everything he can there at the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, his line looks all right, just the car doesn't have any speed in it.
No, not trimmed out.
Yeah, and that's the thing with these things. There's only so much you can do with trimming them out, but there's a few things that you can do speed-wise that really makes a massive, massive difference, and it's just a matter of if you stumble across them. But that's, why we have so many practice days throughout the week. A little bit as we dial in the schedule each year, a little bit better, more and more practice. White flag is out, 46.927, so gets a little bit quicker, 191.706 average. Not going to be enough to put him in the show. Currently right around 36th or 37th overall. So he's got two more attempts today to get himself into the field, but not feeling the greatest right now if you're Mr. Chatelaine trying to get yourself into the show.
Just too stuck, it looks like.
And I would like to get, I definitely would like to get Aaron Ralphs in here at one point. He's a guy that's been with us for 2 years, trying to make the race. And I know last year almost made it in. As Giles completes his run at a 191.684 miles an hour. So respectable start. Just got to find more speed. But as Clint Stone rolls onto the racetrack now, Clint Stone, again, was one of the guys the last couple of years that's done a lot of good things speed-wise. Part of the IRI camp, I believe. Maybe not.
He was, I think he might have been. I know he showed up late yesterday. He kind of came out late, a little bit out of nowhere yesterday, but he's always had some decent speed.
Yeah, he's always been in contention to put himself into the show and has put himself into the show. He's got some previous starts. And he didn't run too awful bad yesterday for his first qualifying attempt. 47.1 on his warm-up lap. So might have been a little bit of saving, might have been a little bit of not aggression, but he got down to the rumble strips there through turns 1. So that thing is definitely turning well for him. So it's a matter of if he's having to turn it, just hoping it doesn't get too free coming off or get down low like we saw what happened to Ryan Hergott earlier and got onto the rumble strips and spun the car around. So we'll have to see what Clint Stone here can put together. Okay, well, we're wrong. He's with the Sofa King Fast Sim Sport team.
We tend to be wrong, so
yeah, it's fine. We're used to it. We're used to it. It's no big deal. But Clint Stone, 46.673, so that's a good start for Mr. Stone. 192.831 miles per hour.
He's using all the racetrack, that's for sure. Running the Carlos Munoz line.
Man, there was a guy that was always insanely fast.
He was so good.
Terrifying
so good
to watch. Terrifying to watch. But he was so good.
Always a big fan.
Yeah, very, very big fan of his. Reminded me a lot of Thomas Scheckter.
Yeah, I can't believe he just kind of disappeared.
Well, that's what happens when money's involved.
Well, yes, but man, he was so good at Indy. There's a low 7 from Clint Stone. Hey, you're going to have to stay right about there if you're going to want this run to stick.
Yeah, right now, low 7s will get you into the field provisionally, but even at that, low 7 right now will put you right on the bubble spot. So really not much of a difference.
Not safe.
No, and we still have... So just to kind of give you guys a recap here of the guys that do not currently have a time: Darrell Weininger, Kyle May, Daniel Menzies, Matt Zaccardo, Carlos Ramos, Chris Jabot, Michael Berthet, Aaron Smith, Aaron Wilcox, Adam Plunkett, Brandon Hughes, Nick Cohan, and Rylan Gray do not have a time at all. So they have not made it into any qualifying field. So they would be rolling off in the Patriot if they aren't able to make it back in today. 46 drivers have taken time. For Clint Stone is the 46th driver total to take time with his lap of 46.708. The previous lap, 791. So down to a 192.345 average.
Ooh.
So 192.621. So currently he's in the show, but it's going to be tight to see if he can get in.
Got a big bobble off of 3, and you can see it on the time charts there.
Yeah, 46.827, 192.515 miles an hour. That does, however, move him into the show, and Clint Stone bumps his way into the field, bumping Jackson Steele, and now Clint Stone is on the bubble spot.
We have made it through ordered qualifications, so we are going to take a 10-minute intermission. We have some broadcast production stuff that we're going to switch over here and make this easier. We will open up declarations for open qualifying at 13:44 in sim time. 13:44 in sim time. That should correlate with 3:44 Eastern time in real life. And then the first car will hit the track at 13:45 in sim time or 3:45 Eastern time in real life. So 10-minute intermission here so we can do some production changes, get some interviews in, and then we will open the track up for open qualifications. You have up to 3 attempts. Make sure in your attempt that you put in-game chat, withdraw, declare. You need to acknowledge that you're withdrawing your previous time. Even if you don't even have one on record, still want you to put withdraw.
So to kind of give you guys a little bit of if you're Zane talking there, kind of in that little lull of the day, we did get word that Carlos Ramos and Daniel Menzies will not make attempts today, as they have other things that they have to focus on today in real life. Just to kind of set the field as of right now, your top 18 is the same as it was from yesterday. But Timothy Trowbridge, fastest of the day so far at a 192.993 miles an hour. He's provisionally 19th. Aaron Rouse, 20th. Thomas Gould, 21st. Your next row, Mitchell Hunt, Steven Rogers, and Parker Price Miller. Parker was was the first one looking out yesterday. He was fallen from 19th down to 24th spot, so he's still in the show as of right now. Mason Hannigan, Everybody calls him Little Hurricane. We call him the Tropical Storm. We will never deviate from that. But the Tropical Storm set to roll off 25th provisionally right now, as we still have approximately about 2.5 hours worth of practice or of qualifying left today. Gary Corley, Scott King, Wade Fields are all into the show provisionally as well. Wade Fields set on his time from yesterday, so he has not made an attempt. He still has 3, along with Parker Price Miller, Mason Hannigan. The next 2 drivers, Garrett Mashburn and Jeffrey Stewart, also without using an attempt today so far, so they do have 3 in the bank. But they are 28th, 29th, and 30th. Braden McMahon, Tyson Landis, and Clint Stone rounds out the back half of your field. So it's basically at this point, we're just kind of ready to go here. Just waiting for a little bit of an intermission so we can get some production things going. But yeah, it's going to be Tyson Landis with the cupcake. Yeah, that was what we used to call him. So it's going to be a few minutes here, but good to see everybody showing up in the Twitch chat, Facebook chat. And again, huge thanks to Hank, Jackson, the rest of the guys over at Speed Force Media for helping us out with the broadcast. I will say, if you guys knew how we had to do qualifying last year, and by we, I mean myself and Zane, this way is a much, much easier experience. So we had some hiccups yesterday, but today it's been absolutely perfect. But I think we're waiting to get a couple guys into the interview booth, and see if we can start talking to some people. Yeah, and everybody's just kind of playing the waiting game right now. And it looks like actually Brian Blackford might be coming into the foray here. I just hit my head there. And here's a guy that we wanted to talk to. Here's a guy that we wanted to talk to for a little bit. We haven't had a chance really to talk to him the last couple years, but he's sitting solidly in the show in 20th right now. Aaron Rouse. So Aaron's been doing this with us for a couple years now, and had some bad luck the last couple of years on Bump Day, but today sitting pretty solid. How are you feeling today, Aaron? Maybe I don't know if Aaron has a copy. Well, might be sorting out some mic issues, but either way, he's in here ready to go once we get him in here. I know Baden had to run off and take care of something real quick, but just appreciate everybody coming on board this year. Matt Hanninger at Wicked Brands once again stepping up. Chris Wheeler at Wheeler Sports Promotion or Wheeler Sports Consulting does a lot of motorsports consulting. His whole life revolves around motorsports. He one of the best guys in the industry, used to work with Bell Helmets, does a lot of spotting on the IndyCar series. Just fantastic human. Does a lot for Beer for Charity as well, which is something that we started up. Myself and Bade and a few others started up a few years ago to raise money for Riley Children's Hospital. So that's been a pretty big endeavor. Our event's coming up here middle of January. Looking forward to it. But big thanks to Chris Wheeler and all those guys for helping out. But honestly, can't say enough about Matt. Matt's at Wicked Brands has done a lot for Elbows Up SimSport, Elbows Up TV, and a lot of other teams on dirt. He's been a very, very big part of that. And actually, Scott King is also Scott King. You know what? I'm going to drag Scott King down. I'm going to bring Scott King down for just a minute because I want to talk to him about his runs today. Hey, Scott, you are live.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Well, we're glad to see you in the race. I wasn't shocked that you sent us a message about getting in. Thought it was pretty cool. You've progressed a lot on the dirt. I know working with Semmelman and Semmelman and everything else as declarations are getting ready to start opening up. But how's your experience been so far?
It's been pretty nerve-wracking, I'll say. I was pretty off on my times starting off. I think you said even in yesterday's broadcast, I didn't get the car till I think Tuesday, so a little late. And I was probably felt like 3/4 of a second off these guys, but got a little help, getting a little better, and yeah, it's nerve-wracking out there, but hopefully my time will hold.
I think you're you've shown good speed. I think Austin made the joke yesterday if we let you qualify in the 2021 version of IndyCar. So as the shoot is coming up right now, Peyton Grease will be on the track first here in the next couple minutes once we get qualifying rolling again. So it's looking like it's going to be a busy afternoon. We got a lot more qualifying time left over. Are you prepared to go out and run again? You're sitting 27th, but are you prepared to go out again if you have to?
I don't know. I went out yesterday a second time and I ended up going a little slower. So I don't know. I think I'm gonna hold tight, I think, and I'm gonna let these other guys beat me. I don't want to be in the show and then go out and mess it up. So I think I might hold tight.
Yeah, I mean I definitely don't think we've got a I don't think you've got to worry about too much. I don't think you're going to have to pull your time. It's just going to be a matter of if the track speeds up and gets a little bit quicker. Listening to Zane there, basically just kind of reiterating the wave off rule. Just because you withdraw your time does not mean that you've actually withdrawn it. It just means that you are eligible to withdraw it. And I think we're still waiting on broadcast.
I just had a message from Jackson. They've had a production crash during the changeover. So it looks like Peyton's run and maybe the next one will not be streamed.
Okay. Well, that's what I was curious. So
we're going to go radio announcing style.
Radio announcing style here. Peyton Grease out onto the racetrack. So sorry, folks.
Your radio, you got to tell him where he's at. He's moving into turn 3. He's on the north end of the racetrack.
Baden, take it away.
He's on the north end of the racetrack, moving through the north short chute into turn number 4. He's got some. Am I doing it right?
I think so.
All right, cool. So. He's on to the front stretch.
When you wave before you take the track, you do not lose the attempt. The attempt only goes official once you leave pit road.
199 just past the start-finish line as he moves into turn number 1.
Yeah, coming through turn 1, looking pretty decent. His warm-up lap, 46.725. Not going to be the greatest, but coming down the back straightaway, speed's climbing up, but he's still a few miles an hour down. 197 at the end of the straightaway. Blips 198 barely into turn 3, down through the short chute. Good speed through the corners, just missing out a little bit on the straightaways is the unfortunate part, which really is, that's such a big thing when the straightaways are so long like they are here in Indianapolis. So coming across the Art of Bricks, completing lap number 1, 46.780. That will put him at a 192.38 or 390 miles per hour average. not what he's wanting to see. But again, this is his second attempt. He will have one more, but 192.389 is not going to be enough to put him into the field. So he's going to really have to find some speed these next two runs, or next three laps, in order to make it through into the field.
Car's getting through the corner really, really well. I don't think it's got the straight line speed that it really needs here.
No, the straight line speed, but seeing right there on the front straightaway, I think it's the wind that's getting him. Going through turns 1 and 2, wind right now out of the east, northeast, 5 to 7 miles per hour. Track temps are at around 97. So the hottest part of the day, unfortunately, for Mr. Grease. But as you see his lap timing there on the top, we do have a few guys that have entered into the qualifying order. Right now, the only cars in line, Peyton Grease, who's out on the racetrack right now, who ran a 46.832 previously for a 192.176, coming down the straightaway, taking the white flag for a 46.792, so picks it up a little bit, 192.341 miles an hour. Not going to be enough still to put him into the field. But as far as opening qualifying goes, we have Daryl Weininger on next, Ethan Corder, Aiden Beerline, and then Andrew Winings will be your next 5 qualifiers. Just trying to get in and lock a time in real quick to see if he can bump his way in. But right now, speed is just not there. Still about 0.2 of a mile an hour off of what he needs to be in order to get himself bumped into the field. But again, Jeffrey Stewart, Braden McMahon, Tyson Landis, Clint Stone, those are the guys that are really, really, if they've got any fingernails left, I will be absolutely shocked. And as Parker Price Miller enters the lobby for the 412th time today, watching to see what happens, Peyton Grease goes 36th overall, with a final lap time of 192.156 miles an hour at a 192.265 average.
Here's the thing with Peyton, too. That was his second run, so he's only got one more attempt today.
Yeah, he's only got one more attempt today. So he's really got to find some speed, and he's got to be darn sure he finds that speed, because he's only got one more attempt, which means when he crosses the pit lane threshold, that's his last attempt, and he will not have any more. So he's going to probably be waiting the majority of the day to try to get the most optimal track temperature. Daryl Weininger taking the green for his first attempt of the day. 46.813 for his warm-up lap. Going to definitely have to pick it up. Like we've said before, you've got to be about a 47.6, a 192.8 average, or 192.52 average to get into the field. So he's got a lot of work ahead of him here on these next 3 laps, going down the backstretch into turn number 3. Going through the short chute, car looked good. It's just, again, it's kind of the same thing as what Peyton's got, just not enough straight line speed to really carry yourself and launch yourself into the corner. Crosses the yard of bricks for his first lap, 46.781. That is not going to do it. 192.386 miles an hour. So he's got to pick himself up about a 10th and a half here each over the next couple of laps to get himself into the field solidly. And just if you're joining in, cars are on track. Camera crew had a little bit of an issue that they were taking care of. So myself and Baden are just kind of, doing it radio style, unfortunately, for a little bit of bump day here. So many apologies for that. But Carbon Safety Industries bump day is into open qualifying session right now. The drivers are able to withdraw their times and go back out as Daryl Weininger completes lap number 2 at a 46.824. So definitely slowed down quite a bit. trending the opposite direction, needs to get going. Here. Too much in order to make it into the qualifying field right now. We've already used an attempt. Might as well finish out, see what the car's doing on the last 2 laps, and go from there. Coming out of turn number 4 and down the front straightaway to complete lap number 3 and taking the white flag.
White flag, next car.
$46,833 for Daryl Weininger.
Just not enough. Just not enough.
Peyton Grease asking if anybody's got some soaked tires or wind blockers. Sadly, no. Both of those are violations of the rules, cheater. 46,831 as Daryl Weininger takes his lap there. 46,833 the lap before. That's not going to be enough to put him into the field.
Not enough. He's a little ways out here.
And we've got the broadcast back.
Good deal. Now we have picture as well. We're getting fancy.
Yeah, we're getting fancy. We're off of 1950s IMS radio network style.
I don't know if we were good at our jobs, that'd be pretty sweet. But we've got Ethan Quarter on the track right now. Am I saying that right? We got Ethan here. He's coming down the front straightaway. See what the warm-up lap here is.
So green flag is out.
47.4 on the warm-up lap. Let's see what he's got now. The car's wound up. Looked a little tight coming off of turn number 1 there. Speed's kind of down. Speed's down through the center. 185 on exit. Not quite what you're looking for. Let's see what he's got at the end of the back straightaway here.
Yeah, Ethan used up one of his attempts earlier in the day and was provisionally 42nd overall. So he's only got one more attempt after this one. He gets really, really high down through turn number 3. So this is going to be probably not the best of laps to get it started, but we'll see what he's got. And he's kind of got that crab walking thing still going on with that car. 47,451. That is not enough. Gonna be enough.
Nowhere near this run shot at this point. Flat out not enough. I'm gonna go look at what the car's doing down the straightaway here. Yeah, it's crabbing a little bit. Not as aggressive as like a Parker Price Miller yesterday, but still, that car's crabbing. That's just Parker showed us yesterday. There's just not a lot of speed in that.
Oh, way tight. Oh boy, that was one of those that you just kind of wince and hope the thing doesn't get in the fence.
Again, big pucker here.
Yeah, Pucker Factor Zulu is engaged for Ethan Quarter on his second lap. 47,540, still not enough to make it into the qualifying field. So he's looking right now. He's going to be having to make some deals here later on this afternoon to try to build a technical alliance to try to get that thing sorted out, because right now he is not looking like he is going to make the Wicked Brands Fake 500 field.
He needs to be throwing some rear bar at this race car right now, because this thing is not good on exit. This is not good on exit at all. Again, tight off of 3.
But I can't really...
on the rumble strips, pushed him up the racetrack. Ugh.
And Peyton Grease already withdrawing his time, so he will be using his third attempt coming up here in the next few cars. So very early use of his waves here.
Peyton not wasting any time at all here getting through his runs today.
Yeah, Peyton's not wanting to wait around. He's just wanting to rip the Band-Aid off, so to speak, and either make it happen or not. That is a definite piece of the puzzle here. Ethan down on the apron again, super tight off.
A little better through 4 there that time, but still just not. I think the car's so tight, and he's scrubbing so much speed through the corner that it is just absolutely killing this run.
And here to talk with us over the next couple of runs is a man that your last year's pole sitter this year will start inside of row number 2, Mr. Brian Blackford. How are you doing today, my friend?
Hey, doing good. Just got done watching the F1 race and watching you guys at the same time, so there's plenty to keep up with.
That's an open wheel day for one of you NASCAR guys, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. I've been getting more into F1 last few weekends, and it's been really exciting. And this is always a nail biter. Yesterday was really fun to watch at the end. I'm glad I had no part in the drama.
Yeah, I think that's that I think a lot of people was echoing those comments as Aiden Beerline is out on his second attempt of the day. Why are these guys using up attempts early? We were talking about this yesterday. It looks like he's getting ready to complete his warm-up lap. 46.7, so he's going to definitely have to pick it up. But in years past, it was you wanted the track as cold as humanly possible. This year, it seemed like it didn't really like to be at that 100-degree. It either wanted to be way hotter or way cooler. What changed? What changes did you see with the tire model that they adjusted? What differences has that made from you guys' approach?
Yeah, it's a big difference. Obviously, the tire pressures are the big thing. They got unlocked so we can pump up the tires a little bit. And overall, it just feels like the car might be a little bit more forgiving on the limit. But, there's a lot of challenges that come along with that, too. And it's going to make the race way more challenging, too. We're going to have a lot of people in the mix. But, yeah, it's weird. Yesterday, Corey Carpenter was he's my teammate, and we ran the same setup, and I went out at about 98-degree track temp, I think, and I think Corey ran a little bit better line than I did, kept it lower off the turn because he had that extra grip with the new tire, and then I think Corey went out at 111-degree track temp, so that seemed to do all right.
Have you noticed anything with practice? Are we, before we saw tire wear before, but it was kind of, I don't want to say artificial, but it wasn't what you would expect in a normal NASCAR race or modified race or whatever it may be. His beer line 46.837, 192.156 miles an hour for his second lap. Not trending in the right way, so he's going to have one more attempt this afternoon to try to get himself into the field. But if you noticed anything, are we going to see now before it was always you had to pit for fuel. That was the main thing, pit for fuel. Are we going to see some tire fall off, do you think, this year? And guys really having to be more aggressive on taking pit stops when normally they wouldn't?
Yeah, you very well might. To be honest, I've been focusing on qualifying trim mainly, and made quite a few improvements to the setup from last year in Q trim. We've done some race runs, but nothing close to a full fuel stint. So I don't know for sure when those tires start to give and when you must pit. So I'm assuming we're gonna have to change several sets of tires throughout the course of the race, and when you do that and how much time you give up and when you give up that time is all going to be really important, and I got to figure out that strategy. Hopefully I can work well with the people starting around me, and we can have a clean start. And I'm excited.
Yeah, checkered flag for Aiden Beerline finishing his run starter up there, 192.231 miles an hour. That's actually not going to move him at all. He's going to stay 38th overall. And Andrew Weining's now out onto the racing surface. Yeah, I'm interested to see how the race is going to unfold, because before, it's been, if your tank gets below about 5 gallons, these things start getting real hairy in race trim. So I'm hoping that we see some more traditional style Indy racing where it comes down to pit stops and things of that nature. So it's going to be I think it's going to be a pretty epic event, hopefully once again, and hopefully we can have a finish like last year. You haven't had too much luck in the races, but you've always qualified well.
Yeah, I think 2 years in a row I've just had a big wreck in front of me off of turn 2, and it's really hard to miss these things when they start spinning. And I'm confident in this year. I think I can really make it to the end and have a great result. I just want to make it to the end this year. That's all I want. I feel like I've done everything I can do in qualifying and had some good success, but I want to finish one of these things, and maybe this is my year.
Third time's the charm.
Yeah, should be fun. But yeah, we got a lot of work to do on the race trim set, and just looking forward to having a solid 500 miles. I'm going to take it easy if I have to, and I think we'll see a lot of better handling cars later in the run. So that should promote some green flag racing.
Well, and I think that's the I know when we were coming up with this concept and ideas, Weinings finishes his first lap 46.747, somewhat tracking there to try to get himself a little bit better, but still not going to be enough to get him into the show completely. It's just going to be depending on how much his car falls off here over this run. But one thing that we really wanted to see was we wanted to see a good 60-70 lap run where we saw some green flag pit stops and things really shuffling around. I think truthfully this is probably the most competitive year we've had so far, at least in qualifying of guys that can make the field, and the quality of cars is just gets better and better every time that we do this, as guys refine setups and things like that. Hoping we can see some long green flag runs, some really long green flag runs, and see some live green flag pit stops, and mix it up a little bit and see what can happen in the race.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it for sure. I've tried to get a couple buddies to sign up, and they were excited too. So I'm glad people are starting to realize how awesome this event is, and the tradition and everything, the pageantry and all that. So I do have to get going here.
Yeah,
but I can come back.
Anytime you want to, you're more than welcome. We know you got to get going, but thanks for coming in and talking with us for a couple minutes.
Yeah, you guys have a great rest of your broadcast. I'll be tuned in, so I'm going to keep track of that bubble time.
We'll see you, Brian, and good luck to Brian on race day.
One thing we did mention, I put it in the press box chat. They didn't want to talk about it, but I think it's one of the cooler parts of the event. I got to give a checkered flag command here.
Checkered flag.
We're going to have pace laps this year.
Yeah, that is, and actually, before we go into that, 862 Weinings completes his run 192.302. Not going to be enough to put him into the show. Provisionally puts him 36th overall, from what it looks like, if my math is correct. It looks like Peyton Grease, final attempt of the day, the first final attempt of the day that we have. Yeah, the pace laps deal I think is actually pretty cool. We can actually do true pace laps now.
Well, I think in years past, we were so focused on trying to get everyone 3 wide, get spacing and stuff, and all in one lap. So no one really had time to kind of think about what was going to happen. Now, this year, they're going to have a full lap in single file. Then they're going to get in 3 wide formation. They're going to do a whole pace lap in 3 wide formation, and then they're going to go green. So I think there's a little bit more time there that's going to marinate with some of these guys, and it's kind of going to get those feelings pumping before the green flag.
Yeah, and that's one thing, you know, that we've always had guys that have ran at Indy before. The Clausen said it after he ran. If he ran in, you didn't really understand the magnitude of it until race day. And once you saw it on race day, that's when things really started to come into play. So being able to add those pace laps in, that's just a very, very big piece. But I believe Baden's got somebody else. As Peyton Grease finishes lap number 1 at a 46.716. Not going to be enough right now, but that's a pretty good start. So hopefully he can get himself up on the ball a little bit more. And as this is his final attempt, his last chance to make the Wicked Brands Fake 500. But Baden, who do you got?
I don't know. We might save that here for a little bit. Get through a couple of these cars we got here. He can hold off just a minute, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. I spoke out of turn.
We still got a lot of day left here and a lot less cars than we did yesterday. So,
yeah, Peyton Grease using up his third and final 46.759. Not going to be enough for 192.476 miles an hour. Got to be above 192.565 in order to make it in. So he's right on that cusp right now, 192.564. So if he runs 2 more laps in a very low 7, he will bump his way into the field. But one more attempt for Peyton, and otherwise he will be the first driver officially relegated to the Crescent Donut Patriot 100 that will be run on Tuesday evening. Which, if you know anything about Indy, when they ran the Freedom 100 on Carb Day, we basically just decided we need to do that as well. But best thing to do is the same kind of car, but use the 34th on back starters. So if you've made a qualifying attempt through this weekend and weren't in the top 33, you still get a chance to race and win a little bit of cash. And biggest thing, Kevin Click took advantage of it the first year, alternate spots. That's absolutely the biggest thing. It doesn't guarantee you a spot in, but if somebody, let's say, drops out, or we've seen it a couple times where I think last year somebody had it where they were supposed to start in like the top 15 and computer malfunctioned or something, and they weren't able to race. So anything can happen, but we're going to have 33 starters on Thursday, that's for sure. But Peyton Grease, white flag or checkered flag is out. He is out of the Fake 500, 192.464 miles per hour. So unfortunate for Peyton, the dirt racer that just not going to get a chance, unfortunately, to race in the Fake 500. But hats off to him for making that attempt in order to try to get into the field.
That seemed a little bold of him to go burn through all these runs this early, because you're not really going to make a lot of swings at it in a short amount of time between the end of his last run and this run.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think, if you went out and the track was 99 or 100 degrees, the second attempt I can get. If you made some setup changes and you feel like those were the right way to go, go out and do that. But your third attempt, you've got to make darn sure that that's exactly where you need to go. So, maybe a little bit of inexperience on Peyton's part. But at the same time, you kind of do what you need to do.
And playing the games, that takes some learning. There's definitely a learning curve because, me and you, we see Little 500 every year. So we get a good dose of the games. So we get to see that here. Some of these guys aren't used to that, and it's not something they're familiar with. Because that's half the battle come bump day is playing the game and playing it right.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we go to Anderson for the Little 500 every May, it's the same kind of thing. And, we joke about the Hampton lap, as Giles runs way low down in there in turn number 2, 46.94, 191.734 miles an hour. for his first lap, going through 3 and 4 now in order to complete his last one, or his second attempt. But we see that every year of, in the first year that we did the little 500, we sat on the bubble for close to an hour and a half, and there is nothing more nerve-wracking than being basically stuck there, because you can't withdraw your time because you're still in the show. So you're just basically waiting, having the car ready to go, waiting to get bumped from the field, and hope you've got enough time to hurry up, get to the end of pit lane, and go. As we see, actually, Jacob Mann now withdrawing his time, declaring for his second run of the day. So there's Jackson Steele, a lot of guys coming up in the chute, Quarter, Steele, Mann, getting ready to come out. So bump day is this last little bit is going to be pretty insane to get in. I think as far as guys that are able to get qualified, like we haven't seen Kyle May yet today, so he still has 3 attempts, and there's a few others. Ryan Hergott, his 2 teammates are actually, or 2 of his teammates are sitting up in the 19th and 21st spot, so that car definitely has the speed to get himself into the show. Michael Berthet had speed, but we have not seen him yet today. So I'm not sure if he's coming back or not. Nick Cohan we have not seen yet. Ryland Gray almost won the Patriot 100 last year. So it's definitely there's a lot of guys still going, but it's going to be nerve-wracking for that bottom 4 right now. Even really bottom 5, Mashburn, Stewart, McMahon, Landis, and Stone.
So you mentioned Kyle. Fun story on him this morning. He had to get up, go to work. There was some sprint cars to be built there at DRC. And he's been talking to Joe Devin about this all week. I think Joe Devin actually kind of finds this pretty neat, which I find awesome. He's been going back there talking to Joe's dad, who was at Indy around this time. And he was telling Joe this morning, he was like, yeah, I missed it yesterday, just a little bit off. It wasn't quite there. Bump days today. I don't know. Because he wasn't sure what time it was going to be. He was like, I don't know if I'll have time to run today. It is what it is. It sucks. And Joe said, well, hell with that. Why don't you go home later and you go put that thing in the show. Make the race.
Attaboy to Joe Devin, because
Joe Devin is in on this.
I like it. Joe Devin's Joe Devin's telling you to take off work in order to go. But Giles Chatelain finishes up his run 191.520. Does not improve. 42nd overall. He has 1 attempt left. Ethan Quarter out there on his 3rd and final attempt of the day. So still with about 2 hours and 45 minutes left of qualifying here on Carbon Safety Technologies Bump Day. He is getting ready to go. He's already out on the racetrack. His 3rd attempt is ready to go. 47.452. And that car is still way too tight. Way too tight.
Not terrible speed down the straightaway. Not awful. It could use more, but it's just when you kill that exit with how tight the car is. And when the car's so tight, you got to hold it down the racetrack. You're having tons and tons of speed, and that just kills your run down the back straight. Truthfully, for what his exit speed is, where he's getting the car wound out to, he's not doing bad. Ethan Quarter moving off of turn number 4. He touches the wall there. That's not going to be good. Going to have to hope that it didn't tweak the car there. Let's see what he's got. 47.492. Nowhere near enough. Nowhere near enough for Ethan. That car's just not happy. Probably needs trimmed out. Tight again. Almost gets the wall off of turn number 2. Not what you're looking for. off a 3, almost gets the wall again. He is just, he's right there. He's not sparing any racetrack, but that car is just not happy. Does not want to turn 47, 4, 5, 6. That's what we got on the speed charts when they pop up. 189.649 mile an hour. That's just not quite enough here. That is just not going to cut it. He moves into turn number 3 here. Ooh, turn number 4 onto the front straightaway.
Checkered flag.
There's a checkered flag for Ethan Porter. With a 4-lap average of 189.662 miles an hour. He currently sets 43rd on the speed chart. That will relegate him to the Patriot 100. Ethan Porter through all 3 of his runs this afternoon. Jackson Steele on the racetrack, another one of those guys balancing between the broadcast and this. He has been extremely busy. On his warm-up lap. Off her number 4 here, coming to the green flag. Jackson Steele off into turn number 2 here. Looked like he got in a little low on entry. He's coming off the corner about the middle of the racetrack. Moves down the back straightaway here. Car's got decent speed, little low on entry again. Car looks fairly stable. He's getting down to the bottom, well up off the corner, still leaving about a lane up to the wall is Jackson Steele. He comes down to complete his first lap. 46.755 for Jackson Steele. That's going to be 192.493 mile an hour.
Yeah, that's not what he's wanting to see, which I'm sure that that's not making Hank overly confused or overly thrilled either, because I know they're teammates and probably working on the same setups. But unfortunately not going to be enough to put himself into the fake 500 right now.
Down the front straightaway, finishes second lap here, 46.792, an average speed of 192.340 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's just, it's not gonna cut it. I mean, he's right now basically still sitting in about the 34th spot. And this is his second attempt, so he's gonna have one more on the day to try to get himself back into the fake 500 field. But every car that clicks off, oh no!
Crash turn 3.
Oh no, Jackson Steele.
Jackson Steele in the wall on the north end of the racetrack.
And that thing just got down to the point where it was down into the got down onto the rumble strips, and it just absolutely snapped around on him.
Time to get the T car.
Yeah, the T car is getting ready to get, but that crew's had a lot of work. They've had to put another engine into Hank Silver's car. Now they're going to have to pull the T car out.
Putting an engine in Hank's car. We got a T car. They're running the broadcast.
If they did it like we would do it, Baden, they took the good motor out of the T car to put it into Hank's car that he blew up. So now they got to change motors out of the car he just crashed and put it back in the T car.
Yeah,
busy day for those boys. But Jacob Mann now out onto the racing surface for his second attempt of the day. His car has not looked happy at all this entire run, or this entire weekend, so should say. But his second attempt, we're going to see what he can do here as he's on his warm-up lap now. Oh boy, big push. Big push out of there. Huge lift. So good thing that was the warm-up lap. You can get yourself into trouble that way. Just hopefully he doesn't have that happen in the next couple of laps. Actually, and now we were trying to talk to him earlier. He was gone probably, if I had to guess, watching the Vikings game. Aaron Ralphs, how's it going, my friend?
Oh, it's going good. Can you hear me this time?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. It's going good.
Yeah, you last couple of years have made some pretty valiant attempts to get into the field. Now sitting currently in 20th, I would say you're pretty solid into the field this year. How's that? How's the nerves today on bump day rather than years past?
A little bit more confident. I got to give a shout out to Keith Jeffries. He really helped me out last night in a big way, so I really appreciate that. So I was a little bit more confident than previous attempts. So, but still a little nervous. So I probably lost a little time that way. But
hey, the most important thing is just getting into the field. Once Brian Blackford talked earlier. That he was expecting the race to be a little bit different this year than in years past, and I believe that to be true with the tire model. Ooh, man gets real loose coming off the corner. 47.016. I will say that's a big pickup over what he had last time.
He's fast, but just all over the racetrack.
Yeah, not very smooth right now, so he's going to have to iron that out before he on his third and final attempt of the day. Yeah, Aaron, I was glad to see you get qualified in pretty solidly today. It's like I said, it's been a couple years. I know last year you were pretty heartbroken and really wanting to run the race. Glad to see you finally doing it this year, man. It's been good to see. I've been following you on Twitter for a little while and seeing some of your. As a Bears fan, I have to say NFC North. We have a rivalry, but on racetrack we're good. Oh no. Jacob Mann spins off of turn number 2. Oh, that effectively ruins the run. So that will be Jacob Mann's second attempt on the day. I think he's going to finish the run out just to maybe get a few more practice laps. But unfortunately, that will be the end of Jacob Mann's qualifying attempt number 2. So he'll have one more left on the day. But what other stuff have you been running, Aaron? I know you've been on iRacing for a while, but for those that don't know, what other stuff have you been running into?
As far as on the racetrack?
Well, I run into everything on the racetrack when I race, but what other series and everything do you run? What other disciplines on the service?
I'm a big open wheel guy, so
all around again in the wall.
And then I like to do what I call mood lighting when the stock cars go to Daytona and Talladega. That's always fun. But yeah, I usually do pretty much open wheel, road, and oval.
Well, I like to. That's the one thing I do like about this race. I know a lot of like the e-racer events that we see that they do the stock car stuff. Blackford runs his hard to drive races. It's predominantly all NASCAR guys that run them. Or from what I've seen, it's a lot of the guys in the NASCAR community that run from the service or run on the service. This sort of race is kind of open to everybody. We've got dirt guys. We've got IndyCar guys or open wheel guys that run road courses like yourself, NASCAR guys like Blackford and Carpenter and those guys. Just good to see everybody coming together and running a race that's truly for everybody. That's what Indy was built on, and who has the fastest car and who's the best driver.
Yeah, I enjoy these kind of events, and especially this one. I'm like, oh, this is a good combo with this car, and I love Indianapolis, obviously. And it's a good challenge for everyone, for sure.
but we appreciate you coming back once again, and hopefully we'll be, definitely we got a few more hours left to go before the gun goes off, but, and actually it looks like, as we're saying, Kyle May got sent home from work, so Joe Devin told him to go get his butt in the show, and he's going to try to do it, and Rylan Gray enters into the server to get his 3 attempts for the day, we're in full swing in bump day, and you're being a part of it right now, but not on the end you want to be on. So good luck the rest of the day if you have to go out and make another attempt, and otherwise we will see you on Thursday.
Appreciate it. Oh yeah, one last thing. At least your Bears beat the Lions and didn't give them their first win, which the Vikings just did. So yippee-ki-yay on that.
Yeah, honestly, I was so upset that they won that game, because every game that they win, it's just one game closer to Nagy not getting fired. So, but I look forward to the day where I can actually talk smack to a Vikings fan or a Packer fan, and it's not, met with laughter in my face. So,
yeah,
good luck. Well, good luck to the rest of the week, and we will hope to see you on Thursday, and good luck, my friend.
Thanks. Sounds good. Thank you.
And but yeah, Aaron, good guy, really good guy. I like last year, honestly, like if you could hear a Twitch chat, his was just despair, like so upset that he missed the show. So good to see him in a lot better spot today. But got some heavy hitters coming up. As Andrew Weining's out on the racetrack now. This is his third and final attempt, 46.856. So not what he needs, 192.078 miles an hour.
I got a guy here we can talk to. He did some hero stuff yesterday. I'm going to drag him in here. Mr. Shay Paulo went out, did some hero stuff yesterday. Shay, you got us?
I got you. I got you on the big screen, and I got you in here now.
All right, we got the daddy, Shay Paulo, here talking to us. Shay, tell us about yesterday. That was pretty heroic.
Oh, man. Well, it started off not very good, right? Hitting 20-something or whatever I was, but what do we got? We got like 3 setups, and I tried the one that I hadn't used all week.
AJ Weining's backwards north end.
Oh no! And that was his third and final attempt. So Andrew Weining's not going to be into the fake 500 field. He's going to be relegated to. The Patriot 100 on Tuesday. And then as his teammate and Shay's teammate, Kyle May, rolling out. Tough for AJ. Tough to see, but he'll start in the back of the Patriot 100 on Tuesday. Anyway, go ahead, Shay. Your roller coaster of a day.
Yeah, well, I could see him getting the rumble strips there, and as someone who did that in practice a few times, I know what that does to these cars, and it kind of turns it into an airplane once you get off the corner, and it looks like that's what happened. The rear end kind of just comes up off of you and spins you around. But like I said, the setups, I'm sure that Kyle and AJ are on the same thing I'm on right now that I was on yesterday, that second run, but it's a handful. I'll tell you that much. That first one, it's got a little bit more planted, but obviously a little bit slower. So we switched over to the one I hadn't tried at all for that second run, and then made a really good pass on the warm-up lap, and I was like, oh, that was faster than I've been earlier in the day. So I had a pretty good feeling going into lap 1. Didn't feel good on laps 2 and 3. I mentioned that to you guys yesterday. I think I left a little bit of speed out there because my lap 4 was faster than those 2 laps. So it felt like, hopefully, if that's any indication for what it's going to be like under green flag on Thursday, that we might got something pretty good underneath us for that 200 laps.
Green flag out for Kyle May, 46.744 for his warm-up lap. So he's going to have to find a couple tenths in order to make it into the field. But again, this is his first attempt of the day, so he's going to have 2 more after this if for some reason this one doesn't make it in.
He's not looking bad. He's not looking bad at all, though.
No, he's actually the old girlfriend must have given him a motivational speech or something like that after after last night this morning.
Pocket.
Had to. But Kyle actually rolling around there pretty good, hitting his apexes where he needs to. So Joe Devin might have told him, if you don't make the field, you're fired.
Joe Devin or the old lady, one of them gave him a pick-me-up here.
Well, I think he's right there in that kind of optimal track temp, right? You guys talked about that earlier, that it seemed like there was like a range that it just seemed like it was better than too hot and too cold. I went out and it was 97 degrees or something like that on my second run, and it just felt a lot more planted with the sun out than it did with it, cloud cover. So I don't know, it's kind of strange that I heard you guys talking about the tire model and stuff earlier with Brian and those guys, but I mean that's a little bit more scientific than I can get with these cars. That's a expertise for Baden to talk about, but yeah, I mean you could see Kyle, like, he wiggled a little bit on that lap before there, and it's a little sketch going through there and coming out of the corner. It's so light, but it's fast if it gets, if you can get it stuck down on that white line.
Well, and as you see actually on you guys' screen, live track temp, air temp, wind speed, direction, all of it plays into a big factor. We don't really talk about weather too much on race day, at least as constantly, but weather is one of the biggest deciding factors. In qualifying here, because we saw it the last couple of years. Track temp really this year has made a difference, but it's not necessarily been a difference in speed. It's been a difference in how your car handles. Where in years past, if it was cold, the track was just faster. Now it seems like you have to have a setup for a 100-degree track, 105-degree track, a 90-degree track, which is definitely more realistic to what real life is, especially on the pavement. But Kyle, 46.905, so this is not going to be enough. 192.078 is his current average. So he's currently sitting right around the 41st position. So he's going to have to find some speed, mainly just with probably dry. Honestly, in the words of a past runner, James Tiernan, just drive gooder. That's realistically, if I think as far as it looks, the setup is there. It just comes down to driving it the way that it needs to. And Shay, you've not run. You're a dirt guy through and through. You're Dirt Pro Series guy. Been on that series for a couple of years. Run up front in a lot of league races. Not run a lot of pavement stuff. This place is a rectangle with every corner is the same. But can you speak to how they drive totally different?
Well, it's funny because you talked about weather, and on dirt we might look at track temp. On here, it's if you don't look at it, you're kind of out to lunch. Here, it's one line. If you hit it, you hit it. If you don't, sorry. Dirt, you can move around. Find where the grip kind of develops throughout the night and go to it. Here it's plant those left side tires on that white line and don't miss it every time you go around those 4 corners. But again, the weather thing. Kyle, just an extremely unfortunate run there. The track started like at 98 or 99 and went to 101 during those 4 laps. So that's just stuff you don't have to worry about on dirt. The track temp's going to change a little bit, and it's going to develop differently, obviously, as wind picks up or things like that. But here it's just so much more important because you've got one line you've got to hit every single time. You can't, the slick developed there or the wind picked up, let me go find different grip. No, it's find the bottom through the corner and stick that thing through the banking the entire time, and you don't have marbles and things to go hunt for.
Yeah, and Hank Silver actually, and Kyle May finishes up his run 192.030 miles per hour, sitting in 38th. Currently, he has used up one of his attempts. Hank Silver now on attempt number 2, starting his warm-up lap. So trying to get Hank's got wearing a bunch of different hats today, so I don't really, not making excuses for Hank, but his sole focus is not on the race car, and hopefully he can put it into the show here. But it's the iRacing service has definitely changed a lot. The tire model with this thing has been, I think, a lot better. I think we're going to see a lot better race this year than we have in years past. But it's always evolving. That's the nice thing about iRacing. They change things on the fly. Sometimes you have no idea what the changes are going to do until you go out and test them and test them and test them.
Yeah, just watching the last two runs here, the wind, I don't know which way is north. I know I hear Baden always say 3 and 4 is on the north side of the track.
3 and 4.
I would guess the wind is blowing across.
Blowing from the north, down the back.
Yeah, so going down in that headwind on the backstretch seems to be kind of the spot that we didn't have. I don't know if there was this much wind yesterday, but it's literally going from 6 to 9, like, every 30 seconds. So that's got to be playing a huge difference if you're going 6 miles per hour into the wind or 9 going down that backstretch. But seems like every time Hank gets going that way, it goes down to 6 and then picks back up to 9 going the other way. So I don't know. He looks like he's getting a pretty good luck so far.
46.726 first qualifying lap. That is a 192.612 miles an hour. That actually, if he can pull that off, this actually puts him in a pretty solid spot with not a lot of cars left. A lot of attempts still to go, but not a lot of cars left to run today. So Hank's in decent shape right now, as long as he can keep that up and there's not a lot of fall off. We saw Jackson Steele getting a little bit closer and closer and closer, but as a teammate to Hank. So this is going to be a really close run to see if he gets bumped in, if he can bump his way into the field. And that would put Clint Stone out, who's sitting there, but that's not the direction he's wanting to go. 192.296 miles an hour, 295, excuse me. So that moves him down to a 192.4, which is out of the field. That's how close we're talking. He was less than a tenth slower that lap, and that took him from potentially starting 29th down to outside of the top of the 33.
And the only difference on those 2 laps was 6 mile per hour wind down the backstretch the first time, and then 9 on that last lap. So that's how weird it is on pavement that it affects the car that much. I mean, that is a long straightaway. A 3 mile per hour wind is going to make quite a bit of difference, but just that much is enough to maybe lock you in or bump you out.
Well, and that's
at the same time, though, whatever you're getting down the back against you, you're going to get down the straightaway, the front stretch, helping you.
Yeah,
right.
Well, and
but
that's
it's fluctuating so much.
Well,
yeah,
that's the part. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the tricky part. Like, I mean, you're watching the wind. It went from 7 miles an hour to 8.8 or 8.1 down the back straightaway. Now it's starting to dip back down. The wind that's why I love this deal so much. I know some people absolutely despise it because it's weather random and all that sort of stuff, but that's what happens at Indy. I mean, we've seen guys that have gone out. Baden, you've seen just as much Indy as I have. Same thing with Zane, and Chris Wheeler's actually in the booth. He can attest to this because, like, this is his job.
He's seen more than any of us, really.
He has seen more than any of us, and Hank Silver finishes up his run. That is 35th, 192.383 miles an hour. So close. So close to getting himself into the field. But Giles Chastain is out onto the racing surface. This is his third and final attempt. So burning through him today pretty quick. But Wheeler, so tell us. I got the luxury one time, and yes, I'm tooting my own horn because it was awesome, and Rick Mears touched me on the shoulder, but that's a different story. I got to stand in turn 3 for Fast Friday, spotting for Jack Harvey. And it was literally the greatest experience of my life. Better actually than running a sprint car, which I never thought it would happen. I would ever say those words. But like, wind speed matters. Like, they look at the windsock all the time.
It's crazy. I don't really know how to describe it other than, I mean, I'll be up on the top of turn one, and the race engineer will get on the radio before the car ever gets to pit lane and say, "Hey, what do you think?" You know, we have a channel that that we talk to, just spotter channel. So the only people at Indy that are on this are the race engineer, the strategist, and the two spotters. And you know, I'll tell them about the flag. You know, I think it's kind of a difference in old school, new school. You know, there's two different types of spotters in general, and you know, I make a point that every racetrack we go to, I know the strength of their wind stock, right? Because they're different. It could be a 20-mile-an-hour stock, a 40-mile-an-hour stock. Baden stuff, you know, from flying your aeroplanes around, like different types of wind stock yield different results. And you know, Kansas Speedway used to have a 20-mile-an-hour wind stock. So in the things at full tilt, you're at least 20, but Indy on top of the scoring pylon is a 35-mile-an-hour wind stock. So I give those kind of updates, and then even when we're on track running, when I feel it shift, I can look over my back shoulder from turn one, and usually, you know, looking out to the west, southwest area, and I can see what's coming on the weather front, and it's like, hey, pit lane, by the way, your computer might not have caught up with this yet, but it's not getting any better.
So there's the news of the day for me that I just learned. I thought a windsock was a windsock. I had absolutely no clue, and I think Baden didn't have any idea either.
No, I knew, but here's the thing. I'm not, with flying airplanes, oddly enough, I'm not as worried about that, because when the windsock is fully torqued, I just say, all right, not today.
No, but it's funny. Baden, it's funny you say that, because, you know, back in the day when before we had the telemetry that we have now and the technology and the computers and everything, you know, I mean, there's stories, and they're true stories. You know, AJ would walk out of the garage and he'd look at the tree. There used to be trees on the south end of the racetrack, just south of the garage area, in that turn one snake pit area. And AJ would walk out of the garage and take a look at the trees and turn around and say, "Put it away. We're not going out."
Huh.
And that was it. It wasn't what's track temp, what's ambient temp. You know, what do we think grip levels are? You know, do we need to, you know, change a little percentage of COP, or maybe change the aero balance? It was, nope. I looked at the trees. I'm done.
But that's his baseline, though. If he would have ever tried to change it, he would have been out to lunch. He probably had those trees down to a science where he knew what he liked and what he didn't by what the trees were doing. If he ever changed, he'd be out to lunch.
It's funny, though, because last night I was texting with Parker Price Miller. I mean, I was stressed out, man. You guys, I wish I could explain to you the amount of emotions and stress and anxiety I had last night as we're trying to get through this qualifying procedure. I actually joined the session to watch it with our qualifying setup, so I could join. And I'm running Ghost Lap. Like, I wasn't gonna put my sim together because I got some new Fanatec gear that showed up when I was in Spain earlier in the week. And I wasn't gonna put it together because I wasn't gonna sit here and say, God, I wish I would have logged into race. So I thought, I'm gonna start taking out the box while I'm sitting here at the sim and just start, you know, building the quick releases and putting this together and changing the paddle shifters and just goofing off. And next thing I know, I'm in a mad thrash to get this thing bolted back together so I could jump on the computer, log in as a fan, and have similar track conditions as close as I can be to help these guys. And actually, I came up with a couple things that we used that did help us. But it's just so crazy, man. But I'm talking to Parker Price Miller as I'm stressed out, and he's like, holy cow, I can't believe the temperature and the wind and how bad it affects this thing. Is it like this in real life? And I was like, yeah, times 10.
Yeah, and as we were talking there, Giles Chatelaine, third attempt of the day, 191.730 miles an hour, not enough to get him into the show. But yeah, that was when I asked Connor Daly if he wanted to do this, he goes, "No, I don't want to do this. I'm stressed out enough during the actual month of May. Why would I want to do it twice?"
So I've been to the Speedway and been a part of a failed attempt. You know, we took James Jakester as a rookie, and hold on, I gotta pause this. So what I came up with last night that helped was something in the gearing. But before I move on any further, because I just got a text message from one of our thousands of viewers right now around the world, Justin Carey, who I work with in the IndyCar side. You know, we're teammates. He and I were texting last night back and forth, And I was honest with him, like, bro, we're dead. Like we're just, it's that agonizing, I hate this place. We cannot find the speed. And literally as Hergot, so I've got Hergot, Thomas Gold, and Trowbridge. Justin sends me a text. I mean, Hergot is literally about to click it into first gear on pit lane for his final run of the day, and he goes, setup is in Hergot's inbox. And I'm like, there's no way. Like Ryan was trying to figure out how to shut the car off on pit lane. Like, I'm not gonna ask Ryan at this point to, hey, upload this new setup you haven't ran, by the way, because you've only ran 4 laps in the last 72 hours. And by the way, you need to do this and this and this and this and this with the car and your bars and everything else. So it's too late at that point. So Justin's like, add me on Discord. So I bring Justin in the Discord. Ryan didn't make it on that attempt. But so that was actually our biggest thing. And I texted you, Billy, and I was like, hey, just hired another driver. It's welcome Justin Carey to the Wheeler Motorsports Consulting outfit. But he jumped up and gave the guys a setup. And actually the 3 of them ran this morning. As you guys can see, I mean, Trowbridge and Thomas Gold, they're at the top, end of today's qualifying runs. And Hergot had the speed. He just bent it, and then he had to go do his real job. But Hergot, as I told the guys in the group text, the boys and girls are back in the garage. I'll have that thing buttoned up in about 20 minutes so we can come out and make another run. Yeah,
that's. I will say this. I don't think for any racer, racers don't like jobs. That is 100% fact, and I don't know of a racer that does more work than Ryan Hergot.
Oh.
Because, dude, that guy, I sent him a text, or he sent me a text a couple years ago when actually Matt Hanninger with Wicker Brands was putting on a deal out in Pennsylvania as Jackson Steele. This is his 3rd and final attempt. So his warm-up lap, 46.633. So that's not a bad warm-up lap for Jackson. So he might have found something here these last little bit. Track temp coming down too. But he sent me a text. He was, hey, what's this? Are you going? I said, dude, that's in Pennsylvania. I'm not driving to Pennsylvania to literally run a sim race that I can do from home. He's like, no, dude, it'll be badass. Let's go. I'm like, no. He's like, I'll pick you up. All right, fine. We literally drove all through the night. Checked into the hotel at like 5 a.m, slept for a couple hours, went to the venue and raced and had a good time, and drove back that night. It was Ryan is a true racer through and through. Love him to death. He's a good dude. Roofco's always been a good supporter of us and our events, and we've always had a good time with Ryan. But yeah, I was he sent me a text last night and said, I didn't realize I was going to actually be like nervous for this. And
he was in Discord. He was just like he sounded like Dalton Kellett live streaming an IndyCar race. He just full heavy breath, like he was nervous about it. And then, I mean, it's cool. He's super good guy, super passionate. Love doing everything we do with him. And I don't even remember what track we were on there. Just talking to Parker Price and those guys, I think last night. But being nervous last night, man, this stuff's stressful. I've been there and not made the show with. I was telling you, James Jacobs' rookie year, poor kid never lifted on his final 4 laps, and it was heartbreak.
Yeah.
He literally, his final 4 laps, it was the wildest day. We lost an engineer from the year before. We struggled for speed. We had 2 cars looking on the outside, at 4 o'clock. Jake's dad said, how much do we have to pay Honda for a new motor? It's the motor. Typical dad stuff.
Yeah.
And they were like, here's the price. And he's like, do it. Well, we barely had enough people to field 2 cars. And
let alone chain an engine at 4 o'clock on bump
this
day.
is 2011. I know that because my dad was spotting for Dan Weldon, who eventually went on to win a second Indy 500 that year with Brian Herta Autosport and Sam Schmidt. And I was in turn 3 one day, and they were rushing something out for Dan. And somebody from Dan's team brought me a radio in turn 3. I'm with Dale Coyne Racing, and they said, hey, your dad told me to bring you this. He needs you to sign in to be the turn 3 spotter for a run.
And not to interrupt yet, but Jackson Steele on his 3rd attempt, currently he's ran a 74, a 73, and a 75, 192.528 average. He's on pace if he can do that. If he can run below a 75, he will bump his way into the field as he comes. Oh boy, That thing is ragged edge close. But last attempt, it's either put it in the show or crash the thing, bring it home in a box. But he had a really good 3 and 4. So if he can put together another 75 or better, he's in the show currently. 78, 192.486 miles an hour. Jackson Steele, 34th overall, missing. Oh boy, misses the start in his third and final attempt. Wow.
Oh, that's gut wrenching.
Yeah, that's
oh wow.
That is oh boy, gosh. Yeah, that's the worst part of this is bump day, is seeing the guys that you're out of attempts. You don't have any more chances. And like Aiden Beerline, he's got to find some speed. Hank Silver has to find some speed. Jacob Mann is on his second attempt. Hergott still has 2 more. Casey Miller has 2 more. Kyle May has 2 more. Broderick. There's still a few guys left that can go out and qualify. And actually, Ryland Gray is in the server, but he has not made an attempt yet. So I'm not sure if he's just he might just be kind of sitting around and laying in the weeds or taking a nap from getting back from Gateway last night. Yeah, Indy's a cruel, cruel mistress, man. It's one of my. It's kind of morbid, but one of my favorite memories from Indy was, and you probably remember it better than I do, but when Alex Tagliani missed the show, and ESPN or ABC had the camera on him while he was sitting in the car, and he's just putting his hands up, and you can see the tears running down his face because he didn't even get a chance to go back out and qualify.
Yeah, well, I mean, you think you look at that. Look at Jay Howard's rookie year when he was with Sarah Fisher.
Yeah.
So they're in. They're they're on the bubble. They're close. Something happens. They're in, but they pull their time to go faster. And it was just wild to me. Like something happened. Somebody crashed. I can't remember the whole situation, but he literally pulled himself out.
Yeah, it's and we've seen it here when it's done that. I mean, it's it's definitely an interesting place. But Shay, I know you got to get going. Final thoughts on your first Fake 500 experience?
Well, pretty excited that I didn't have to sit through this and sweat it out like all these guys are right now. You could probably hear the baby crying in the background, but that is what I want to say. I just want to say thanks to all you guys for putting this on and giving me a chance to run it with you guys. I know if it wasn't for this child, I wouldn't have been able to because of work, but I'm off for 3 months, so that's always cool. Big thanks to Baden for the setups and stuff that he's put together for all of us. Half the server probably has it by now, so everybody should get in today. And Zane for putting it all on, and my wife for being more mom than I have been dad the past few nights. So, yeah, that's really it. I can't wait for Thursday, for Wednesday too. I signed up for Kokomo, so trying to figure some things out in the cars that don't have wings. So that'll be fun. I might end up like a meme, like Baden was that one year, upside down going down the front stretch. But still one of the greatest Twitch clips of all time.
We've always had a good time with this stuff. Looking forward to the rest of the week. Looking forward to your first start in the Fake 500. Yeah, should be a good week, and good luck on Thursday, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
But Shay Paolo, the ballsy Brazilian, as we like to call him every now and then, even though he is definitely not Brazilian, he just kind of looks like it. So he's been a good supporter for us for a long time. Shay's actually one of the OG elbows up SimSport guys that ran mainly dirt and kind of convinced him to come over to the dark side a little bit and run a little bit of pavement with us. So yeah, always a good time. We have a lot of fun, and all the boys work together on this stuff really well, and we It's always been fun.
Well, Shay, he had that kid. What's that been? A month ago now?
It was 2 days before the first pro race for the World of Outlaw deal. So they
like
literally discharged from the hospital. He came home, took like a 4-hour nap, and then got on the sim. so ran the first pro race of the year. So
we'll have a late model for the kid here in no time.
Yeah, for him,
he's getting to be that age.
Yeah, he's about 3 weeks old. Time to put him in a go-kart, so that way they can start pushing for sponsorship money and get him into a quarter midget by the time he's 6 months old. That's what it seems like it's going to.
I'm sure the budget will only be about $100,000.
Yeah, $100,000 for the first 3 months, and then after that, it's about $350 after that.
Well, that's only after we evaluate your kid.
Yeah, yeah. Which that also costs $100,000 just to have the evaluation done. Yeah. Man, I went through. I didn't go through the Road to Indy program or things like that, but my racing background. I started off in go-karts. My brother raced shifter karts nationally, and it was just kind of. We had a yard cart around the house, and Dad was like, "You're going to kill yourself if you keep doing this," because it was the mid '90s where we still didn't wear helmets and stuff, and got a go-kart, my brother's recommendation, and we went and raced, and I got good enough. In '98, we had a really good year, as Kyle May actually is out onto the racetrack now for his second attempt. 46.844, not going to be a good warm-up lap, but we've seen some guys with some shaky warm-up laps get faster throughout the run. But yeah, we started racing go-karts, and by the time that, 98 rolled around, it was... We've done everything we needed to do in go-karts that we could afford. So it was just, what do we do? And had a couple guys up there that owned, they had a couple of old Skip Barber cars that we ran and tested. I think one of them was a F2000 car. We ran a couple times, and I was like, this is actually kind of legit. And then we found out the price tag of it and was like, nope, we're going to go dirt racing instead. Because that number you just gave me to run a series that nobody watches is atrociously high. So...
Well, I had a parent 2 months ago come to me and asked me a question, and they said, "Hey, we're leaving karting, and we want to go straight to the Road to Indy. I've got money. Just be honest with me. What am I going to spend to get my kid to IndyCar?"
Oh, God!
It's a 7-year process, and let's just say you have an average kid, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, Oliver Askew, Kyle Kirkwood, David Malukas. They went through Renus BK. They went through, actually, maybe Malukas didn't, but the other three went through the Road to Indy in 3 years. I think when Oliver Askew got the IndyCar, it was the 52nd start in a car from go-karts.
Yeah, if you got it, you got it.
But a 7-year plan at $10 million at current market rate.
Yeah, it's just, and there's really not a way to fix it. I know in Europe they talk about how their ladder system is so much better,
but here's the problem
this and that, but it's just as expensive over there as it is here.
So here's the problem with even over there. Right now they say, "Oh, it's a driver academy." That's great. That's great. If you don't think these kids in F2 that are a part of an official driver academy didn't pay to be there.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's and you can see that from
Lance Stroll's dad bought an entire F1 team and an automobile manufacturing company.
Yeah.
At least Latifi's dad just strokes the check.
Yeah. Well, and Kyle May's second attempt on the day, 46.911 his third lap, 191.853 miles an hour. This isn't going to be enough to move him up the board. He's still going to be around 40th, but we'll see what this last lap does. And he's got one more attempt, or Joe Devin might have to beat him with a stick on Monday morning when he gets back into the shop. But yeah, money's always been involved with everything. We know money's involved in sprint car racing. It's involved in midgets. It's involved in everything, and it has to. But you talk to some of the old timers and that have been around for decades, and some of them almost centuries, that it's not really that much different than it was 30-40 years ago.
Yeah,
it's all really the same thing. It's just the number value has increased.
Well, that's just it. You look at it and it's not cheap, right? You think about just the personnel that you're taking to the road. let's look at it a race weekend for an Indy car on an oval. Or a road course for that matter, because on the spotter side, I go to every single event. So you're talking, you've got this is per one entry. You have 2 truck drivers, you have 4 mechanics, you have 4 engineers. Okay, you're now at what, 10 people. Now you've got, I would say, 4 floaters that just kind of do different things. Your couple in your management, a spotter. You've got a PR person. If you have guests and sponsors and clients coming in, you've got, each one of those people can handle about 2-3 accounts depending on the size of the sponsorship or partnership account. So now you're adding layers. So you think about airplane tickets, you think about per diem, you think about hotel rooms, rental cars. I mean, you're spending a small you're spending on a weekend in expenses. You're spending an average Central Indiana resident's salary.
Oh, absolutely. I remember years ago, somebody, Ken Schrader, one of the people that worked at the go-kart track with us, was a comptroller for the NASCAR team that he was working for, or that he was driving for. And there, as Ryan Hergott, actually, your boy, making his second attempt of the day. We were talking about expenses and things like that, and just kind of everybody was sitting around talking, and Dad said, because we were starting to run more national races with the go-karts and that, and Dad was like, man, it's, this was in 1998, and it was $4,000 just to run the go-kart for the weekend, and no prize money, and that was on a low budget deal. I mean, and that woman looked at us and she goes, I know it's a different deal, but she's like, I wish we could get through a race weekend on $4,000. And she said, we'll spend $25,000 just on tires in the weekend. And it's just, it's a money game, but I think that's what, but I think that's the good thing though about iRacing in general, is the guys like me that can't really afford to do it anymore, I can do whatever I want on here, and if I crash the thing, I just go to bed.
Yeah.
So you still get the competitive juices flowing. I understand why a lot of the real guys don't necessarily enjoy it, because it's not the same thing.
Well, I can tell you Rosenquist wanted to run. It was just simply scheduling. He's been back in Europe for a good part of the off season. And he's actually flying back. I think he's in the air today or tonight. He was flying from Monaco to Sweden yesterday or something, and then Sweden to the States today or tomorrow, and then he's got stuff. And he's like, dude, I can't commit the time. And I was like, I get it, but he was interested in doing it for sure. He's doing the European Le Mans series.
Oh, okay.
The Sim series there with a couple other guys that are pretty good, and they ran Nürburgring.
Can I hire him as a ringer for our night driver for the Daytona 24 Hours?
Maybe. I'll get you in touch with his management.
Yeah. Let me know what his manager says.
No, it's definitely fun. A lot of the guys enjoy it. I'll be honest, when COVID hit, right, and people felt like that big push happened. With Trowbridge, who's obviously here with us in here, he and I ran the AJ Foyt iRacing team.
I gotcha. Hergott actually has some speed here.
Yeah, boy.
46,677. So we've got ourselves a contender here. 192.814. He was showing 200 miles an hour at the flag stand.
Good mark.
Yeah,
that's a good mark.
That's a great mark to have. But again, looking at that wind speed, 9 miles an hour down the back straightaway. So, but as he gets through the corner, it's starting to dissipate. So it's all helping him out. He's just got to put 3 more laps together.
He's just got to not bin it. And I'm nervous right now because he's not going to have the Domino's car come Thursday. Granted, hopefully he gets in this thing. We've got some cool liveries that we'll bring out for the race, and I just really want him to get in. And I know he's put in the time and the effort to make that happen. I'm just like, this stresses me out right now watching this because he felt bad. He felt like, oh man, I'm sorry, that sucked. I binned it, on my first attempt earlier. I'm like, yeah, but you had the speed. Yeah, you can do this. Head down. It wasn't clear eyes, full heart. You can't lose. So
Always with the Friday Night Lights quotes.
Come on.
Texas. Yeah, Zane, big Texas guy now. Came from Ohio, moved to Texas. Big
dropped
Texas
down a
guy.
little bit there on lap 2.
Yeah, 146.75. Right now, though, that's still going to put him into the field. If he doesn't drop down too much more, if he can run 6s and low 7s, oh no. Oh boy, Ryan, hang on to it. Maverick in the helmet's hoping he doesn't have to launch the ejection seat because Goose ain't going to make it another one. But 192.4. Yeah, very, very close. 46.777. This is one of the more dramatic runs of the day. But he got through 1 and 2 really nice. Really, really nice. Down the back straightaway.
Oh my goodness.
Like it's nerve-wracking. It's just oh boy. He got through 3 pretty good.
Come on, kid.
No!
Oh
no!
Oh
my goodness. He was on pace to put himself right around the 28th or 29th spot. So Ryan Hergott, oh no.
We've got our Jigger Royce Award winner there, I think.
Yeah, that might be the leader in the clubhouse for the Jigger Royce Award. But he's still got one more attempt. He's got that major speed. He's shown it. Just gotta harness it. That's the that's heartbreaking. That is absolutely heartbreaking.
I'm texting him right now, telling him calm down. Don't make your third attempt right now. Just take a breather. I'm gonna get him in the right Discord channel because he was in my Discord. He's not in the team Discord, that group that we have right now in the event Discord. And get him in there. Oh my goodness. You know, Tim's in there. I think Justin Carey's probably gonna jump in there. If I can get Ryan in there, they can kind of talk him through this thing. Oh no, I'm so heartbroken. However, I can tell you, if one of our guys does not make the show, I doubt we'll be doing what we did in 2011 when we didn't make the show, which was Club Rio. So, dang it, I'm frustrated, sad, I'm angry, I'm hurting. This stuff's intense.
Yeah, Wade is asking in Facebook chat right now. Time left. It is 5:11 Eastern time. Gun goes off at 7 p.m. So got about an hour and 50 minutes, Wade, for you to be sitting there waiting. I know there's been a few guys that have already used up their 3 attempts. I fully expect we'll see Hergott back out. Kyle May probably will be out for another run. I know some guys are sitting in the server waiting to see if they're going to get bumped. Ryland Gray is another one that we have not seen yet. So he's still got about an hour and 45 minutes to make an attempt. But yeah,
typical Justin Carey texting me. Don't worry. If he doesn't get in, we've got a ride available.
Yeah, that is Justin Carey has made a career out of doing some pretty dramatic stuff on qualifying days to put himself into the field and then immediately being able to sell the ride because I think the first year he had something come up with family, and then the next year it was, I can't remember what it was, but I was like, "You're seriously selling it again?" He goes, "Yeah, I kind of have to," and then that was pretty much it. So it's been a roller coaster for him. But just to kind of give you guys a rundown again, you can see it on the ticker above. But Timothy Trowbridge, fastest of the day at a 192.993 miles an hour. Aaron Rouse, Thomas Gould, Mitchell Hunt, Steven Rogers, Parker Price Miller, Mason Hannigan. Parker's probably paced through a carpet at this point, I would imagine. Gary Corley, Scott King, Wade Fields, Garrett Mashburn, Jeffrey Stewart, Braden McMahon, Tyson Landis, and Clint Stone currently in. Jackson Steele, Peyton Grease on the outside looking in. Hank Silver at 36th. He has one more attempt left on the day. Ryan Broderick and Daryl Winiger They both have 2 attempts left in 37th and 38th. Aiden Beerline also has 1 attempt left. Same with Kyle May. Curtis Miller has 2 attempts, which he's one of the ones that I really think will be back later on again today to try to get a little bit more speed out of that thing. Got 2 more attempts, might as well use them. Giles Chatelaine and Ethan Corder, those 2 both have used their attempts, 42nd and 43rd. Matthew Erdman and Casey Miller, they both needed to find some pretty major speed. They are in 44th and 45th. Ryan Hergott, who we just saw, that's pretty much about it for that one. He's got 1 more attempt on the day to try to make it in. And then Jacob Mann and Andrew Winings. Andrew Winings unfortunately crashed on his last attempt on his 3rd lap. So, yeah, it's been a not as busy of a day as we somewhat normally have, but he's been it's been a pretty busy afternoon. We got about, like I said, 1 hour and 45 minutes left of stress for these guys that are sitting in those 30th, 31st, and 32nd, 33rd positions. So Clint Stone really the one that's got to be on the ball, because the minute one of these guys that we think might be able to do it, he's got to get ready to go. So business will pick up here shortly, kind of that lull that we always seem to get. But yeah, it's been a good weekend so far. And while I'm thinking of it, Chris Wheeler, we've talked about it a couple times before. He's the owner of Carbon Safety Technologies and also Wheeler Motorsports Consulting. Hank Silver says in chat, the last time I was this stressed about anything was bump day last year.
Followed with, I hate everything.
Yeah, so it's, this is but huge thanks to you guys, Chris, for helping us out and coming on board. I know you're a racer like the rest of us and enjoy doing some crazy stuff, and I know Indy's near and dear to your heart, and pretty pleased to have you on board for it.
No, I'm pumped. Like when we first talked about it, like it was a no-brainer for me. I think what the sim world has done, and the platform, that iRacing has provided, is it helps a lot of people. I mean, let's be honest. Like, you guys might have a beer in your hand right now, but what else are we going to be doing right now? We're going to be drinking somewhere, so we might as well be putting our time to good use.
Absolutely.
But it allows us to be creative. It allows people an opportunity to actually get into the world of motorsports. And everybody talks the TJ Major story and things like this, but I mean, there's honest to goodness, people out there that have gotten a start, on the engineering side, on the PR side, things like that through iRacing. And so I love it. I think that, I don't know. I love this stuff personally. I know a lot of people are like, oh, what are you doing? It's iRacing. It's this, that. But like, personally, I think it's cool as hell. So
yeah, it's one of those things, that we've, I can't go hop on a plane and go run, I can't go run a Lotus 49 around Monza anymore. Nobody can.
Yeah, right.
But I can most certainly do it on here and have an absolute blast. Thinking I'm Pete Aaron and, and if anybody gets that, if anybody gets that reference, you get +1 points from Billy today. Cause if that, means you've seen the greatest racing film of all time. But is there a laughter of you think I'm inaccurate of my statement?
No, I love the passion.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say, because the only other movie, and as sad as it is, Driven's right up there as well.
I was thinking Joe Tanto. Personally.
Yeah, Joe Tanto and Jimmy Bly out there running. And I will say I'm glad that we don't have like as many spoof accounts on iRacing, because there would be a Joe Tanto at some point to try to qualify into this race, but which would be cool. But no, iRacing is just one of those things. My dad was really not. When I quit racing for my dad, and after years went by, we I started messing around with this stuff, and I told him, showed him what I was doing, and he was like, oh, that's, kind of stupid. That seems like a waste of time. And I'm like, no, I want to still race, and I can't afford it. And my brother got into it. My dad went down there to go see his rig. He's got a pretty ridiculous one. And Dad was like, okay, I get it. This is kind of cool. And he watched all the pro races that I was in and all that sort of stuff. And I think I think the biggest thing that people have to understand is the disconnect. This is not a replacement for racing. It's an addition. This is the greatest marketing tool that racing has ever had that they underutilize.
Well, that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. I think I think we kind of stopped when Ryan was on that run, and I got sidetracked. But this became a job during lockdown. When I say that, I mean I had Sebastian Bourdais absolutely pissed off at me that Trowbridge and I had a daily recap. Tim would, type up the engineering notes, and we were making them do their track map, and we had a schedule at 9:30 every morning. We were in our team Discord. We were in our private server, and we were running race simulations, and we were trying to find speed, and we were working through every data point possible. And we would go until about 7:00 at night.
Wow.
And, my wife hated it because I live in Pittsburgh. We don't have fiber internet.
Yeah.
So she's trying to work from home, and I'm like, no Wi-Fi, no Netflix, no nothing. Hey, I got stuff to do, lady. And she's like, cool, I guess I'll read a book and play with the dogs. And so, but what it did is it actually kind of, a lot of the pro drivers, it took away that fun element because it became work.
Connor Daly said the exact same thing. The reason, me and you have talked private, and Connor has said it before. He's not a fan. Like he enjoys doing those races, like the Monday Night Series, that is kind of like the fun stuff. But when it comes down to a race like this, that's kind of an event, he's like, dude, when I was in Europe doing Formula One stuff, he's like, that's all I did was sit on a simulator. He's like, I don't want to do it now in my spare time. And I can totally respect that, which is why I haven't badgered Connor about coming back or coming, to do this. But yeah, when you take something that's supposed to be fun and turn it into a job, and really, Zane can attest to it. Baden can attest to it because Zane lived it with the Pro Series with the World of Outlaw deal. I have. Baden's seen it from an outsider's perspective of watching his friends be raving lunatics for weeks on end. When you take something that you have to put so much effort into it, it's still fun, but the stress level goes up.
It does. And I mean, the most fun I've ever had on iRacing to date is during a lockdown period, and Landon Castle shoots a text and says, hey, let's go crash servers on my stream tonight. And I said, cool. And he had Danny with him and some people, and I had Zach Veach with me, and who knows who else. Trowbridge might have been there that night. I can't remember. And so we all got in the same Discord, and we would just find servers that people had open, and hosted races. And we would just jump in, and we ran street stock at Knoxville, and it was like 6 buddies that were hammered drunk, just thinking it was just gonna be them and their buddies, and we bring this entire army of professional race car drivers in.
Yeah,
and we couldn't keep up.
No, that I think is the cool thing. One of my first, when I got on iRacing, one of my first races that I ever ran was a 360 wing sprint car hosted race at USA, and I jumped into it, and Tony Stewart was in there, and I'm like, oh, so the commercial didn't lie to me.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Then and we literally ran for 25, 30 laps, just like trading slide jobs, and it just had a good time. And I think the more that it grows, and really truthfully, I don't know if anybody, if you follow gaming at all, probably heard of a guy named Summit 1G. He's one of the biggest streamers on Twitch, and he was basically theoretically fed up with a lot of the other games that are out there, and somebody started showing him, why don't you play some racing games? And so he started playing some on his PC, and then somebody showed him iRacing, and he went, whoa. And he went to the point where he's got a sim rig now. He's got a sim rig now. He's got, all the Fanatec stuff and races. Like, that's what he does now. And I think there's going to be a lot of people that start to pay attention to that. And the iRacing service has grown massively, and a lot of that pandemic related of people wanting their fix. I mean, that's why if the pandemic didn't happen, this race doesn't happen either. At least not to this extent.
Trowbridge is in the Twitch chat, and he made a point. He was there. We went to some track I've never heard of with UMP modifieds, which none of us had ever driven in the sim. And it was a fixed setup deal. And we jump in on that night with Landon and Veach and everybody. And Veach was like, "What's an ump?" Like, I'm like, "You're from Stockdale, Ohio, boy. You definitely ought to know what a modified is." He goes, "Yeah, but what's an ump? I want to go race an ump tonight." And it's just like,
now Veach is running sprint cars every once in a while.
Yeah, no, 100%. And he absolutely loved it.
And actually, we've got a car on track. It looks like Kyle May. Third and final attempt for the world's tallest sprint car driver. Like, he towers over Dale Blaney. That's what's crazy. He's tall.
What's crazier is that he's been in a midget.
Dude, I watched him flip a midget into the fence at DeCoin, and I was more concerned about the fence than I was about Kyle. I don't know. I felt snug in that midget, and then here's a guy that's 8 inches taller than me.
Oh, is he taking the green here?
This is going to be his warm-up lap, so he will be taking the green next time by.
Copy that.
Is that correct, Race Control?
See.
There we go.
There it is.
But iRacing is just one of those things, and they keep getting it better and better. I think everybody knows that. Everybody knew that it wasn't perfect, and I don't know I don't think you ever can make it perfect, but I think you can make it pretty close to where you get the same feeling. They might have to go about it a different way, but you can get the same feeling out of it.
Well, I think another part of it too is, the one thing that I don't like is when everybody just trashes it, right? It's like, oh, the tire model's terrible. This doesn't feel like my street stock or this, that. And it's like, people don't realize the amount of work that goes into every aspect of this platform and the service. I'm friends with Kevin Ioneri from iRacing and Myers and Otto and all these guys. And we talk about this stuff, and we've had a lot of in-depth conversations about things. And, I wanted to change something for a sponsorship program that we were putting together for iRacing. And just to change one thing that you physically see, you don't even actually, this isn't even anything that you actually, matters about performance. It was an optics thing. It would have taken them, 630 man-hours of reconfiguration.
Yeah.
And if you think that, the pros do it any better, I can guarantee you that in IndyCar, it doesn't matter what team it is and what chassis supplier it is, when they're in the sim, the biggest thing they're fighting is the realistic state of the tire model.
Yeah.
Chevy and Honda are recalculating. They've got people that work full-time in these simulators only to try and build these tire models accurately enough to the real thing on sims that, are, cost more 6 of my houses combined.
Oh, absolutely. And May, first lap, 46.663. He's on pace. If he can keep this up for the next 3 laps, Kyle May might be bumping his way into the field, 192.872. Well, and see, and to your point, that was always my thing. I said, do you really think iRacing wants to make this bad? They want to make this good because of that relationship that they have with IndyCar.
Yeah.
Because if they've got their drivers on here using their platform, another 6. Kyle May is on a heater on his third and final attempt, 192.8 to 827 miles an hour.
I'm going to mute here for just a second. I've got to do some team principal work real quick.
Yeah, you.
I've got to mute my mic, but I'll be back shortly.
Sounds good. As we'll watch Kyle May finish out his run. He's got 2 more laps, or 1.5 laps, I should say. I love talking to Wheeler. He's got a lot of good insight with a lot of things around the racing world. He's well connected with that stuff. and understands it. He gets it. And Kyle May, white flag, one more lap for Mr. May, the world's tallest sprint car driver, 46.720, 192.637 miles an hour. That puts him at an average speed right now of 192.779 or 779. That is going to be enough so far to get him into the field if he can keep this pace up comfortably into the field. But we're just going to have to see if Kyle May can bring it home. We saw Hergott do the same thing and spun off a 4. Can Kyle May bring it home? And if Joe Devin's going to have to fire him or not on Monday. Checkered flag is out, and Kyle May crosses the yard of bricks, 46.4 or 745, average speed of 192.534 miles an hour on that run lap, 192.717. He is into the field and bumped his way in on his third and final attempt.
Hero stuff.
Hero stuff. Kyle May, 192.718 miles an hour, bumping Clint Stone from the field.
We're going to need Wheeler back here in a minute to get us a Windsock report because things are going to start shuffling soon.
Yeah, now once that first car gets bumped, and actually while I'm reading it, Hank Silver has said he's got the whole fleet of cars running data simulations. Engineers have heard firing threats, and the engine builder is on the phone crying. So we've got there's a lot of things going on here behind the scenes. You know, just glad you guys are sticking with us. It's been a rather entertaining day, but Kyle May, we saw Trowbridge, Ralphs, Gould, we saw these guys make really solid runs. But Kyle May on that third and final attempt, that's my vote for run of the day. I think just because, we've talked about this before. We talked about this yesterday during qualifying. Kyle's ran this deal twice, hasn't made the field either time. Not because of speed, just because of mistakes. And now that we're getting into crunch time, 1 hour and 30 minutes remaining in qualifying, we're going to start seeing now, Clint Stone, Aiden Beerline's coming back into the server, but Clint Stone bumped from the field, so he's going to have to make another attempt in order to get in. And just to give you guys context, and I'm going to break this down on lap time because this is actually pretty interesting. Average lap time for Tyson Landis, who's sitting on the bubble right now, is a 46.745. Clint Stone's 4-lap average, 46.749. So if you're doing your math at home, that is 1,000th of a second per lap. Jeffrey Stewart.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
So as we talked, Clint Stone now back into the field.
He's setting 31st.
Jeffrey's setting 31st. This is getting aggressive. So he is.
Ryan Hergott has declared.
Hergott with
all right. Now.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Oh boys.
Oh boy. Now it's bump day. Now it is bump day. So
not only did Ryan Hergott withdraw and declare, he did it in all caps.
Yeah, Ryan's serious. Ryan's not messing around. Honest to God, Ryan's probably got caps lock on his computer and doesn't know how he turned it on.
Well, I can tell you, I just had my best team principal speech I can give, and I got to say, all of our sponsors, Carbon Safety Technologies, Wheeler Motorsports Consulting, our partners, our team, we've got all of our faith in Ryan. We know he's the driver that's capable of doing this, and we just wish him the best on his final run.
Look how professional that is.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is.
I'm stressing out right now.
Jeffrey Stewart in the Lone Star JR replica. Oh boy, this right here is the ballsiest move of the day.
Yeah. Kyle May, run of the day. Jeffrey Stewart, biggest sack of the day.
Yeah, 46.707 on his warm-up lap. So Jeffrey's definitely got the speed. It's just going to matter if, me personally, I probably would have waited a little bit. I would have waited a little bit, but at the same time, I think Jeff's always had good speed here. And
2-time starter.
Say what?
I said he started this race 2 times. He's made both of them.
Yeah, and he finished in the top 5 in the first one, and really was in contention to be in the top 5 again last year, and got caught up in a wreck. Clint Stone back in the server, Braden McMahon back in the server. Yeah, business is about ready to pick up. 46.657 for Jeff.
Like, I'm nervous watching his hands exit turn 2. Like, that's something else from the spotter stand before we had the aero screen, was like, I've had some rookie drivers that have been on the teams that I've been with, and they've had me, go through the rookie orientation with them, with my experience, and help them with some line stuff and this and that. And I had a kid one year that it was a lot to take in, and he made a comment about, well, how do you know? And I said, listen, if you're going to be dumb enough to wear white gloves and give me the opportunity to see your hands through the middle of turns 1, then you deserve to be yelled at the way I'm yelling at you.
46.751 for Jeff. 192.509 miles an hour. This very, very ballsy. But if he can keep on this pace, if he can run low 7s again, he might actually improve a spot. Currently, before his withdrawal, was sitting 31st overall on the timesheets. So,
White flag, Ryan, put it back onto the track.
46.807 for Jeffrey.
Ooh. As Hergott's rolling out. Chris, what's our windsock report?
Oh, man. Stiff.
Yeah.
Port.
Stiff, I mean the cocktail I just poured myself.
Yeah, Jeff finishing out his last lap here. He's going to have to pick up the pace. Currently, right now, if he was to run the same exact lap, it's not really going to move him, so it wasn't a big hurt. But as long as he runs another low 7, he's going to get himself... That was a moment.
That turn 3 was so beautiful. It got his hand straight. He arced into 4 so perfect, and it just gave up on the comfort level of the tire.
But he ran a 7:07. Jeffrey Stewart now 192.593 does not move him. So
Okay, now see, this is standard Jeff stuff because he is a brave man. You remember who he said he wanted to go to an Indiana sprint car race and fight in the pits to assert dominance.
Yeah. Yeah. And for those not following at home, it was Shane Cottle.
Ballsy. So ballsy.
I actually had I saw Shane Cottle walk into Coke one night, and I was standing with a car owner. I said, "Hey, I'll give you $100 if you say this." And he's like, "Okay, deal." So he goes, "Hey, Cottle, come here." Cottle walks up, and all he could say was, "Hey, man, nice job last night." Cottle said, "Thanks." And he takes off, and I looked at him. I said, "What? I thought you took the bet." He goes, "Man, the closer he got a lot bigger." So here's the deal with Hergott, as he's off of 4. I think this is the start lap 1 now.
Green flag.
The biggest thing Hergott's got to do is stay grounded here, keep his head level, and stop cheating his entries on 1 and 4. Really, if he doesn't pinch off his entry points and lets the car arc itself through the center, he's gonna be fine. It's when he turns in too early, like he just did right there in turn 2, that he puts himself in a vulnerable spot. Especially the more the run goes on and the tire deg builds. This is stressful.
That's why we do this. It's That's why me and Baden sit up here, because I will say this, helping Baden out at racetracks, in real life, if this was Baden, he would be throwing up in his VR headset right now. Without a shadow of a doubt.
On the way to the track.
Dude, he nailed 3 and 4 that lap.
Yeah.
47.152 for his warm-up lap. What's he got here? 46.638.
Let's go.
So good lap so far for Hergott. Oh boy.
Wow.
I can guarantee you spotters in his ear telling him entry points, entry points, entry points.
He's got Justin Carey, Thomas Gould, and Tim Trowbridge sitting there talking to him right now on the phone. I said, put your trust in Tim and the guys. They're going to get you through this thing. Oh, boy. After this run, I'm going to tell you a story on why qualifying at Indianapolis gives me anxiety, but not until after this run.
Oh, I can guarantee. Dude, you should see me at Little 500.
I have one experience. Yeah, I've got one experience that just, if you ever go to my wife's Twitter account, she'll tell you.
Ryan Hergott's 46.60 or 46.70, 192.
A high 6 because of turn 1.
Yeah, that would have been a low 6 if it wasn't for turn 1. 192.727. He is on pace right now, definitely to lock himself solidly into the field with about an hour and 20 minutes left, and not too many qualifiers left. As Mason Hannigan says in the chat, "Showtime, boss," to Tyson Landis.
That was beautiful. Turns 3 and 4 there.
Yeah, fantastic run here so far for Hergott.
And I'm sorry for the viewers that think I'm playing favoritism. I 100% am.
46.721. Another good lap, 192.633 miles an hour. So he's just got to put one more lap together here at a decent rate, and he has got himself into the field, which will bump Tyson Landis from the field.
Tyson, if you're out there listening, sorry, bro.
Oh man, this is we saw him do this last time. Can he get, if as long as he gets off 4, he'll be in pretty good shape.
I'm gonna say it. I'm going to say it now. Everybody check out roofco.com. Oh, come on, Big Daddy, don't lift.
46.748. That will put Ryan Hergott 192.714. That will put him in the 29th position.
Let's go.
Officially bumping Tyson Landis from the starting field currently. So as Mason Hannigan just told you, time to go. It's showtime. You know what? And Ryan did not lift down the backstretch until he heard him say checkered flag either.
I'm going to jump in the race chat for a minute. I'll be back in the booth momentarily.
Oh, absolutely.
So he wasn't going to lift until I told him. You would have done it.
That was awesome.
What a run for Ryan Hergott. So we've got the bump day drama is here upon us as Tyson Landis.
It's going to get busy here in a minute. Guys are starting to see speeds go up. Time's ticking. You're probably out an hour, 20 minutes left. That's roughly.
Here's the thing. Me and Baden both, when we saw Jeff withdraw and went, what in the world is he doing? That was the smartest thing that he's probably ever done. Because all he did was go out and test the track today. He tested the track. It didn't cost him anything. He's in the same exact spot he was.
Smart because he didn't wreck.
Yeah, and now he's
said he's an idiot.
Well, fair, but sometimes you're the hero and sometimes you're the GOAT, and this time he was the hero. But Jeffrey still got 2 more attempts. He's got 2 more attempts.
That is true.
And he already knows what the racetrack is doing. So if he doesn't get bumped, not a big deal. No harm, no foul. If he does get bumped, no harm, no foul. Because he's still got 2 more attempts to get himself in. So, qualifying, picking up in a hurry. And we still got, Clint Stone, Tyson Landis on track now, Hank Silver, Broderick. Wade Fields is getting in line.
Ooh.
Uh-oh, as we hear the run under review.
Yeah,
which-
that don't look good.
The rules do state pretty clear that you have to get the car up to speed. Basically, you got to be on the hammer coming out of the short shoot or out of the access road.
I believe this one is going to be disqualified. Just looking at the moment where the incident occurred, I believe that's what we're looking at.
And that's
the game.
So I want you guys to know my blood pressure. I just looked at it was 124.
Nice. And I bet Hergot's is a solid 173.
I'm going to give you guys the quote of the night so far in our team chat. Ryan Hergot said, quote, "Dude, my palms were getting sweaty. I had to run with my gloves on."
Wow.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
And I offered to take him to Mexican food as soon as the thing's done. And he said, "I love to, but I got to go back to work now and go load up equipment for 2 jobs tomorrow."
See, you can't even celebrate.
I mean, we invite him over for dinner at least once a month, just so I know he's eating.
Oh, dude, the man works so hard.
Yeah,
so hard. It's but Tyson Landis first lap. You heard it. Race Control is going to have it under review. But 694 on the first lap, 192.742 or 744 miles an hour. That would put him into the field pretty solidly. But again, under review, that's going to be the big thing. 648. So he's going to have to finish this run. And they're going to basically we saw this yesterday with Michael Berthet. We saw this yesterday with him. We've seen it before with Brian Blackford the first year. We've seen it a couple times last year too. It would not be Indy if guys were not trying to find a gray area. And it's just one of them things that's kind of fully expected.
Well, I think let's while we're watching this run, I know Chris had a story. I have thoroughly enjoyed the Chris Wheeler stories. You wanna continue story time here?
I mean, Sebastian Bourdais and I spent 8-9 years together on the radio. Went from not knowing him when I first started working with him to he was in my wedding. We go on vacation together. We'll look after him on the management side now with Wheeler Motorsports Consulting. He's one of probably our biggest name overall client. He's Formula One, pole sitter at Le Mans, 4-time Champ Car champion. The dude's an absolute stud. He's going to go down as one of the greatest ever drive an open wheel car. And I want to say maybe it was 17, I think. We didn't even have a sponsor in the car until Thursday when James Sullivan from the Vassar Sullivan connection pulled Geico together with Delcoin Racing. We had the car of cars. I mean, we'd come out midweek and we'd come out 26th in line in the happy hour, big pack stuff. And it'd take us 15 laps. We'd pass wherever we wanted to pass. The car was beautiful. There's a line that I prefer in turn one, and I'd worked with them for 5 or 6 years to get to that line.
Not to interrupt, but actually 100% to interrupt. 192.755 for Tyson Landis, provisionally 27th. Run is under review, so they're going to have to do that pretty quick. So that way we know what's going on with Braden McMahon and Jeffrey Stewart, who's sitting on the bubble and things like that. But we'll keep you posted. Ryan Broderick back on the track. Wheeler, you're back up.
So he had given up on me on running this line that he thought was mystical, that he would never run the right line. And that week he hit it and he knew it. Like, he got on the radio and was like, "Dude, I did it." I'm like, "Yeah, you did. It looked great. It's the best you've ever been here." And we go to qualify on Saturday. We got a sponsor. Like, we're about to push to tech Saturday morning, and I'm with one of the co-entrants of the car because I was up all night working with vendors to get the graphics made and measurements done. Impact took his suit and cut half of it out and put Geico in it for us for that morning. It was a lot going on. And we were P1 on Fast Friday. Took the 10 grand, had some ice cream. I remember Mike Young, track dude. We're standing there on pit lane. We're down on the north end where the owners go. And he's like, "Hey, can you guys really do this?" I'm like, "Man, Mike, I'm trying to be humble." I'm like, "Man, I think so. We got a good car. We'll see what happens." And goes by the first lap, and Matt Long is jumping up and down. He was my turn 3 spotter at the time, and it's like 233 or 232.8 or some stupid number. And I'm like, "Calm down, Matt. We've got a long way to go." And he comes by stripe at lap 2, and it's even faster, and there's 25,000 people there, but they're on their feet. These are like the best one-lap runs that we've seen in 15, 20 years around the speedway.
And boy, oh boy.
And I look at Matt Long, and I say, "Matt, calm down."
This just came over race control. Tyson Landis's run, not allowed. Slowed 20 miles an hour. Slowed 20 miles an hour over the course of his warm-up run or his warm-up lap, which is not allowed. So Tyson Landis out of the field. Braden McMahon now back into the field. But anyway, proceed. Ryan Broderick finishes up his first lap, 46.723. Not a bad first run, 192.625. So we'll see what he can do on these next few laps.
So Matt Long, I'm like, "Matt, we got 8 miles to go, man." Or, sorry. We have a few miles to go, man. We'll just calm down. And I have put my head down. I got my eyes closed. I'm just kind of thinking like, all right, I'm not hearing anything on the radio, so here we go. And all of a sudden I hear those 25,000 people go, and I hear the breath leave their lungs. And I look up and I see my best friend upside down on fire down the backstretch. The next 72 hours of my life are an absolute dismantled moment. Like, his family wasn't here. The PR person for the team wasn't prepared. She's really good. She just wasn't prepared for the situation. And so I ended up, kind of taking over the leader of the free world in that moment. And from the ambulance ride to the hospital to the surgery to everything. And so the next year, let's fast forward to 2018. The most stressful part of my life since then has been watching one of my best friends qualify at Speedway. Right? When you go through a traumatic situation where he hits the wall at 227 miles an hour and shatters his pelvis.
Yeah.
These 4 laps, man, they make my stomach hurt. And if you go to if everybody ever finds their way to my wife's Twitter account, she has a pinned tweet. And it says, I'm actually going to pull it up because I think it's funny. At the time, I thought she was serious. Maybe she is. I don't know. But
Ryan Broderick pulls her into the pits, and he essentially waves off his lap. Braden McMahon getting himself into line. Waiting for Tyson Landis's next run. Curtis Miller now on track. Time update. We have 1 hour and 9 minutes left in Carbon Safety Technologies bump day. So things are picking up here pretty quick.
I found the tweet, and she put 2 photos side by side, and it says, "Guys, let's talk about Athlete Chris Wheeler on our wedding day versus Athlete Chris Wheeler afterboard on track got it into the field at IMS yesterday." It's side besides these photos, and like my wedding photo, I'm like, cool, I'm here, I'm in a suit, this is great, this is expensive. And I mean, you're never gonna see me smile any bigger than when Seb gets out of the car.
Yep.
And so IMS qualifying is stressful in real life for me every year in May, but I can tell you that this is stupid and stressful too, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, Hank's been saying this for a while now too, that he's extremely stressed out. But honestly though, I think from a standpoint of guys that haven't raced in real life, I think some of them understand the ones that have understand the pressure of it. Justin Grant, actually, when we were helping him with the USAC stuff during the pandemic, he was like, I remember him sitting waiting to go out for his heat race. I'm like, he goes, "Why am I shaking?" He's like, "I literally will take a header into the concrete wall at Eldora at 130 and get out and be like, well, that sucked, and it doesn't bother me." But he's like, here on a game, I'm like freaking out. I was like, well, you have all that adrenaline going and nowhere to put it. Like you can't. It's just a different. It's a whole different world. The same pressure is there, not really, but that same feeling is there. Curtis Miller with a solid opening lap or out lap though, 46.7. Car just looks really stable. Really, really stable. 46.832, so not what he's looking for. Gonna have to find some more speed bits to put on that thing, but 192.176 miles an hour. But yeah, this is just one of those. I know I never used to get nervous for bigger league races, money races, things like that on here. Never bothered me. But that first time I clicked join a pro lobby and got in and had to go qualify against 34 other guys that were unreal, dude, it's stressful. Like, I've never been stressed out in a race car ever. I mean, it's like I used to take naps sitting on the hot grid waiting to get fired off. No problem. But on here, losing my mind.
Yeah, it's like I'm literally sitting in my sim right now. I've got the Twitch broadcast up, I've got Discord up, and I've got iRacing up. And I'm literally just sitting here with my Beagle next to me, like just in awe of the situation. Yeah. And like I'm sitting here thinking, like, Braden McMahon, like I wish Braden McMahon was live tweeting his emotions right now.
Yeah. We can make it happen.
Somebody get this guy a vodka Red Bull, so we can we can just dive into the inner demons of Braden McMahon on bump day here.
Yeah.
Like this is what I'm here for, folks.
Yeah. Well, Tice, Stephen Hill, white flag for Curtis Miller, 46.9. Not going to be good enough to get him into the field. Currently 191.911 average. But over in Twitch chat, Stephen Hill says Tyson claims no responsibility. He got those tires from some guy down south at Hobstadt. That's a solid joke to anybody that's Curtis Miller in the grass but saved it somehow. But I will say that right there, that call it what it is, that error of getting down there in the grass. If this was last year, that car's gone.
Oh yeah,
gone. I mean, there was no saving it. This car, like Blackford said, you can put it kind of on the edge and it's easier to drive on the edge. That's definitely going to slow him. He did that and still ran a 47.0. Wow. So he'll have one more attempt left. He is currently in 42nd spot. And we've got a couple guys in the chute. And was that Jeffrey Stewart in the chute again?
Yes. He said that it's too close to the bubble for his liking. Either be a hero or die trying. So Jeff Stewart, he is not playing around here.
Round of applause. I'm a big fan.
I mean, he's already achieved hero status today, but all right.
Yeah, but Clint Stone sat on the bubble for quite a while, trying to bump his way back in. Trying to bump his way back into the field as Braden McMahon now on the pole. Just coming up on an hour left. You know what? Jeff's right. Because, we've probably got time for, maybe it just depends on how everything is timed out, but you got to figure about 5 to 6 minutes a run. You're be proactive instead of reactive. So,
Mason Hannigan, I got to give him a shout out. He's in the Twitch chat. He brought up a good point. My oldest Beagle, my main man Dodger, does not like it when humans sit on him. Mason was here playing poker one night with his dad, and a chair broke when Dodger was behind it or underneath it. Yeah, it took a lot. The cookies weren't even going to get him off that guy.
You mean to tell me all the stuff Mason tears up in real life on racetracks, he tears up chairs too?
No, it wasn't his chair that broke.
Oh, well, that's
in fact, I'm pretty sure Mason took all of our fake money that night.
Well, Clint Stone, 46.707 for his first lap. This is another one that could be a pretty good run. 192.690 miles an hour, 191 with the rounding, because I'm not good at the maths.
So just in case I ever get audited by anybody, and for mainly my accounting department gets mad at me for spending money. Carbon Safety Technology Bump Day. A quick overview of what it is.
Yeah, please do.
We have an office in Brownsburg. It's upstairs, Wheeler Motorsport Sports Consulting. Downstairs, Carbon Safety Technologies. We're the ride helmet dealer here in the central Indiana area. And we just announced on Friday that HRX Suits, which come out of Italy, they are joining us. We're going to launch that program at PRI this week. I think we're in booth 1332. And so we have that stuff. We have another product that we've been working on with some other people around Indy and out in Phoenix for the micro sprint world. Also then the midget and sprint car, Silver Crown, and pretty much every form of dirt racing world that we've been putting together. It's nothing new. It's just the way we do it is. So we're going to announce that at PRI. That's going to be cool. And really what it is my business partner is Leighton Crouch. Brennan Crouch drives for Keith Coons. And Leighton and I we put our heads together on some things, and there's some innovations that we can really put some effort and some finances behind to kind of push the ball in the right direction, and that's why we're doing it. Believe me, I have plenty to do, but we're in a position that we can put this program together, and we're working on the build out and the feature plans for our innovation center that we're going to put here in on the west side of Indy, and hopefully it allows us to kind of keep pushing the safety aspect and also the educational aspect of safety, into the grassroots motorsports world.
Well, Clint Stone just about put himself with some education about some safety equipment because he was almost in the grass going into 3, but it paid off. Wow. Clint Stone, 192.607 miles an hour. That moves him into 32nd on the board. Jeffrey Stewart now on the bubble, but Jeffrey Stewart took himself. Braden McMahon right now has got to be losing his mind because in the last 4 runs, he's been out of the field, back in. Now he's back out of the field again.
He's tweeted though. He's taken Chris' advice. 2 minutes ago, he tweeted, "Setting on the bubble is as fun as setting on the DMV hungover." So there you go, Chris. The man sharing his thoughts.
Braden, keep them coming, man. Like, there's a reason you're a multi-time Twitter champion. 6-time World of Outlaw Tweeter of the Year. My apologies on the misannouncement there.
Jeffrey on his second run of the day. Oh boy, this is
intense.
Yeah, we got an hour left. Happy hour. The happy hour has officially begun at the fake 500. And I'll be honest, earlier today, I was like, I don't know if we're going to see that much drama. No, I was wrong once again. That's pretty much the story of my life. Jeff out here running a pretty solid lap, 46.682 for his warm-up. 46.653 for his first lap. 192.914 miles per hour. Oh, Jeff, let's
Yep, it's
I want 50-something cars at Indianapolis again in real life because I want this to happen. Like, I want this to happen. I want to see people running down. I want that Scott Brayton moment of running down the front straightaway on pit lane with his helmet, running towards his car to pull his time to go get the pole. I want to see guys jumping lanes, trying to get in the express lane to get out there on the racetrack. 46.667 for Jeffrey Stewart, 192.856. This is a masterful run so far. 2 more laps to go. Really looking good through 1 and 2.
That car's got speed. Man, that car's got speed.
Hank canceling the declare. So Hank pulling himself. Well, never mind. Lied. He's just wanted to go later on. Jeffrey Stewart, 46.740. That moves him to a 192.775 average. That's going to be enough if he makes this work to put him in 27th position.
Better.
A lot better than where he was at. I think if you're sitting right now, if you're sitting above 30th, you're probably feeling pretty okay. But it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. But Jeffrey Stewart making his hero run as he's done the last 2 years.
He just likes to be the star, don't he?
Apparently.
Just
Jeffrey Stewart coming down across the yard of bricks. Checkered flag, 748, 192.711 miles an hour. That will put him 30th overall, 31st. Wait, what? Oh, 30th.
Numbers hard.
Yeah. Numbers, math's bad.
Number hard.
And here's the other key. Again, smart move. It's a very smart move. Being proactive instead of reactive.
And he's got another.
And he still has another attempt. He still has another attempt. And it's one of those things where you're sitting in the server. You look at for the 8,000th time, Parker Price Miller has also entered the server.
Guys, I'm not gonna even lie about it. I love this drama. I love the excitement. As long as positions 30 through 33 keep shuffling, I'm so happy right now.
Yeah, you're just wanting you're wanting the drama, but you're wanting it in the last row, not the second to last row.
Oh, here's my question. So I'm looking at the Google Drive right now, the live Google Drive.
Yep.
I see a 192.711 for positions 30 and 31.
Correct. There is a decimal point.
There's a decimal behind it that we just don't see on the sheet. That's determining positioning.
Just to give everybody a clarification, Jeffrey Stewart's laps 192.71139. Wade Fields 192.71129.
Copy.
So,
all I had to do was shift columns a little bit, and I would have seen that.
Hey, we're here for the people. Daryl Weininger 46.857 for his first lap, 192.073. That's not going to do it. But we'll see what he can do. And this is his second attempt of the day, so he will have one more attempt. He'll have one more attempt on the day. But yeah, this is thank the Lord that iRacing just really, has at least 3 decimal points on lap time, so we can really iron out the speeds. But and really, we were talking about the difference between 33rd and 34th at one point. Imagine what's going to happen if Wade Fields gets bumped out of the field and Jeffrey makes it by literally, what is that, 100,000th of a mile an hour over 4 laps average.
Yeah. So, that takes me back to the year Fernando didn't qualify. This is how stupid this stuff in reality is. And I'm going to preface this by saying by no means what my responsibility in this was actually did or didn't make a difference. I just like to tell people it did. It was the year that we had that the piece of billet on the front of the opening of the IndyCar cockpit before we had the aero screens. And it was a deflector piece in case a piece of debris came up. The logic is it would hit it and it would send it away.
Right.
Well, that caused a lot of issues on the helmet aero side and keeping guys' heads from just absolutely shaking off their body.
I remember Connor Daly, his head was blowing around like crazy.
It was so bad, and we're out there and we get through Saturday, and so you can't run a rear wing in IndyCar, the rear spoiler that you see in Formula One. There's all these different rules about what the height off the surface of the helmet, and there's zones of which you can have them, et cetera, et cetera. And so I had some guys that had no buffeting issues because they ran tight enough headrest, but they didn't want the wicker air. They wanted it to be like a rear spoiler because there's a lot of negative pressure in the back of the head.
Checkered flag out for Weininger. That's not going to do it. 46.954 Waiting for timing scoring to update, but he's going to stay out of the field. 191.896.
Yes. So I found a way to position a top wicker at the back of the allotted space and put it at an angle of which made it to replicate a rear spoiler, which in basic theory would make the air move better across that part of the car. And so it's Saturday night, and I'm with Kyle Kaiser, and Kaiser says, I need everything I can get. I want this set up on my helmet. So as I'm walking back, Fernando is waving, kind of peeks out the garage. He sees me and whistles. And so I go in and I'm talking to Fernando, and he goes, what are we going to do on the helmet tomorrow? And I said, well, we have two choices. We can run the wicker where you're running it in the middle of your helmet. I said, or some of these guys are opting to go to this position. And he's stressing, right? I mean, they just don't have the speed. And he's like, I want whatever I have to go faster. So Fernando's the only guy that I've ever known that has 4 helmets for one race. And so I leave one as is, and I make one with the wicker in the back. And so we got there for warm up. They're unorganized, shoveled. There's issues. He gets like 2 laps. The car's dragging around the racetrack. It's just
I remember that.
And so afterwards, he goes, "Man, I can't. I don't like it. I want to run the wicker back where I've been running it." I said, "Okay." I went to Kyle Kaiser, and Kyle Kaiser goes, "It sucks, but it's got to be better for the air. Leave it in the back." Okay. The difference in those qualifying runs was like an inch and a quarter.
Yeah.
Over
4 laps.
And Kyle Kaiser that night was like, "See, all we had to do was move the wicker in the back. He left his wicker in the middle. That's the difference."
Well, and while we're talking about getting into the show, Tyson Landis on his 3rd and final attempt, 46.616 for his first lap, which is blistering quick around here right now. So 193.067 miles an hour. If he can pull this off and run even, honestly, at this point, a couple of low 7s, he's going to put himself into the field pretty solidly. Lap number 2, 46.668. Yeah, the Tyson's really got this thing rolling right now. So Tyson looking pretty sporty on his 3rd and final attempt to get himself into the field.
This one's not under review, by the way.
Not under review.
Dude, Landis going for the king here.
Yeah, this is oh boy. Well, I remember, and this was years ago, when the Panos was still around. I remember me and AJ were over at Indy, and the Penske cars were like 15th to like 20th all day. Just not great. Not Penske good. 46.690 for Tyson, 192.760. This is going to put him in the field if he doesn't, as long as no mistakes down the backstretch and through 3 and 4. But Penske literally rolled out another car.
Yeah.
They rolled out another car, and it had different mirrors on it. We were like, do those have different mirrors on it? Like, just the uprights were a little bit different.
Yeah.
So I was like, I think they are. And then all 3 of them top of the board. It's just amazing how one tiny thing makes it work. And Tyson didn't make any mistakes that last lap. This one is not under review. 46.669.
Wow.
Move him up the board.
What a run.
192.882. That will put him provisionally 24th on the field, now bumping Clint Stone back out of the field again. And on track right now is Mr. Braden McMahon, who was just bumped from the field a couple of times ago.
I feel like I owe Braden McMahon. I'm gonna watch this one from the cockpit.
Well, as Braden is oh boy, 35th, right? It was currently 35th before he withdrew his time, and absolutely cranking out the laps, trying to get himself into the show. I look forward to the social media content from Braden if he gets this thing into the field.
So is this taking the green here?
This is the green flag lap here. So 46.6
Wow.
to 3 on his warm-up lap. So he's definitely got the speed. He's just got to make it last for four laps, and the games are being played. Wade Fields is withdrawn and gone to the back of the line. 47 minutes remaining in practice or qualifying here in Carbon Safety Technologies Bump Day.
You know, some people look at this car and, you know, it doesn't have some of the tools that the modern Indy car has. You know, currently in IndyCar, you know, you go out of pit lane in this fuel map, and then you run to this point of your warm-up lap, and you go to this fuel map. And you know, one year the Hondas were doing this thing with weight jackers, straightaways, and not to get the air different. But there's still technique to this thing.
Oh, absolutely. And you still gotta. I mean, we noticed, you know, when we were kind of developing the idea of it was, you know, you would run a quick lap, and then you'd have to get up on the bars and start changing roll bars to make the thing go through a run. But Braden McMahon looking good right now. 46,675, 192.823 miles per hour. So that's going to put him into the field right now if he can keep this going.
Nobody's watching this closer than Hank Silver, by the way.
Oh, Hank is legitimately, he has no fingernails left and is absolutely losing his mind right now. Trying to make this run. 46,702, so he's still on pace. 192.767 miles an hour. Braden on his second attempt, he still does have a third one if he needs it in the bag. Track temp starting to lower, wind still staying right around 7 to 8 miles an hour.
Apparently Justin Carey is a man of the people, and he's been chatting up old Tyson Landis to help him, and the J-Man Chassis Works special just did it again.
Oh boy, so there we go. So Tyson Landis sticks it into the show. Hank Silver said in our production chat, he said BS to Hank watching this intently. Parker Price Miller said he's watching it very hard right now.
By the way, Garrett Mashburn, the drama story from yesterday, just entered the server as well because he's on the bubble.
He is on the bubble officially and getting ready. If Braden McMahon can finish this run, he is getting ready to get bumped from the field. Braden's last lap, 46.701 for a 192.715 miles an hour. That will put him. He's in the field right now. He's just got to bring it home. One more corner for Braden. I guarantee you he is going to drink a well-deserved beer after this one. Braden McMahon taking the checkered flag in the Team Jack Foundation car. 46,767, 192.673. That is enough to put him in the field, but on the bubble.
Wow.
Oh.
So
wow.
Braden McMahon puts himself back into the field, but on the bubble with 40 minutes left to go. Jacob Mann out there on his last attempt of the day. I'm pretty sure that like any stress that Hank was feeling for that last run, watching the first two laps, was like starting to dissipate, and then just spiked when he.
So is Braden on the same team as Parker and Hank?
Yes. Yes,
Oh.
Braden is on the same team as Parker and Hank.
So let's just say we get down to the final go here, the final on track car. Braden's on the bubble and Hank's got the spot to run.
Oh, Hank's gonna bump him out like you. Hank is drop kicking him to Pittsburgh.
I don't want him in Pittsburgh. I'm joking, Braden. I'd love to have you anytime, but only for like 48 hours.
Oh, absolutely. I think he is absolutely 1,000% bumping him out of the field. If Hank's grandma was on the bubble spot, you're out of here.
That's funny. Because, like, I'm just going to tell you, Hank, and we're different people, but, like, if it's her got on the bubble and I'm in, I'm probably going to take the run, but I'm going to make sure that I take the run and don't complete it just to finish the time.
Oh yeah. See, you are the racer in all of us.
I'm looking at this from pure strategy right now.
You're looking at it as a time you're putting Milkaduno out on the racetrack, knowing dang good and well she ain't gonna make the race.
You bet your ass I am.
All the wing in it and slam it on the ground. Make this thing go real slow.
So Jacob Mann 46.952. That's one of his better laps on the day. Not going to be enough to get him into the show. But you know what? Since yesterday, he has shown extreme speed. There it goes.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, shades
That car looped what, 20, 30 times?
Something like that before it hit the fence. That is an unfortunate end to the run. And the man of the hour, though, or the man, Hank, big old Hank Silver, on his third and final attempt, trying to bump his teammate, Braden McMahon, from the field.
Oh, boy.
So...
Oh, boy.
And we're running out of... We're running close to being out of time. Oh, Hank.
Hank's got that Rahal line going.
Yeah. Yeah. He said, Robbie Gordon, hold my beer. I'm going higher.
Yeah. Hank, I'm sure you're not listening. I'm sure you're not dumb enough to have the broadcast on while you're making this run, buddy. But when we said find the gray area, we didn't mean in the corner.
One of my favorite spotter things of all time was Sam Hornish Jr., and I think they were running at Kentucky or Nashville. Might have been Nashville. And he was running, they were pack racing. It was like 2010, 2011.
Doyle Panther car?
Yeah. And I think it was Poncho.
It was 100% Poncho Carter on the radio.
And literally they go into one and they're like, well, let's see what his spotter has to say, because they were running side by side for like 15 laps. And Poncho had enough. He goes, just run his ass into the gray. And the next corner, there he goes. Took off. But Hank Silver taking his third and final attempt. 46.633. So Hank,
boy. Wow.
So Hank on his outlap got it going on. Braden's first lap, it was a 46.675. That's where I'm basing my comparisons off of. If we're gonna have these team rivalries, let's just have these team rivalries, man. Let's go after it.
Wow.
Speed is 0.3 of a mile an hour between 19th and 33rd right now. Over a 4-lap average. That is absolutely unreal. Absolutely unreal. Wow. 46.610, faster than Mr. McMahon. 193.091 miles an hour. So Hank Silver
Hank's got a little bit of a different approach into the lines and into arcing the car. He tends to get his hands a touch bit straighter earlier, and I don't know if he's made any changes from what Braden had or not, but he's definitely not as aggressive getting in. And I think that's helping him sustain that minimum speed here through the center of the corners.
Yeah, I mean, he's making the straightaways longer. I mean, and he's making the straightaways longer, and the car's just driving off the corner. He's gradually getting it through.
Yeah.
Hank's doing a heck of a job. 46.639. So Hank Silver doing a bang up job here. 192.971 miles an hour. 193 average still.
Bad turn 2.
Yeah, not a good turn 2, but is that going to hurt him enough to where he's not going to be in the field? Before, he was going to be pretty solid towards the front half of the field, at least in this bump day scenario. But oh boy.
White flag. Garrett, go ahead, take the track. White flag.
really didn't hurt him. It really didn't hurt him that much. 46.67, 192.843 miles an hour. Hank better undeafen himself. If he puts this thing in the show, we got to hear some Hank Silver on this one. He is
beautiful hand placement, man. Like, I am so impressed for the pressure that's on, for the effort that's gone in, and probably for the calories containing alcohol consumed today. His man has ice in his blood.
46.794.
Wow,
Fell off a bunch. 192.8. But that will put him in the 28th position. So Hank Silver. Hi-ho, Silver.
Wait a second. Oh no, her gets 31st now. Oh,
your jumping for joy is starting to get a little bit worse. Garrett Mashburn now onto the racing surface. And actually, sorry about the. Yeah, Hank had to get out of the car in order to switch over on the broadcast. Garrett Mashburn was one that yesterday I felt like if he would have had the time at the end of the day to get inside of the top 10, he probably would have. So this I expect to be a pretty solid run.
Not liking this vibe you're putting off here, Billy.
Well, 47.611 on his opening. But that was indicative of him yesterday. He got the thing up to speed with a little bit of a breathe in each corner. You know, he's a very smart cat. That's for sure. Trying to get himself into the fake 500 field. Braden McMahon currently sitting outside. Wade Fields is on the bubble.
Oh boy.
This might be a 5.
Yeah, this is a good lap. 46.645. So definitely not a lock, but we saw yesterday with these low line esports cars, they weren't falling off as much as everybody else. So they had a lot of consistency built into their rides.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Wheeler's blood pressure just took a spike again. Baby aspirin for the next couple hours is the medicine for that one.
Kroger chocolate milk.
Yeah. Garrett Mashburn completes his second lap, crosses the Art of Bricks with a 46.692, 192.753 miles an hour.
Dude, he's right there flirting with her gut.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, we were talking about 45 minutes ago. Kyle May was sitting pretty solidly in the field. Now, you know, sitting back 30th, almost on the last row. You know, Hergott doesn't have another attempt. Hank Silver doesn't have another attempt. Kyle May doesn't have another attempt. Jeffrey Stewart does. Wade Fields has not made an attempt today, so he still has 3. But he's only going to be able to get maybe 1 or 2 with the way that the timing goes. So, oh boy, 46.732 for Mashburn, 192.588 miles an hour. This is
dude, Hergott's got him by 3/1000ths right now of a second.
Oh my god.
I probably shouldn't put that into words.
No, because I'm trying to run the math, and I'm like, we're okay. But when you quantify it to the detail, it's like,
I shouldn't put that into words for you.
It's like when my wife's like, "Hey, haha, I found some stuff I liked at Home Goods." It's like, okay, cool. But when it's like, "Hey, sorry for the text alert you're gonna get from Home Goods," it just hits different. It's all about delivery here.
Garrett Mashburn delivers a 46.707, 192.744 miles per hour. That does bump Wade Fields from the field. So Garrett Mashburn is now 30th. Jeffrey Stewart now sits on the bubble.
Hank Silver. He wants to join the chat, but his hands are too busy shaking. He can't hold the mouse.
I love it. I love it.
Oh.
I love
Oh,
this.
no.
I love this so much.
Hanks, yeah, this is yeah. Now it's getting exciting. Aiden Beerline, who had speed yesterday, got one more attempt. This is his last attempt on the day. So Aiden Beerline coming down the front straightaway to give it all he's got.
Jeffrey Stewart, Clint Stone, Wade Fields, and Ryan Broderick have been playing the jump out of line, jump back in line for the last 15 minutes. I think what they want to do is they want to be the last car out. But if they're not careful, one of them's going to do it, and they're going to be the first car out.
Wade Fields
and Broderick, of all the group, still has 2 attempts left. So I'm not personally.
No, Broderick has one.
Does he have one?
Broderick has 1 attempt left. Jeffrey has 2.
Maybe I'm dumb. I'm dumb.
Jeffrey has 1 attempt. Ryan has 1 attempt. Wade Fields has 3 still. But
if I was Wade, I'd go out and run. I don't like being on 34th. That's just me.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I definitely don't like being 34th and only 33 make it in.
Yeah, being out of the show is not good.
Yeah, this isn't 1995.
Good point.
For 79.
But if you got 3 runs, just go do a run real quick.
Oh, yeah.
And see where you're at. I mean,
yeah, he's the only one. And I mean, no disrespect to guys that are in the 48, 49 spot, but I mean, Fields is the only one you've got to think that has enough go-go juice in this thing to be able to fight back at it, right? He's not far off. Literally, it's a decimal point separating him right now up to the fourth decimal or whatever. That's keeping him out of the not in the show right now. So he's got the speed to be able to go make a data run. Maybe he doesn't get in on the first one, but at least he's got the idea of what he needs.
Stephen Hill says in the Twitch chat, I have far too many friends in 30th through 34th right now. Oh boy. Yeah, and Parker Price Miller for the 9,412th time enters the racing arena.
And he's safe.
Yeah, he's just paranoid.
25th, he's safe.
He's just paranoid. He's just shaking like a leaf.
Beerline right now's got an average going of 192,790. That would put him up above Scott King. He'd put him to 29th. He's tracking 29th right now.
Yeah, Aiden Beerline is making a run of the ages on his final attempt of the day.
You know what that means, right?
Oh boy.
That means it would put Ryan Herget on the bubble, and I can't right now.
with no more attempts. 46,707 for Aiden Beerline, 192.691 miles an hour, 192.757 overall, which, oh boy. Let's put it this way. If Skylar Brown was in here right now, he would say his tummy hurts.
His tummy always hurts.
Are you supposed to be able to feel your heartbeat in your neck?
That's your carotid artery. I think you're having a stroke, sir. If you smell toast, call a medical professional. But this Aiden Beerline coming down to finish his run. Oh boy, the youngster, one of the youngest checkered flag, 46,748, the youngest man to make the Pro Series in the World of Outlaw Sprint Cars, puts himself into the show. No, his last lap fell off enough.
Holy cow!
How close it was. 0.03 of a second. Oh my.
Oh my
goodness. It's getting out of hand.
It's wow. Oh my. Braden McMahon now.
If you're watching this on Facebook or YouTube or Twitch, share this stream and get people in here because we still have 30 minutes left to go.
Yeah, this is absolutely wild. We've got 30 minutes to go. We've got 5 to 6 guys.
The best 30 minutes in all of sim racing. That's what we're in right now.
Oh, absolutely. I've said it.
That warm up lap.
Oh boy.
46.542 for Braden McMahon.
That's 0.2 faster than his previous warm-up lap.
Someone's going home.
How
Oh,
I just
boy,
found Braden
and who's-
McMahon's car so fast in the service. I clicked most exciting.
And it just that's Braden is truthfully ball to the wall right now.
You stole my joke from yesterday. Let's
I had to
calm down.
redo it. I had to redo
Let's
it. I don't
calm
care.
down.
Braden McMahon comes to take the completing his first lap 46.689.
What happened there?
I'm not too sure. 192.765 miles an hour. That is enough if he can keep that pace to put him into the show, but he's got to keep that pace. That's the fall off here has been pretty Hergot just texted me. Hergot just texted me, and I said, I just texted him, said, "Good job, dude." And he replied back after he was working. And he said, "That's the most stressful thing I've done in a minute." And I said, and as I say that, Wheeler is having a stroke right now because we're almost on the bubble again. 46.696.
Oh, no.
But here's the key: that if it's consistent still, if he can stay in that exact range, then he's okay. But if you start dropping into the sevens, that's when you're in trouble. Because Jeffrey Stewart ran 2 laps in the 6s and 2 in the 7s. I
don't think it must be a driving style, but Braden has not made the changes mainly into 1 and 3 that Hank did. I mean, you have to automatically assume their setups are as close as you can be right now. Right, they found one. It got Hank in up there. Braden's close, but
he's real close. That car is getting faster. 192.84 or 839 miles an hour. That's a 192.780 average. Braden McMahon's not wanting to put himself on the back row of the fake 500 again. He's wanting to cement himself in. This is on pace with what Hank did. Actually really close to what Hank did, actually. But as he's coming through 3 and 4 for the final time,
I would love to see the track distance breakdown between Hank's run and Braden's.
Man, we got to figure out some engineering to make this stuff happen. Braden McMahon coming down for the checkered flag. 46.737. Is it enough? 192.726. It is enough. Put Braden McMahon now 31st.
And put Ryan Hergot on the bubble.
Hergot is on
How
the
you
bubble.
doing, Chris?
Not great. Not great. I'm not gonna lie to you. As I change hats again here, folks, the Wheeler Motorsports Consulting, Carbon Safety Technologies, Roofco, J-Man Chassis Works and Motor Tuning Special number 9. I'm feeling it right now, and I feel so bad, for our fine staff back in the garage. It's rebuilt that car twice today. I might have to call my buddy Randy Lanier and get another shipping container going because we just went through all of our spares.
We need a windsock and a blood pressure report, Chris, ASAP.
Yeah, no, the windsock's real stiff right now, and blood pressure. As I'm pulling up the live reader here, it's showing me. It's 117.
46.704 for Wade Fields on his warm-up lap. Oh boy. So Wade Fields was in the field for most of the day trying to bump his way back in. Jeffrey Stewart now, if I can't even look at the line because guys are jumping through and through. But we're only on the 20-minute mark, boys. We only got time for 3, maybe 4 qualifiers left after Wade's
don't
run.
Say that. I think we need to do a track inspection. I'm calling in. I've got moisture in the turn 1 spotter stand. Could somebody give me a track inspection?
Wheeler just launched a cooler from the spotter stand in turn 1 onto the racetrack.
Fast lap by Wade there. So, Chris, serious question. What does a track inspection entail in Indianapolis?
Well, there's two ways to look at it. From the spotter's side, it gives us a chance to go down to the bathroom. Like that's key one right there. But reality is usually when we go down for a track inspection at IMS in practice, especially on practice days, so every time a car comes in, you'll see it go up on the air jacks, and each corner mechanic will make usually a cross with their Zeus tool or their fastener tool, and they will actually inspect the tire. And when they get back to that cross, they'll put another one to make it an X, so we've gone through over the tire. But if we have a sensor that's telling us we have low tire pressure or we can possibly see a damage, we'll call a Firestone technician over. Firestone technician will then make a determination whether or not it's actually a puncture or not. And if it's to their discretion, if they think that, it's something questionable, they'll tell the race official. Race official will call race control, and they'll go down for a track inspection because we've got a cut tire.
Huh.
And that's when all safety crews dispatch at a slow speed. They all leave their 5 locations around IMS, and they're visually inspecting the track to see is there a fastener, is there a screw, is there a small piece of carbon somewhere in and or around the line up against the fence, and that sort of thing. Now on qualifying days when we do a track inspection, it's usually for the same reason, but there's also officials positioned around the track in multiple locations that their only job is to watch the racetrack, and if they see something, say something.
Whoa.
See, that's one of those things that like you hear about, but you don't really know exactly what it is. That's super cool to hear. And I assume if somebody comes in, a fastener's gone, that's immediate.
It's like, hey, this thing's on the racetrack somewhere. They notify IndyCar Pit Tech immediately. Pit Tech calls race control. Race control shuts us down.
Wade Fields is getting ready to finish his qualifying run here. Currently tracking a 192.708 average, or 709. Not enough to put him into the field, so you get to keep your blood pressure a little bit more. Oh boy, that just changed things. Oh boy. 192.736. Ryan Hergott officially bumped from the fake 500 field. Wow. And wait, Kyle May now on the this is
Kyle.
This is where things start getting crazy. Jeff Stewart now on the racetrack. Jeff got bumped. This is his third and final attempt of the day. If he bumps this out, he bumps teammate and one of his good friends, Kyle May, out of the fake 500. Kyle May has no more attempts. Jeffrey has no more attempts. Braden McMahon, no more attempts. Oh boy. Jeff's just got to nail 4 laps here. Green flag this time by. So Jeffrey Stewart and the Lone Star JR tribute. That thing looked really good through 1 and 2. Just stuck driving. So Jeffrey Stewart last year made a hero run at the end of bump day to put himself into the field. 19 minutes to go. Coming up on the 7 o'clock hour. Got a little high in 3.
A little loose off of 3.
Didn't allow him to get down there in 4.
Yep, and
that's gonna hurt the tire more than anything.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt this run, 46.759.
Ooh.
But we know that there was a slight bobble, slight mistake that slowed him down. We've seen guys look at Wade Fields. Wade Fields went from a 72 down back to a 70 or a 67. So it is possible. Is this just a thing of a Hampton lap, so to speak?
The Hampton lap.
Much better through turns 3 there, going down the short chute.
So the only issue he's got right now, it is an uphill battle. Kyle never ran a lap at a 75. His slowest was a 74.5. So
there you go, 68. So Jeffrey Stewart starting to track back towards it.
He's got to keep putting those together.
Now the average 192.631 miles per hour.
He's got to keep putting that together, though.
I would say, this is the most stressful bump day we've had so far.
This
my
is
favorite
intense.
my favorite is Rylan Gray just jumped up on the Discord and said, "What do I say when I want to go make a run?" Like he's ready to rip.
Oh no.
So Rylan Gray getting ready to go out and make a run as well.
Rylan, you got to type in withdrawal declare in the race chat, buddy, and send it.
White flag for Jeffrey Stewart, 745. Oh no.
Oh no.
Can somebody explain to me the process on buying a ride for the fake 500?
Talk to Justin Carey. He knows 100% how that works.
Yeah, but I don't want to buy Justin's. He's already got my livery on his car.
Yeah, the ride buying thing is something that's kind of unique. We basically did, because that has happened before. Scott Goodyear getting it happened to Scott Goodyear once. It's happened to a couple guys. Ryan Hunter Ray, same thing. There was talks about it.
Car.
Yeah. So the ride buying is optional. You've got a choice to buy the starting spot. There's a set amount that it can go up to.
Is there a minimum?
There's not a minimum, but there's technically a maximum. 46,742. Jeffrey Stewart, not enough. 192.586. But you know what? Bravo to Jeffrey Stewart.
That was a hell of a 3 attempts there.
Yeah. But you know what? And honestly, if knowing Jeff the way that I know Jeff, he would not change it at all. He would not at all on the sheer basis of he was aggressive. He's always wanting to be the aggressor. I don't blame him a bit. That's that's heartbreaking. Absolutely gutting for Jeffrey Stewart.
When you're as big as Jeff, you can be the aggressor.
That is factual statements. Parker Price Miller, or Hank Silver says his heart rate is 130 beats per minute and he hasn't moved a muscle in 3+ hours. Parker wants to know if he can sell his attempts to Braden right now. Oh boy, they're going nuts in the chat. Jeffrey just probably gave one of the guttiest performances we've had. 46,776 for Clint Stone on his warm-up lap. But Jeffrey, that's a masterful run, but the week's not over. We've seen the inaugural winner of this race came from outside of the top 33, with guys falling out, guys buying rides, guys not being able to run.
Am I allowed to put an offer out there for a ride in the broadcast?
Not in the broadcast, no.
So where's the formally, where do I formally put this out there?
Formally, there is actually a ride buying or ride selling chat inside of this Discord. And then kind of goes from there. So, Clint Stone down on the rumble strips. Trying to make this work.
We got 15 minutes.
15 minutes to go. Kyle May sitting on the bump spot. Braden McMahon sitting in the middle of the back row. Wade Fields bumping his way back in. I got to think at this point, realistically at this point, if Clint Stone and Rylan Gray is going to be the one that's really going to throw the wrench into things, because we have no idea what speed he's been running. I know he was quick in some practices that he ran earlier this week. But we don't know. You never know. So, I mean, could we be seeing Clint Stone bump Kyle May out, put Braden on the bubble? Oh boy. But if you're Scott King, Garrett Washburn, really even Wade Fields at this point, you got to feel pretty solid about where you're going to be for the fake 500. Clint Stone, though, he's putting in some work right now. 192.652. He's just got to pick up some speed, and this is his final attempt. So Clint Stone coming down the front straightaway to finish his attempt up. Not going to be enough. 46.74 or 752, excuse me. Average speed 192.615. So tough break for Clint Stone. As Ryan Broderick next out onto the racing surface.
Man, this is tough,
dude. I mean, it's just
like I'm so mad at myself for how stressed out I am.
Yeah, there is. I will guarantee you that there is no eNASCAR race. There is no World of Outlaws Pro Series race. There is no Porsche Cup. This is the most stressful qualifying session on the iRacing service that there has ever been.
Oh,
I know Landon Castle's got the LCQC going on, which that is a really cool deal. I love that qualifying format. It's fun to watch. I love it. But this is just another level. It's just it's been absolute magic the last couple days.
We've got word from Braden McMahon. He says, and I quote, "I have raced in 115-degree weather in Chico. I am sweating more in my closet on my sim right now than I did then." And he also says, "Yes, my sim is in my closet."
Fair.
I mean, this is this is Indy. This is what we wanted. Ryan Broderick, though, this is his third and final attempt. 46.695, 47 or 192.740 miles an hour. So he's, again, it's just how far does your car fall off? That's the biggest thing. It's how much does your car fall off?
So what does this race pay to win?
Are you asking for strategic purposes of how much you should offer?
No, I have a point to make.
No, this race we advertised. I believe it was $250 to win.
I think it was 300.
Or 300.
We're lacking sponsors this year, so I think it's 275.
Can I put out a proposition to the front row?
What's that?
If any of the front row wants to go to the last row and win it, I'll throw an additional $100 into the pot to win it.
Ooh. Well, the guy that was on pole withdrew and ran again yesterday for $50. So
I'm just here for the excitement. and in fact, like for anybody on the front row, I mean, obviously race control's got to approve this to the officials and to the legal department. But yeah, I mean, we'd throw in an additional 100 from Carbon Safety Technologies.
To do the most unsafe thing possible.
All they've got to do is put the logo on the car. And if they come from the back to the front, I'll throw an extra $100 in on their winnings.
Well, that'll have to be a discussion we'll have. But Ryan Broderick currently not on pace to put himself in. So Kyle May might live to see another day because actually this is really, other than Ryland Gray, is Ryland Gray he's declared, hasn't he?
No.
Oh, Ryland,
if you're watching this, you know that you need to.
Oh boy.
So Ryland Gray is rolling onto the racetrack for the first time in qualifying. He's basically the only car left. Weininger, Curtis Miller, Erdman, and Casey Miller, those three did not have the speed to get here. We really don't know about Ryland. He's going to have two shots to get in and bump Kyle May from the field, and we've only got 8 minutes left in qualifying.
Truth be told, we would only have time for one other car after this anyways.
Ryland's got an opportunity to take 2 attempts here, even 3 if he really wanted to. As long as no one jumps in line, he can wave off.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and this goes back to Wheeler's point. If he had a car sitting on the outside looking in and your car's in the bubble,
I'm sending him out there.
Yeah. Like, you need to go out there and run some laps about $1.88. And
I'm not gonna get penalized. I'm not gonna drag my feet and anything on my lap. I'm literally, I'm literally just gonna send somebody out there.
I gotta say this. Hank says, and I hope Hank doesn't get mad that I'm gonna say this because I think it's hilarious. He said, "I just asked Parker how he compares this stress to real races." And his reply said, "I ain't been so low on the bubble like you guys, so I have no idea." Oh, the roasting! I love it. Ryland Gray takes the green 46.758 on his warm up lap. So the potential is there. It's just a matter of is this going to happen?
Oh, the ride selling channel in Discord is blowing up right now. Somebody just offered a Bitcoin or said, "I'll give you my ride for a Bitcoin." I love this. I hope you guys are prepared for the added infrastructure cash flow for the 4th running, because you guys did it. You hooked me. You walked me around the boat, and now I'm like marking my calendar.
Oh boy, 46.638.
Oh no.
Oh, Ryland Gray's got the speed, ladies and gentlemen.
Ryland Gray ran a midget through the last. See, this is the most indie stuff of all time. This is like, where were you at the night before? I was running a dirt midget somewhere.
Sorry, I was running at the Dome.
Yeah, I was running a dirt midget at the Dome. Now I'm trying to go bump my way into the fake 500.
This is insane.
Ryland almost won the Patriot 100 last year.
Yeah, Ryland has speed here. Ryland has speed here. There's no doubt in my mind. 46.683. Oh boy.
Oh, this is gonna be tight.
192.882 miles an hour. So that will put him currently. Yeah, that'll put him right with Landis.
And I'm not gonna lie to you, his onboard right now is the best onboard I've seen in the last 2 hours. His ability to get the car up the track on entry, get it rotated, and keep his hands straight through the center and let the car float to the exit is absolutely beautiful.
Ryland Gray making a hero run with it is 6:56 Eastern Standard Time.
Like, they're loading the caps in the gun right now.
Yeah, it 46.674. Ryland Gray goes even a little bit quicker that lap, 192.864. Kyle May is. I will go out on a limb and say Ryland Gray might be the shortest person to run a midget or a sprint car, and Kyle May the tallest.
No, he's definitely not the shortest.
Okay, fair.
Rico's got him beat.
Yeah,
okay, fair.
I mean,
there's an obvious answer here.
Well, that's fair. But Ryland Gray, not a very big man and a pretty young kid, is getting ready to try to lock himself in, because basically this is it. He's the final qualifier. So Ryland Gray, hero lap.
Unbelievable.
46.706, 192.818. Kyle May officially bumped. Wade screaming in chat, "Fire the gun, Braden, fire the gun." And theoretically, we can't fire the gun yet. Technically, qualifying is not over.
Yeah,
Still,
it's not over.
It's not over yet. Now, granted, there's 4 guys left that have not ran or that haven't been up to speed that are still eligible. But as of right now, it just to kind of give you guys a rundown: Timothy Trowbridge, Aaron Rouse, and Thomas Gould, 19th, 20th, and 21st. 22nd, Mitchell Hunt. 23rd, Steven Rogers. 24th, Tyson Landis. Parker Price Miller in 25th. 26th is Mason Hannigan. 27th is Gary Corley. 28th is Rylan Gray. Hank Silver rolls off 29th. Scott King in 30th. Garrett Mashburn 31st. 32nd is Wade Fields. And Braden McMahon hangs on to the 33rd spot.
Oh.
So
I gotta say, not only does Rylan Gray come in at the last minute, drop in the chat, play some BS games like, hey, what do I gotta say in the chat again? Like, come on, man. He knew what he had to say. He goes out there, he runs a hero lap, and he drives it all the way back into his pit box.
See, you know what? I like it.
He didn't just like pull off in the south chute and hold the brake and escape. Dude cruises that thing all the way back to his pit box. Gets out. He's probably got his loafers on, because I hear that's all the rage these days, to drive with your loafers. And hell of a job.
Oh boy, what a
anybody Weininger, Miller, Edmund, Erdman, or Miller? Are you gonna make a run here?
I don't think
it's pretty well over at this point.
Pretty,
Truth be told,
because they got to take
enough
the
time.
green. Yeah, they got to take the green before the 7:00 gun.
So that's it.
I'm absolutely. Zane, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think hands down most exciting. I just got a text message from Parker Price Miller. The clock is not right. It's not Eastern Standard Time. Close the gate. It's over.
Hands down, most exciting pole and bump day, really.
Absolutely, hands down, 100%. I think the best pole day, bump day we've had. Most drama, most exciting. I didn't have to work my ass off to keep a hillbilly ticker going. Unbelievable.
I'm shook right now.
Absolutely unbelievable.
0.13 mile an hour for my boy.
Oh yeah,
insane.
Like, that's like a mosquito farting off of 2.
Yeah, that is one dude throwing a hot dog wrapper, and yeah, I'm speechless, truthfully.
Wow, you guys, honestly, this has been so much fun. Like, I wish I could put into context how cool this has been.
Well, next year you just need to be as
bang
officially.
Gun is off.
Officially. Actually, I do want to bring in one guy. Actually, I'm going to bring in 2 guys. Hank, if you're listening, or I'm going to let me send a message here real quick. We want to have 2 guys come in that were a big part of. Well, one guy that was like an incredibly big piece to bump day. But wanted to get so Braden McMahon. If I had to guess, you could not pass a roll in dimes right now.
I don't know. I need a beer or a hug or probably some water because I've sweat the last 5 hours. I need a lot right now.
Needy.
That's you know what though? That's what we like to hear. I wanted to bring you in, Parker. Parker, this is your first foray into this nonsense of the Wicked Brands Fake 500. What's your thought process so far?
I had a lot of fun. I was nervous. I didn't think I was gonna be this nervous, but yesterday, whenever I was the first one to go out for our team, and had some setup on, I was terrible. I'm like, we're not making it. We're done. So happy to be in and have Hank and Braden with me too, so we can draft to the front.
Well, I will say this has probably been the best and most chaotic bump day we've had. Pole day yesterday was absolutely unreal. It's just been a good weekend so far, but the amount of times I would look and see, I had to assume that Braden was shaking or his dad was yelling at him or something. Every time I would think of it, I would laugh because I knew Braden was stressing out. It's like getting out of the gulag in Warzone, and there's 20 people left, and you don't have a gun, and that's pretty much what Braden did today.
Yeah, it was way more stressful than anything I've ever done on Warzone. I could promise you that. But I don't know. Parker kept going in and out of the server all day. We were feeding him track information so we could go and test things, and luckily he's not an idiot. We stumbled upon something, and last man in.
Well, it was definitely I just can't believe how close this field is. Everybody was pretty much. Zane, can you get a confirmation? Everybody was above the track record.
For 4-lap average, yes.
Yeah. So everybody was above the track record. But I mean, you look at we were tracking Aiden Beerline, for example. He was until that last lap, he was tracking like 26th, and within 0.2 or 0.02 of a second, he went from in the show in 26th solid to 36th on the outside looking in. So unreal how close it is. Just now looking forward to Thursday, and I hope now Hank will calm down a little bit for you guys, because I heard he was throwing a fit and wanting to fire everybody.
He was fired up for sure. I feel bad for him. He was having to do the broadcast and worry about qualifying, but luckily we got some setups dialed in for him and we got him in.
Well, I'm glad everything worked out, and yeah. So I'm still kind of speechless as of right now. I'll be real honest. Baden, you got anything?
Bump day. This is what it's all about. Intense as it gets. Exciting, drama, all that good stuff. I mean, I know we're flabbergasted, but are we surprised? No.
No, and I think that's the thing. Every year, Wheeler just said it best. He's like, "Yep, you walked me around the boat. You showed me it. Now I want it.
You got me hooked. You walked me around the boat. Now I'm just trying to flop in your cooler."
Yeah. So, hey, we've said for the last 2 years that this is the best race on iRacing that they have no idea exists, and we enjoy doing it. Big before we close out today, just a big, huge thanks to Hank and everybody at Speed Force Studios. You guys have done phenomenal work with the overlays. Zane, you've done a great job with keeping up with spreadsheets, because I watch you update it and I can't do that. Phenomenal job. Justin, thank you again. Yesterday for Pole Day was fantastic. TechNet was just absolutely phenomenal the last couple days, and now looking forward to Tuesday. Me and Baden will be in the booth for the Crescent Donut Patriot 100, and then on Wednesday get to kind of chill out and watch some dirt cars run. So should be a good time. But thanks again to Matt, manager over at Wicked Brands. Without him and Chris Wheeler, really with Carbon Safety Technologies and Wheeler Motorsports Consulting, this deal doesn't happen. So yeah, absolutely. Thanks to everybody for watching. A fantastic broadcast. Once again, just really, really appreciative to everybody watching. And we still have sponsorship stuff available. with the way everything's gone, and it just haven't been able to push that stuff as much as we want. Lap sponsors are available. As well as contingencies for random stuff. If you've got an idea, big or small, shoot me or Zane, Baden a message, and we'll make it happen. So we'll make it happen, get you guys on the broadcast, and do everything we can to keep pushing this thing. And yeah, and Zane, any final words?
No, because now the real fun begins.
Yeah, the real fun begins, and we can't wait till Tuesday till we can get back on the racetrack. And if you guys, I will say this, if you guys are watching the broadcast that are in the show, please get with me on sending over paints. I don't know if Hank needs headshots, but send them over anyway, just in case. But paints definitely needed, and that way we can make the broadcast look spectacular as always. So thank you guys very much. And yeah, we will see you guys all on Tuesday. Keep watching the social media, Elbows Up TV on Facebook. Follow myself or Zane on Twitter. Elbows Up TV on YouTube. Make sure you give that a follow so you can know exactly when we go live at all times. And yes, just got confirmation. So drivers, if you're in the field for the Fake 500, I need headshots and I need a paint of your car. So you guys all have a great evening, and we will see you all on Tuesday.
These grounds are hallowed, forged by history and tradition, a century in the making. Its pavement the path to glory, its walls the punisher of miscalculation, its faces forever recognizable, characters of courage, and its stories unforgettable.
Danny Sullivan gets him! Danny Sullivan gets him down! No, he's screwing! No, he's spinning! Danny Sullivan spins! Can he make a move at the finish? He's making a move! No! No! No!
Bob Jenkins, who's gonna win it? The checkered flag is out! Goodyear makes a move! Little Al wins by...
You just don't know what Indy means.
This December, those hallowed grounds go virtual, pieced together by millions of pixels that capture every corner, every seed, and every crack along its surface. True to her real-life counterpart in every sense, the cars, perfectly drawn to scale, their sounds immaculate. Drivers from across the globe come together in competition and in friendship for one goal, one dream, to win and become part of history, to write their own chapter, to see through that they shall never be forgotten, to ensure their story is unforgettable.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
The alignment looks good, and the green flag is out. They're off. The Fake 500 is on.
But look at Kevin Click
on
on the
Kevin
outside.
Click. Wow. Kevin Click out on bump day, makes it in as an alternate, and now he is leading the Fake 500.
Click tries to squeeze, contact. Checker flag waits over the stand. At the stripe, another close finish, and this time it's Seth the Merchant.
Checkered flag is out. Brian Blackford puts it on the pole. Oh no!
Crash in turn one.
He got off a 4 extremely good. What? He had a fuel!
It's elegant. It's erratic. The one who can dance gently amongst the chaos and master their craft shall etch their name in eternity and shall never be forgotten.